Welcome to ANWO's Black August Web-a-thon, a fundraiser for the African National Women's Organization Liberation Center. We are streaming live on YouTube and Instagram and Facebook. My name is Yejide Oromila. I'm the president of the African National Women's Organization. And before we get started with the whole program, we really have to give it up and salute our chairman, Omali Yeshitela, the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, the founder of the Uhuru movement, and the leader of the worldwide African Revolution, the creator of the theory of African internationalism. African internationalism allows African poor and working class people to claim our place in history, and it organizes us to fight for what is ours. This is why we're having this Web-a-thon fundraiser today, where we're going to be spending 8 hours online with you. Additionally, I want to salute Deputy Chairwoman Onazine Yeshitela, the architect of the Black Power Blueprint, which is transforming North St. Louis through renovations, economic development, and political power by and for the African community. And I just want to congratulate the Black Power Blueprint for opening the first economic development institution on the north side of St. Louis, the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe, which had a grand opening on August 15th. Over 300 people came out. The community celebrated. The people from the state was just like, oh, we're so glad to have a Black owned business on the north side. And so we just really are looking at that as the grand example of African self-determination and being able to provide jobs and resources to our community, like fresh, healthy food. Joining me to host this first hour is Zaid Wadisa. She's ANWO's recruitment and membership coordinator. Uhuru, comrade Zaid. We are coming here to let you know that ANWO, as an organization, organizes African working class women who are engaged in the struggle to define our reality amongst the colonized African masses, women who are committed to transforming the world. ANWO is an anti-imperialist, anti-colonial, revolutionary African internationalist organization for African women who organize around the pressing local and national and international issues that add to the special oppression of African women and femmes. So our mission is to bring African women into revolutionary political life and to empower us economically, socially, and politically. We aim to forward the interests of African people internationally through our programs, aimed particularly at the advancement of African women. And ultimately, our goal is to liberate African women and men from the customs and practices that keep us oppressed. If you are an African woman who has not yet found a political home, we encourage you not just to watch this program, but to join. Our comrade will be putting the links in the chat throughout the program for how you can donate, how you can become a member, how you can support some of our other promotions during this program. And we hope that you click that link and support the African National Women's Organization. Last year, we produced a video to celebrate 10 years. Let's go to that now so that you can see how we've been able to build over the last 11 years, because so far we've been around for 11 years. Uhuru, comrades. The African People's Socialist Party launched a strategy, one rooted in the total liberation of African people everywhere. From our founding conferences in Washington, D.C. and London, England, to 10 years of struggle to exist as the political home for African women struggling against our oppression, the African National Women's Organization has fought to build the revolutionary capacity of African women. Since 2015, ANWO has been unwavering in our mission to empower and advance the issues of African women politically, socially, and economically through collective organizing and sisterhood. We know that only through our own unity and self-determination can we break the chains of colonial oppression and create a new world. Over the past decade, ANWO has led countless initiatives. We have built networks of African women, launched international campaigns, and taken action to defend our communities. We have fought for economic justice, health rights, and political power, always guided by the principles of African internationalism. Our proudest achievements have been working with and creating powerful networks of African women organizers. Across the U.S. and beyond, our members have taken bold stands against colonial violence, gender oppression, and economic exploitation. We have fought for the rights of African mothers, working class African women, and young girls, ensuring that their voices are heard in the struggle toward liberation.
Imperialist country to come in. Not France, not Portugal, not the United Kingdom, not the United States. Imperialism must go.
Our movement is about the people, the mothers, daughters, and sisters who have found strength, community, and purpose through ANWO. Their voices and commitment fuel our work and remind us why we must continue forward to end the parasitism of colonial capitalism.
Stop kidnapping Black children! Stop kidnapping Black children!
Uhuru, all power to the people. My name is Mecca, and I'm a member of the African National Women's Organization. So I joined the African National Women's Organization because it is an organization that points out the real problem, which is colonialism. But not just point it out, but comes up with solutions and programs to engage the people to fight for self-determination.
Uhuru, my name is Zaid Wadisa. I live in San Diego, California, and I serve as the Membership and Recruitment Coordinator for the African National Women's Organization. The reason I joined ANWO is because I want African women to be free from oppression. I believe that women have a role to play in the revolution, and the sooner we accept this role, the faster that we can get on to creating a world where African women can live beautiful, fruitful lives. Plus, I heard there were some bad sisters that was going toe-to-toe with the system, and I knew that was something that I had to be a part of.
Hi, my name is Maya, and I joined ANWO to have a community of women who look like me and to learn about my history.
Hi, my name is Nicole Chung, and I'm from San Diego, California. I joined ANWO because as a former foster youth, I saw firsthand how CPS destroyed African families, and I saw the cause arrest CPS, and I wanted to be a part of it. And when I joined, I realized just how important ANWO is. ANWO is important because it not only provides political education on who we are and the things that are happening within our communities, but solutions on how we get past it, how we thrive, how we survive, and how we get to a place where we're no longer in bondage, but in freedom. Uhuru.
But the struggle is far from over. The forces of oppression still exist, and African women continue to face contradictions in every corner of the world. That is why ANWO remains steadfast in our mission to empower and advance the issues of African women politically, socially, and economically through collective organizing and sisterhood.
We are stronger today than we were when we went in that jail 41 years ago.
We ready ourselves for the fight ahead. We honor our past, embrace our present, and fight for our future. We will be even stronger as we continue to organize African women everywhere. This is only the beginning. Join us as we build a world where African women are free.
Uhuru. I always really look at this video and be like, how much we have gone through, so much from the beginning to now. And I call those stretch marks, of being an African women's organization. Like we've stretched, we've been malleable, we've been able to reflect and change and pivot the way that we organize ourselves and other African women. And I believe I do believe still that we are stronger today than we were back then. And I think that we better reflect the aims and objectives of African internationalism and bringing African women into revolutionary political life. Sometimes I'm really amazed at how people know us. and I don't say that we so obscure, but I'm just it's always great because I know the history of this organization. And that means that our behavior, our character precedes us in many spaces around the leadership and revolutionary capacity of African women.
Yeah, so like you said, it's we've been 11 years doing this work. We saw all types of different, demonstrations, different comrades. And I just wanted to say none of this work would be possible, without the members we've had over the years, without the constant donations that we've had coming through. So that's what today is all about. This is our fundraising webinar. We want to be able, another 11 years down the line, be able to even say, like, look how far we've come. I know we want to talk a little bit about, some of the things that have been going on, more specifically in St. Louis. This is where our organization is headquartered. As we go through the program, we'll be hearing a lot about Project St. Louis, about our headquarters, and exactly what our fundraising goal today is going to help us accomplish.
Yeah, we need to let y'all know that even though you don't see everything on social medias, on the interwebs, as I like to say, I'm of a certain age, so I like to mispronounce words now, the interwebs or instead of internets, that we have been working our butts off. And, we are an organization of practical working class African women who have to make things happen, And so this Web-a-thon today is really encouraging y'all to see the full scope of the African National Women's Organization, and so that you can also understand the need for making a contribution to our efforts, because it's not just our efforts, it's an effort that we're bringing to the community. Where else do y'all see an institution, a building, a headquarters for revolutionary African women? Don't y'all know we need that? And all the work that we've just been showing y'all in the video, you should see like that is the objective of this building. It's not just a building, it's creating liberated territory. We have to wrench back the ground game from the colonizer. And, thankfully, due to the hard work and organization and the capacity of the African People's Education and Defense Fund and the Black Power Blueprint, we've been able to have this building that was given to us so that we can develop into the vision, the institution, the edifice in which we use to launch many of our campaigns locally in the St. Louis area and internationally as well.
So just being able to be on the ground in St. Louis, we were hosting conventions on a yearly basis. So myself, I'm primarily located in San Diego, California, and I would take a yearly trip at most. And we realized that just wasn't enough. While we do have some members located in St. Louis, we're kind of spread all throughout the United States. We have some members outside of the United States, but really just honing in and seeing where we could best concentrate our efforts. So from that, Project St. Louis was born. Like you've heard earlier, we've got this headquarters that we want to get up and running. And so in doing so, we were able to put on our One Africa, One Nations Farmers Market, which brings fresh produce to the community, in a community where it is a food desert. We just heard that the Uhuru Bakery opened up, and that was a huge milestone. But being able to provide fresh fruits and vegetables to the community is important. Also, while being out amongst the community, hearing the community's needs, we were able to come up with something called Thrive Workshops. And in those workshops, we were able to do clothing and donation swaps, where, if the community has a need, they can come and, leave with a bag of clothes for no price or a donation, just whatever they can contribute. Here we are looking at our Liberation Center. We've had to figure out, a myriad of ways to be able to continue to do some renovations on this building. And that's why today's fundraiser is so important, because we need more funds to be able to carry out this work.
Yes, I just, I know what you're saying, but every time I need to take a break and be like, yes, I have to
digest what was being said and also what's was on the video, because it's going by pretty fast and it's showing a mishmash of work that we have done, from the market to the Thrive People's Clothing Exchanges to the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market and the Liberation Center work. It's been really important for us to highlight this and put it underneath the umbrella of Project St. Louis. We've been doing the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market since 2003. Before that, it was held by the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and before that, it was held by the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. So we are continuing the legacy of the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. And we are, responsible for building it to the level of our other markets. And you'll find out more about that in the next segment. But we just, the work that we have to put into like really organize ourselves. I wrote a piece recently around the Liberation Center and this event, this action right here, where we had to organize some volunteers to help us do some demo. And it was really like, we were sweating. We was sweating in this thing. We was taking out bricks. We got muscles. We was just like dirty and bones was hurting. You don't need to do weightlifting for this. You can get your cardio and your what's the other one called? Weights in at doing demo. And some people was just like, you gonna do that on a day off? I'm just like, yes, because imperialism don't have no days off. And colonialism don't got no days off. And if we ever want to see our own future and realize that for ourselves, we need to be able to put in the work, even when, we are, scheduled to have off. And that just gives us more time to spend on the things that we want to do, as opposed to the things that we don't have to do for the colonizer.
So I believe that moves us into our next section. We'll be talking about a little bit more about Project St. Louis.
Yeah. So Project St. Louis, as I said before, brings the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market, the ANWO Liberation Center, and the Thrive workshops and activities to organize African women around food, land, economic development, and concrete skills for self-determination. Right now, Thrive is mostly the People's Clothing Exchanges, but the vision for Thrive is to train African women in particular with hardcore skills that can be used in their everyday lives, or it can be used for the African Revolution, because sometimes, people need a degree to get this and need a degree to get that. But in the African Revolution, you could be anything you want to be. You can use the same skills that you had at home to organize the birthday parties to organize an event for African Revolution. You know how to blow up some balloons? Listen, we're going to need some RBG balloons for this event, and we need you to put the flair on it, right? Like you can give that energy, the same kind of energy you put on for your family and friends. Those are the skills that we need in the African Revolution. We need all of them. So the African National Women's Organization's Liberation Center is a concrete institution. It is a building. You can go to it. You could drive by it. You will see the RBG flag waving from the building. You can see our little banner outside. It is a building. So when you're donating your resources to us, it's not going to disappear. You're going to see it in real time be used toward the project that we said is going to be used toward. It's at 4617 Natural Bridge Avenue in North St. Louis, and it's a part of the Uhuru Movement's mission to create liberated territory. It was entrusted to us, the building was, by the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and it represents a political commitment to consolidate everything that we have built over the last 11 years, a growing organization, committed members, and a revolutionary vision deserving of a permanent headquarters. You may have seen some of the same faces across some of the same videos. It's okay. It's fine. I promise. Because these are committed members. And I just want to snap and clap and do all the things, because it's hard in a mass organization when they volunteering your time. I just want to appreciate all of the members, because I know sometimes it's hard to manage your so-called personal lives with revolutionary aims and objectives, but I just, without the members, we would not be able to do any of the things that we have been able to do. And so I can't say that more. And the same faces and same people, I appreciate y'all even more because it's been years that we've been organizing and working together. And I really, truly, honestly appreciate that. And so this place that we're fundraising for is going to be a place where African women can organize, train, and serve the people of St. Louis while contributing to the liberation of African people everywhere.
Uhuru. So in the Uhuru movement, we often speak about, building liberated territory, which includes reclaiming lands, buildings, and institutions for the benefit of the African working class. Every community center we establish, every farm we cultivate, every market we organize, and every meeting space is territory wrestled away from the colonial control and placed into the hands of African people. These are places where we develop leadership, we're able to strengthen our collective capacity, and practice the freedom that we're actually fighting for. A liberated territory is where we begin to exercise the responsibility of governing ourselves, because ultimately that's why we're doing this, so that we can be a self-determined, free governing people. So over the next 8 hours, members of ANWO will join the program to lead what we like to call informative edutainment segments that will show you why your support matters and the impact you could be making with a gift donation today. So our overall goal for this Web-a-thon is $15,000. That is $1,875 for every hour we are streaming. To date, we have raised $15,000, $164 in donations. What those donations went to previously was the 2024 replacement of our roof. When we inherited the building, we noticed that there was some holes in the roof, which led to some leaking when it rained. So we were able, to get the roof repaired in 2024. And then in 2026, we had to, repair the roof because of the damage that was incurred by the tornado that happened in 2025. And then also we were able to purchase tools for the demolition that you were able to see in the video. So tonight's $15,000 will allow us to continue this work, for us to be able to get some plumbing in the building, in addition to supporting, the volunteer work brigades that we bring volunteers in for non-specialized work. So if we've done our calculations correctly, this means that if 15 people donated $1,000 each hour, we would reach our goal in no time. And this can be done in a couple of ways. If you're thinking, hey, I've got $1,000 that I would love to, gift this wonderful organization, you could do so by becoming a Nzinga Mbande level donor. And you could do that either with a one-time donation of $1,000. But if you want to support this level and you can't do the whole amount today, we can set up reoccurring donations at $84 a month. So what that looks like is just $84 being taken out of the account over the course of 12 months until that $1,000 is accrued. In addition, if you are an African woman, you also have the opportunity to become a lifetime member of ANWO. And you could also do that by making a one-time donation of $1,000 at the Desi Woods level. And the same way that the donor can be broken down, your membership can also be broken down. So if you can't make the complete $1,000 today, then you can make monthly payments of $84.
Yeah. These are two incredible African women that we've named these levels after. Queen Nzinga Mbande presided over the Ambundu kingdoms of Ndongo and Mataba in the northern, what is now known as northern Angola. She fought off Portuguese colonizers over several decades. She's known as a military strategist. And the struggle to free Desi Woods was defining action movement for the African People's Socialist Party. It was one of the party's first campaigns. It helped to frame the position around the oppressor nation and oppressed nation women.
and living under colonialism. And Desi Woods and her friend, if you're not familiar with the story, Desi Woods and her friend were hitchhiking to go see her brother that was incarcerated. And the white man that gave them a ride tried to rape them. And so Desi Woods and her companion also took his life because, you're not going to get one over on me. And we already know that how the history of white men raping African women is a core part of the colonial project. And so we were able to win that case through the building of the Desi Woods movement. And Desi Woods later became freed and became a leader in the Uhuru movement.
Uhuru. So when you gift at these levels today, you're doing it in the name of these amazing African women fighters, and you're lifting up the work of the African National Women's Organization. So let's get into, the preferred ways of completing your one-time or reoccurring donation. So you're going to do so by going to our website. You can scan the QR code that's on the screen or by typing it in or entering it into the link browser. So you're going to type in anwouhuru.org/donate. That's going to be ANWOUHURU.org / and then the word donate. At any time throughout today's program, you may also call in your pledge. Give us a call at 240-303-2862, where a comrade can take your donation over the phone. So at any point in time, if you hear something that's just so inspiring, or you say, hey, look, I need to be a part of that, run to your purse, grab that wallet, take out your credit card. You can either go to the website or, like I said, give us a call. And I want to let you guys know what your gift of donating can get you today. So if at any time and point today, you gift anywhere between $100 and $499, you will have the availability to get a t-shirt. So that's going to be either an ANWO t-shirt or an Arrest CPS t-shirt. And then with that t-shirt, we'll throw in some free buttons. If you donate between $500 and $999, you will receive a bag, one of our ANWO political reports, and then you're also going to receive that t-shirt and those buttons. And if you feel so generous to gift us $1,000 or more, what you could receive is, a decolonized full product. That's anywhere from the 3-ounce, the 16-ounce butters to our OG face and body scrub, the entire line, and then you'll get all those other things from the other tiers. So the t-shirts, the buttons, the bag, and the political report. So don't hesitate. You've got 8 hours to think about how much you want to donate, when you want to donate, but we are here, and we look forward, to those donations coming in.
So we want to show you exactly what your donation will be going towards. So we put a little video together for you. The African National Women's Organization Liberation Center is an ambitious initiative born from the vision to transform 4617 Natural Bridge Avenue into a vibrant facility. This space, generously donated by the African People's Education and Defense Fund, will become a working-class embassy, a hub for community empowerment, and a testament to the resilience of African people. Located at the heart of North St. Louis, a community deeply affected by centuries of colonial exploitation, our mission is clear: to uplift and empower. We acknowledge the stark realities of poverty, health disparities, and violence that plague our community. Our aim is to reverse these trends and create a thriving international hub for African people. But we can't achieve this vision alone. We need your support to bring this dream to life. Your donation toward our goal of raising $60,227 will fund the comprehensive rehabilitation of the property, including crucial steps like installing kitchen and bathrooms, full electrical upgrade, installing new plumbing, repairing the roof, reinforcing decks and fencing, and transforming the front facade. Why should you donate? Because every contribution brings us one step closer to providing working-class African women with a property of their own.
a place where they can heal, organize, and thrive. Why are we doing this? Because we are committed to advancing the cause of African self-determination. Our center will provide vital cultural, social, and community spaces that celebrate African people and serve as a catalyst for change. Our vision includes creative and incubator residencies to nurture talent, community childcare to support families, and a safe place site to offer refuge and support. Additionally, as the headquarters of the African National Women's Organization, the center will serve as a national and local organizing space empowering African women and femmes in our struggles against the impact of colonial capitalism. Your support can make a profound difference in our efforts to uplift African women and femmes, empowering those who have been marginalized. Join us in our mission to strengthen our community, nurture resilience, and pave the way for a brighter, more equitable future. Together, we can ensure that the flame of African self-determination burns brighter than ever before.
Man, that's such a great video. And this is why we're fundraising today. We are asking our community to not only cheer us on, but to also see if you can dedicate resources to help us meet the goal today of $15,000. Project St. Louis is not just a commitment that we're doing because we want to have some sort of campaign, you know, in the community. Is because we actually have goals and objectives, and we are preparing ourselves to govern, and that we are entrenched in, indoctrinated in, you know, tied to and wed to the idea of us being free, and that this community center headquarter location is going to be part of that mission, and being a part of the liberated territory right now. That's a part of the work of the Black Power Blueprint and the African People's Socialist Party in St. Louis. It's just really incredible to see RBG flags waving from every building. You know, that's amazing, and we're doing that in St. Louis. So we also have we've been doing some fundraisers on our own. We want to appreciate Comrade Rage, who's coming up next in the next hour for the 2 Resist Dance, and what did you call it? The Fundraiser, where Comrades KC, who also is an amazing DJ and helped organize and put this together and organize other DJs for us. We had 2 amazing fundraisers in St. Louis, which generated you know, thousands of dollars toward this project. And we just want to give y'all a glimpse into the internal workings of a fundraiser. So maybe it'll inspire you to also do one for us as well.
One system that profits off of Black and colonized people struggling to survive. And that same system is right here in St. Louis. Very much so. Right on the north side, where Black people, Black women, Black femmes, Black children are struggling just to survive. We're being forced into cycles of violence and poverty that force us to fight for scraps amongst each other just to make it through the day. All while under constant surveillance by the state, all while living with the threat of your kids maybe be taken away, or maybe you, or maybe your man, to be thrown in a jail cell in a city where jail is the death sentence. We tell the world that jail is rehabilitation, but how can you be rehabilitated if you don't make it out alive? We got ICE in the streets terrorizing our communities. So when we talk about Palestine, and we talk about Congo, and we talk about Iran, and we talk about what Black people right here in St. Louis are facing on the daily, you need to understand that it's all the same animal. Imperialism is dying, and it is death throes, and we refuse to surrender. We refuse to compromise. We don't wait, we don't beg, we don't adjust to it. We organize. That is why the African National Women's Organization exists. We're We're organizing African women and femmes to build power, to defend our families, to create something different. Something that actually allows us to live and thrive, not just survive. And that kind of work doesn't happen just by talking about it, just by theory. It happens through people, through commitment, and through moments like this. Come talk to me, come plug in, get involved, because we're doing real work here in St. Louis. We're building the African National Women's Organization here in St. Louis to confront the contradictions that Black women are facing every day. And when Black women are free, you will all be free.
I appreciate so much, Comrade Rage. Rage is a soldier. I just want to let y'all know, if I ain't never said that before out loud, Rage is a soldier in this work. And if you in St. Louis, you know Rage. And just appreciate that, comrade. So right now we're going to transition into a special feature of our segment where we have, her as Director Akile Enayi, Director of the Education and Propaganda Department of the African People's Socialist Party. But you also may not know that this sister is an artiste. This sister is a cultural talent, a phenom. And we wanted to bring that side of it to you today, where Comrade Akile Enayi will be sharing her cultural talents with her. Before we bring her on, Akile is the Director of Agitation and Propaganda, as we said, for the African People's Socialist Party. She is a poet, an author, a singer, a songwriter in her free time. And she has a book that's not published, but it will be published again. It will be, the name of the book is This Is For You. It's out of print right now, but it's a book of her poetry. If you have Substack, you need to subscribe to her Substack. We're going to put that in the chat so that you can click on it and be like, yes, I need to be down with Comrade Akile's Substack. And we want to bring this comrade to the front so that she can give you some of her poetry and anything else she wants to throw in there. We down for a song, comrade. We down for a song if you got it in you. And so welcome to the program, comrade.
Welcome, Akile. Uhuru President Yejide, Comrade Zai, thank you so much. It is an honor. I think this was a little hyped up, the intro, but I'm going to try to live up to that introduction. Thank you so much. And just really want to salute ANWO and the fundraiser to bring the African Liberation Center to Northside St. Louis, a part of the Uhuru corridor. Very powerful. I was just in St. Louis for the grand opening for the bakery. There are no words, to describe just how powerful and victorious, the Uhuru movement, has been in this area, and the African Liberation Center for the African National Women's Organization is just going to add to, that strength, that seizing of territory for political and economic development for the African working class. So, as mentioned, I'm going to be doing some poetry. This is unpublished work. It's not even available on my Substack yet. I'll get around to that at some point. But yeah, I just have a few pieces to share with you. And excuse me if you have a little cameo from my beautiful daughter, Katora. She might pop in and out here and there. But this first piece is called Relationship Advice from a Podcast. And yeah, so we'll just get into that. So another god-awful podcast spewing backwards rhetoric on what is man, woman, 50-50 splits, no context of economic shifts, can't offer a shred of science, but demands to be considered legit. A damn grift is what it is. Another hustle on our ethos, our nature, and desire for human relation, though I cannot relate. I don't go searching for definitions of you from other victims of shattered hearts, destabilized homes, based in narratives formed from the tongue of our oppressors, convincing us of what another lacks, when in truth, the colonizer at every turn has intervened in our pursuit of a free life and unburdened love. I cannot let these frothing at the mouth reactionaries explain you to me, not when there's a history, that makes up the contours of your being. So that is relationship advice from a podcast. Highly recommend you don't take that advice. Normally steering you in the wrong direction. Oh, thank you, thank you. This next one, short. These are all relatively short pieces. This one's called "A Romantic Awakens." It's kind of takes out of the it's like the romanticist era of poetry, along those lines. So, thy cursed gift of thought breathes life into my dreams, and for this exchange doth my fears emerge. Mine eyes glisten from a tortured slumber. Labored wind fills my breast, bent with wonder. Oh, why tears emerge? What good of love and earthly game if winter's chill becomes them? Alas, the men take parlor, and the sound of high cheer emerge. Oh, hearty laughter fills the room, adorned by glittery petals of varying species, gone of winter's sting, our spring by near emerge. 'Tis morning now, the sunlight paints the roads o'er hill, the river still. I face this dawn with reservation. Shall I here emerge? Yeah, that's a romantic awaken. All right. Thank you, my little. She's clapping over here. All right. This one's called That Blessed Town, New York. And even though this is consistent with, every, so-called city, state as part of the settler colony, this is true for, all of the whole settler colony of what's known as the U.S. But at a time of being from a small town in the South, one of the things I really wanted to do was run away and go to New York. Thought that was where all my problems would be solved. So this is kind of an ode to that. Everything I had imagined. The first yellow taxi cab to whir past, disoriented, coffee in hand, standing in the square of something so familiar. But I know I've met my perfect match. In the jungle made complete of concrete, it's everything they say or show on the pages of Vogue I so long to know. The fragrance of the aftermath of rain in this town. It's like the bright lights mimic the wonder in my eyes. And still with this sight, I can't comprehend my greatest lover, my treasured friend, the city that I'm in. I've longingly gazed from my place, wondering how this couldn't be everyone's destination. But there it is, right in the middle of another sip. Espresso scalded lips, a daunting reminder, a lesson from history, that this romanticized fantasy desired to obscure, that's no sweet scent, but a foul odor, a cover for the crimes of that blessed town, New York. Sweetie, no. Come over here. No. You dress down. All right. And then this last one is called 20 Somethings. And as your girl who's pushing upon 30 come October, this was kind of written in one of those midlife crises. So yeah, for all my 20 somethings. I ache in yearning for a youth that feels as though in the dead of night, while I slept soundlessly, she packed her belongings, a gentle kiss that I mistook for the midnight wind. Out the door she fled, escaping from the mind that clutched her tightly. A mind wrought sick with worry that time kept passing by, time that I was missing, misplacing. Round cheeks replaced with an aging reflection. When I awoke and searched around our favorite hauntings, she was a ghost, fast and fading, leaving behind memories of a time I will, by nature, never have returned. So that's my little collection. The quarter life crisis. Thank you. Yes. And yes, that's my collection I prepared. And thank you so much, President Yejide, for offering me an opportunity to share this with
all the people. And yeah, it is an honor to be able to showcase this side of the work that we do here in Agitprop. So,
you over talking about your midlife to midlife crisis, child, please.
It's real.
Quarter-life crises are real.
Blah, 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 blah. But thank you so much, Comrade Akile, and thank you so much, Baby Akile, for being here as well. With a beauty, we always love her when she comes on to every single thing. She might have upstaged you, but thank you so much for your poetry and for your time. We know that sometimes it's really difficult to dig into those personal loves and the work that we have to do since it's so rigorous. But when we make time for it, it's like a flower, and really appreciate that you share with us today, Comrade. Thank you.
Uhuru. And I also wanted to say I did make a contribution I've donated $50 for Uhuru. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Comrade. And be like Comrade Akile and donate your $50 today. We started off with 1,000. But you can make a donation of any amount. We just hope that if commerce out there might have a little room on their credit card, or they may have money in their pockets, they trying to it's itching and you trying to get it out for something that you want to contribute to and support. This is the time to do that. But you can start at 1,000, but you can also start at $10 a month. You can also start at $10 donation, $5 donations. Any amount throughout this program is welcomed and appreciated, and it all counts toward the work that we are going to do here. And we are 13 minutes before the end of our hour. I wanted to see if we were able to get any donations in that time so that we can holler off some names during this time.
So I will go ahead and make a contribution. I'm going to go ahead and match Akile's $50. So that'll be $50 coming from myself. And just as a reminder, every hour we're at the very least, we want to, raise $1,875. No amount is too small. No amount is too big. As a reminder, a few ways that you can go ahead and make your contribution. You could do so at anwohuru.org/donate. You can give us a call where you will be greeted by a comrade who will take down your donation information, and you can reach us at 240-303-2862. And memberships count toward our goal too. So again, if you're an African woman and you want to become a member today, you could do so at anwohuru.org/join. And we have annual and monthly memberships. So you can start your membership anywhere from $25 a year up to that $1,000 for a lifetime membership. And again, those much larger sums can be broken down into smaller monthly payments.
Yeah. When we talk about creating liberated territory, it's really no small task. And maybe you think that we can just go to a bank and get a loan and become indebted to the finance capital bosses of the world, but we're like, we following suit. We're like the daughters of Marcus Garvey and Harriet Tubman, who had to go out there and get those funds to create the institutions that we wanted to see for ourselves. And this video that we're playing on the screen right now is just showing you like the internal condition of the building that we have. So some parts are less worse than other parts, and might require us to put a little spackle on the wall, but other parts require us to actually figure out how people want to use the bathroom in this building. How are we going to turn on the lights so that people can have air or heat during winter and air during the summer? We want to be able to utilize space by space as we begin the renovation. So it's not something that we, unless somebody got $60,000 right now, they want to dump in our lab. It's not something that we plan to get done immediately, but you're going to see the work. And even if we don't get the resources, we're still going to move ahead and we're going to figure it out. But we want you to be a part of this journey with us. And that looking at this property, which is a building, and where else do they do that at? Where else does somebody give you a building? to have an institution. We are so lucky to be a part of this movement and to be a part of this trajectory of building liberated territory, because I'm not doing it for me. You know what I mean? I don't live in St. Louis. I'm not doing it for me. I'm not doing it for Comrade Zaid. I'm not doing it for the chairman. I'm not doing it for deputy chair. We're doing it for the people. We're doing this because we value African liberation and we want to see our people free. And we particularly are want to hold up the leadership and empowerment of African women who are especially oppressed, a segment of the African population. But we also know not just about that oppression, but we know about the joy and the creation and culture and family and all the things that spring from African women as a equal component of this. And we know that the revolution will not happen without the full participation of African women. So this Liberation Center is a statement that says that African women deserve to have a center. There's not just African women, because you could probably get a building somewhere for a Greek organization or or some sort of club. This ain't no club. This is about revolution. This is about creating and dreaming up so many different ways that we can, like, help colonialism crumble, in addition to supporting our community that needs our support. We're doing that now without a building, and we imagine like how much more we can do with the building, with the space, that we don't have to go to somewhere else to see if we can get a rental or this or that. Some of the obstacles that can come from being in the community and not having a resource like a building, and also offering this building as a resource to other community members who might want or need a space as well. So this is more than just something that we want to do because we care. It's something that we need to do because we are revolutionaries.
And while we recognize that this is going to be a process, like we said, we've been utilizing the building, while it's, not in current functioning order. We've been doing clothing swaps out the front. We know the weather is going to get ready to change. We have a beautiful deck out back that we could utilize, do our clothing swaps back there, pass out some hot cocoa or some coffee. The weather's getting ready to change, and we would love to have, the downstairs, open to the public at the very least. So what that looks like is we've got to, get the plumbing. We need a working toilet, a working sink. As you guys saw in the other video, we've already started knocking down some of the brick to clear out the space. The floors need to be repolished. So just here in this next upcoming season, really working toward, getting the bottom space open to the community. And like President Yejide said, this is a building for the community, and more specifically the working class. We're not looking to, prop up, your Greek centers or your nonprofit centers and stuff. No, this is for the African working class. Should a mother need a place of refuge, this is what this building is for. Shall you need a workspace, say things are chaotic at home and you got kids running around and you just need to lock in for 3 hours. This space will be that as well. So like we said, we'll be here for the next 7 hours. You've got, not all day, but you've got some time to think about how you want to contribute and how much you want to contribute to this project. And it's really not a project, it's a lifestyle. We consider ourselves, the daughters of, Harriet, and the daughters of Desi Woods, and, all the revolutionary women that came before us, looking to pave a better way for our future generations. So scan the QR code, call it in. We're looking for those dollars to come in. And if we have any updates, please let us know. Oh, Comrade, you're muted. But these are the gifts that you can get.
These are the gifts. And so when you make a donation, a gift between $100 to $499, you can get a Red CPS or an ANWO t-shirt, your choice. We'll make that your choice. And some buttons that you can what do you call it? Some swag, some tackle, put on in your go to the protest with some of these.
Call it our Hulu swag.
You know what I'm saying? We got a Hulu swag out here. So if you make a donation of this amount, you will get 100 to $499. This is the gifts that you will be receiving from us. So appreciate you so much if you are able to do that. And let us see those donations rolling in, because we will announce you online. We will appreciate you in public. And we just thank you so much for your contributions. If you make a gift of $500 to $999, you'll get the t-shirt, you'll get one of the t-shirts, you get the buttons, but you also get a copy of a beautifully copied part of our political reports that from the African National Women's Organization. You'll get a bag that says I support African women leaders or Black women leaders, and show your support out there in the world. You will know that's a testament to your contributing to this project. And then if you make an even bigger donation, if you got that, if you say I could do $1,000 over a year, or I could do it in 4 payments of $250 over a few months, then yeah, let's do that. And you'll get this as your gift, right? You'll get this t-shirt, the buttons, the political report, the bag, but you'll also get the full line of Decolonize products. And when I say full line, those butters, the ones that I got on my table usually is like the 4 ounce and the 6 ounce. We do sell the 16 ounce online, and comrades who know, because they be buying that all the time, you'll get that 16 ounce jar of all the butters. You'll get the full product line, and you'll get a bag. You can put it all in your bag and walk around and be like, I got me some Decolonize today. So this is what you'll get if you donate $1,000 or more to this project. So it's not that you're just doing this. Yeah, it is that you're doing it because you support African women, but we're also so appreciative of you donating that we'll give you a gift back. And this is what this process is about. So we dropped the link in the chat. If you go to anwouhuru.org/donate to make your donation today. If you scan the QR code, that's the page that you're going to go to. So scan that QR code, or you can go ahead and call your donation in at 240-303-2862 to make your donation today. And we'll have our comrade answering the line, be able to walk you through the donations and get that into us. Any of those options would work. So we just appreciate y'all for listening to us in our first hour. And again, we have more hours to come. I'm also going to round this hour out. I am going to donate $1,000 to the ANWO Liberation Center. I got to do that in 4 payments of $250 though, y'all, because I ain't got that in my pockets. So in 4 months, I'll be done with my $1,000 pledge. So I call on others to join me in making that pledge to the African National Women's Organization. You can do what I've done, 4 payments of $250, or you can do $84 for the entire year, or do it all at once. You got space in your credit card, come to the computer, come to your Google Pay or Tap or whatever, and make that donation and contribution to us today.
So that looks like we are rounding out this first hour with $1,100. That means we've got $13,900 left to go. Don't leave us waiting by the phone for too long. Like I said, you've got, another 7 hours to figure out how much you want to donate and how you want to make that contribution. We look so forward to you hearing the rest of our program today. We've got a lot of, great stuff coming ahead. And like President Yejide said, you're really going to be able to see the inner workings of our organization. Although while we do have social media and we try to post and, let people know what we're up to, we're really up to some really good things and great work. And we would love for you to be a part of that work.
Thank you so much for joining us in our first hour. Now, next up is our comrade, Rageous. That's just my word for her. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm sorry. She doesn't like that. They don't like that. So Rage is coming up next in our next hour. Comrade Rage, did you want me to play the video first and then you come in? And then we're going to have Rage interview our comrade Gregory Reed in this segment as well.
So I'm going to go ahead and play that intro video for the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market, and then we're going to transition into our Comrade Rage. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
The One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is a concrete expression of African self-determination right here in North St. Louis. Organized by the African National Women's Organization, the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market stands as a beacon of liberation, building Black community economic development while directly confronting the reality of food apartheid, where systemic neglect, disinvestment, and the parasitic economic conditions of colonial decay have left our streets overlooked. We choose to build. And aligned with the Black Power blueprint, we are reclaiming our land, our resources, and our power. We're creating liberated territory, transforming North St. Louis through economic development and political power by and for the African working class community. At the center of this transformation are African women, the heart and engine of our community's growth. Through this market, ANWO provides a vital platform for African crafters, artisans, and local growers to build independent economic relationships. By circulating our resources within our own community, we build real capacity for the African working class and ensure fresh, healthy food is accessible to all. Our model doesn't mimic mainstream institutions. It draws strength from our own history. Modeled after the original One Africa, One Nation marketplace in Philly, which has thrived as an independent economic institution for over 30 years. Our work proves what is possible when we rely on our own unity and vision. Since 2021, we have been building a sustainable, thriving hub right here on the north side. The One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is a base of organization, a site of resistance, and the blueprint for African self-reliance. Join us as we reclaim our future, nourish our families, and build community commerce together. Vanguard of our own liberation, One Africa, One Nation. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I am Coco Lewis, and I serve as the outreach coordinator for the One Africa, One Nation marketplace. So while my comrade Rage is, coming back on, I want to talk about what the One Africa, One Nation has built. Together, we bring farmers, vendors, organizers, neighbors, families, into relationship with the market and connect what is being built in St. Louis to the broader struggle for African people everywhere. And here's Rage. Rage is back.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Forgive the technical difficulties. Where'd you leave off, Coco?
Introduce yourself, and you can. I just introduced myself and the introduce myself and introduce the market. I'm sorry.
All right, y'all. I'm Rage. I am the vendor coordinator, and I'm located here in St. Louis. And together, we are part of the market team working to combat food scarcity and food apartheid right here in St. Louis. And since this is a Black August telethon, we want to begin with talking about what Black August demands of us. Black August calls on us to study the history of African resistance, honor our freedom fighters and political prisoners, 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 and recommit ourselves to carrying the struggle forward. Market is part of that work. We're talking about more than just remembering names and telling stories. We're talking about taking responsibility for building the tools, organizations, and institutions our people need to fight for liberation. Our people need land. We need food. We need an independent economic base. We need organized ability to provide for ourselves, defend our communities, and determine our own future.
That is what connects Black August to the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. We are building this market because African people on the north side deserve access to fresh food, useful products, services, and economic opportunities right here in our own community. Our people should not have to travel to Clayton, St. Peter's, or anywhere else just to get the things we need. We should not have to depend entirely on Whole Foods, Schnucks, Aldi, or any other corporation to feed our families.
Our market is located at 4007 West Florissant Avenue, right on the north side of St. Louis, in a community where people often say there is nothing. Not enough grocery stores, no fresh food, no businesses, not enough places where our people can gather safely, no work, no opportunities. But those conditions did not just happen naturally. Resources have been extracted from North St. Louis for decades, while investment has been withheld from the African community.
And then the same systems turn around and blames our people for the conditions it created. It tells us our communities are unhealthy because we make bad decisions. But what choice do we have when fresh food is not available in your neighborhood? What choice does a parent have to when healthy groceries are either too far or cost more than the family can afford? What choice does a new business owner have when they cannot afford a storefront or vending opportunities that cost hundreds of dollars?
And it's not only about how far we got to travel, we also have to look at the quality of the food available to our people. Our communities are hit hard by diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, all the diet related illnesses. And then we look at what is available in our neighborhood. Many of our children are being served, what many of our children are being served through the school lunch programs, and how difficult it is for parents to find and afford fresh, healthy food. The system gives us limited options and then blames us for the health consequences. That is food apartheid.
But the market is not only about food, it is also about creating opportunities for farmers, cooks, artisans, makers, and small businesses to earn money and develop their own. Our people have skills. We make things, we grow things, we cook, we create products and provide services, but too often we are forced to use those skills to make somebody else rich while struggling to survive on a 9 to 5. The market gives people an opportunity to work for themselves, grow a customer base, and build businesses that can support their families.
And when those businesses succeed, the benefit remains right here in our community. When we spend our money at a corporation, those profits leave the north side. They don't come back to repair our neighbor's roof. They don't help a family keep the lights on, and they don't fund activities for our children or address the problems our people are facing on the daily. When we keep our money circulating in our own community, we build power to meet our own needs and solve our own problems.
And that is the potential of the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. It can be a destination on the north side, right on West Florissant Avenue, where our people know they can come for produce, prepared food, handmade products, services, culture, education, and community. A place where the people selling the products are often the same people who made them. A place where the money spent can go directly into supporting someone's household, strengthening your business, and help build community around them.
We do not want to keep begging the city to release money it already owes our people.
Okay.
We don't want our future to depend on a random settlement or a temporary grant or whether an outside institution decides our neighborhood is worth investing in. We're fighting to build independent economic base because real freedom means having the ability to feed ourselves, create work for ourselves, sustain our families, and see the benefits of our labor return to our community.
And that's how the market carries the struggle forward. It gives our people a political tool to fight food apartheid, build economic power, and take greater control over the conditions of our lives.
The OAON Farmers Market is part of the Uhuru Movement's three-pronged strategy to fight food apartheid. The first part is the Shambhala Uhuru Freedom Farm, located at 3901 West Florissant Avenue, where we are fighting for African control over land and food production. The second part is the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market, now a project of the African National Women's Organization, where farmers, vendors, community organizations, neighbors, and families connect directly with one another. And the third part is the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe, which creates a permanent food, cultural, and economic institution right here on the West Florissant corridor. Together, these institutions are transforming West Florissant into something we like to call the Uhuru District.
These are not three disconnected projects. The farm grows, the market creates a place to distribute food, support vendors, and circulate resources. The bakery and cafe establish a permanent economic and cultural presence. Together, they began creating a African-controlled food and economic system. That is different from an outside organization entering the community, providing a temporary service, and leaving when the funding runs out. These institutions are part of a long-term struggle to build African community power.
And we don't have to look outside St. Louis to understand why independent African institutions matter. This city has a long history of destroying the communities our people built and calling that destruction progress. Mill Creek Valley was once a major African community with homes, businesses, schools, churches, stores, entertainment, and a powerful cultural life. Then city leaders labeled the community a slum. Beginning in 1959, they demolished the neighborhood, displaced thousands of people, destroyed businesses, and cleared the land for highways and industry and commercial development. They call that urban renewal. We call that Negro removal.
And we saw a similar pattern in Kinloch, Missouri, Missouri's first incorporated Black city. African people built homes, schools, churches, businesses, and community there. The land was bought up for airport expansion. Homes disappeared. The population collapsed. Another African community was stripped of the land and institutions generations of our people had built.
That history matters because the same process continues today. First, resources are withheld from the neighborhood. Then the conditions created by that neglect are used as proof that the community has failed. Our land is declared blighted, and then the Black families are pushed out. The development moves in to serve corporate interests, government projects, and wealthier newcomers.
So when we build the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market, we are rebuilding African economic and community life in a city that has repeatedly destroyed it. Feeding ourselves, creating our own economic base, and building as institutions rooted in the community are acts of resistance.
Every institution we build strengthens our power on this land, resists displacement, and determines the future of our community. Mill Creek Valley and Kinloch show us that economic development without organized political power to defend it will remain vulnerable. The Uhuru District is about building that power and fighting to keep it in Black hands.
And that work became even more urgent after a catastrophic May 16, 2025 tornado. African families lost homes, roofs, belongings, and stability. Instead of immediately releasing the resources needed to help people, the city's response was to allow more African residents to be displaced from the north side. So the tornado intensified a process that was already happening. African people out, pushing African people out while preparing our land for development that does not serve us and is not for us.
So the market is not only fighting food apartheid, it's part of defending our right to remain in our community. Every market day declares that the north side ain't empty. It's not disposable. It's not vacant land waiting for a developer. African people live here. Families live here. We have history here. And we have the right to determine what is built here, who benefits from it, and what kind of future our children are going to inherit.
The market also creates a different experience for our children. They can be farmers, plant seeds, participate in workshops, make art, play, and see African people organizing a space under our own leadership. They get to see the North Side is not only a place where crisis happens, it is a place where our people produce, teach, trade, organize, care for one another, and build.
And it matters that this is a project of the African National Women's Organization. African women are not being asked to simply volunteer, serve food, clean up after decisions have already been made. African women are providing the leadership in the creation of institutions that feed our people, develop our community, and strengthen the struggle for liberation.
Black August teaches us that resistance must become organization, and organization must become institutions. And those institutions must give our people the capacity to survive, to fight, and to win.
We carry the struggle forward when we organize the land, when we support African farmers, when we develop Black businesses, when we create spaces for our kids, when we build systems capable of feeding, sustaining, and defending our people. These are not symbolic gestures. These are tools for our liberation.
The One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is not the finished vision. It is the forefront of the struggle. But every farmer we bring in, every vendor we help develop, every family we connect to fresh food, and every dollar we circulate among our people increases our capacity to provide for ourselves.
During Black August, we study the sacrifices that made our struggle possible, but we also have a responsibility to ask, what are we building with those sacrifices?
The One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is part of our answer.
We're building power to feed ourselves.
The power to create economic opportunities for our people.
The power to defend the North Side. And the power, to
determine our own future.
All right, y'all. Go ahead, Coco.
So one of the most important things the market does is to create real economic opportunities for farmers, artisans, cooks, bakers, and small businesses. Many people in our community already have something valuable to offer. They grow food, they can cook, they make clothing, jewelry, skincare products, art, books, and other homemade goods. We have skills, ideas, and the desire to work for ourselves, but they may not have the access to a storefront or large customer base or hundreds of dollars to spend on vending fees.
The OAON Farmers Market creates an affordable place for people to begin or grow a business. The farmers and community organizations participate for free. and other vending fees range from $25 to $40. We keep the fees accessible because we're not trying to make money off our vendors. We're trying to remove barriers and create opportunities for people in our community to earn income and build a customer base and developing something that they can call their own.
And we do not just rent vendors a space, let's be clear, and leave them to figure everything out all by themselves. Through vendor orientation, we help people prepare for the market, understand the purpose of the market, and build relationships with other participating. We want vendors to see themselves as part of the larger economic network, not just an individual business competing against one another.
The market gives vendors a place to introduce their products, meet new customers, test new ideas, and build relationships that can continue beyond one market day. For someone who wants to work for themselves, every new customer and every successful market can be a step towards greater independence.
And when a vendor's business becomes stronger, that strength can benefit more than one person. It can support a household. It can create work for somebody else. It can allow the vendor to purchase supplies or services from another business in the community. That is how individual businesses become a larger economic base for our people.
All right, y'all. Now we want you to hear directly from one of the vendors helping bring this institution to life. We're going to be joined today by Mr. Gregory Reed of Amber Books to talk about his work, his experience with the market, and why Black-owned businesses and cultural institutions are essential to carrying this struggle forward. Go ahead, Coco.
Oh, sorry. So Uhuru Gregory, thank you for joining us.
Baragani sister, how you doing?
We're doing good. Glad to see you.
Well, wonderful. I appreciate you inviting me to participate.
Awesome. You know, you're one of my favorite vendors. I get like 4 books at a time from you.
and we appreciate it.
So what first brought you into a relationship with the market, and what made you decide to participate?
Gosh, you know, I've been involved, it seems like forever now. However, Amber has always gone out. We always had the philosophy that we had to bring our literature to the people. We just couldn't set up a freestanding store and expect that people would necessarily come in and support you. Sometimes we have to put your product in the places where our folks are going. And so when we read about the farmers market, especially when it was first over in O'Fallon Park, we certainly participated. And it was a wonderful experience. It always is, not only in terms of sales, but in terms of meeting different brothers and sisters. And over time, what had happened is that after participating for a few years, it was like having an opportunity to not just meet people, but have meaningful discussions. And one of the discussions we had was with a fellow that you might know over there at Uhuru by the name of O'Malley Eshatelli. And he would come by and he would always support the vendors. He would come by it and we'd have wonderful discussions. And it was like, wow, he is saying things that I have felt for years, but didn't quite have the words to put it into action. And the farmers market was also a part of that whole philosophy, not just thought, but practice. And it was wonderful to be able to set up and discuss, share literature with our community.
I can't agree more about Chairman Amali Geshatella. And so what stood out to you about the market, what the market is working to build on the North Side?
You know, we talk about history all the time, as if history is merely something in the distant past. And we talk about how great we had it at one time in terms of Africa, the great nations that were constructed. We talk about uh, Black Wall Street and the business communities that the African American community had put together. And it struck me that we're not just talking about the past, we are in fact doing that with the farmers market.
Mhm.
We're building another community. And just as none of those institutions sprung up full blown automatically, it's a process. And it's been a pleasure to be a part of that process with the farmers market.
I unite with that. So, as a independent book retailer, what barriers do you face when trying to reach customers and sustain your work?
Wow. Well, any retailer in um, any part of the world faces the same thing. You need to have a purchasing base. You need to have a product that people value, and then you had to have a product that people are actually purchasing. And that's why we had chosen to move away from just a mere storefront. And we recognize that in America, discussing our culture is not something that most people feel comfortable with.
Mhm.
Um, they feel comfortable with it in an intellectual sense, but in a practical sense, they don't feel comfortable with it. So you have to provide ways for folks to buy our product, and that's what's valuable about the market is that it puts our various products in the face of our community.
Excellent. So, how does having an affordable community control market, and this is for all for all the potential vendors out there, how does having an affordable community control market help address some of those barriers?
Okay. Well, you had mentioned something a little earlier about keeping the vendor fees affordable.
Hmm.
And I don't think people really understand how significant that is. We can choose to uh, come to the farmer's market, or we might say, well, hey, we're going to go down on the Soulard where there's more and more and more people coming by. And in fact, that's true. There are more and more people coming by. However, the vendor fees are so high compared to what we have at the market that we really don't make any money. Everybody makes money except us. The book distributors that give me my books, they make money. The If they're charging $400 for a booth, they're making money. The tax folks are making money, and when it's all said and done, the vendor is barely scratching by. So when you have something that is reasonable and affordable in the vendor fee, that becomes the first barrier. Our fixed expenses become critical. We need to keep those as low as we possibly can and still make it a win-win situation. And we appreciate that about the market.
Uhuru, thank you. So, I could really unite with that. When at the last market we had, one of the vendors said that the One Africa, One Nation farmers market needs to be the African solar market. So, like, all of us come, all the vendor or everybody, because we make so many things, we have so many skills. So, is there a particular moment or interaction that has stayed with you that you had with the market?
Um,
Besides me buying 6 books at a time.
uh, there's always a variety of experiences that we go through. Um, I'm always excited when I tell someone at another event that the market is coming up, and then they show up at the market. And particularly when one of the more recent ones was I was at UMSL, and some of the students there wanted to know how they didn't have the money now, how could they get the books, and I told them about the market. Well, they actually showed up at the market
Awesome.
and brought their mother, who purchased a huge amount of books for her school at Cardinal Ritter. So not only did we benefit from the sales at the market, but we also extended our relationships with one another. So another institution, Cardinal Ritter, now knows about the Uhuru market, and hopefully we can keep those kinds of relationships going, and that will lead us to the point where we have a Black Sulak Uhuru.
Absolutely. So Black August calls on us to not only remember those who struggled before, but to carry the struggle forward. How do you see your work and your participation in the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market as part of building the future of our freedom fighters, for what our freedom fighters struggle for?
Now we're going to get a little philosophical because I have, um, because one of the things that all of us in independent vendors, we being singular, the future really depends upon our health, our availability, and our growth comes from that. So I can't help but think that we need to ensure that young folks are in a position to take over for us. And I think about that regularly now because as the wrinkles pile up on my face, I start saying, well, hey, um, who is going to continue providing African American literature to our community? And that's something that hopefully all of us will keep in mind and allow young folks to, in fact, work with them and train them not only as being a necessary labor, but also that you can take this or your own idea that you learn from this and expand it and get your brothers and sisters and your family and friends to work upon it as well.
Uhuru, our unites. And I just want to say, like, your work is so important because, especially right now in this time, physical books and literacy is being attacked and demeaned by the greater society, the colonial society. So what do our people need to do now to strengthen and defend institutions like this so that they can continue serving future generations?
Well, I think you said it is that we, or as a chairman says, that you can't just be philosophical. You have to take action. You have to have an intentional purpose. And that's what the farmers market allows us to do, is to put into practice those very things we talk about. So our participating in the market builds towards a larger market. They're going to be, as in any business experience, you're going to have ebbs and flows. You're going to have times where the place is flooded with people because of their particular needs. There are going to be times when there's not as much activity, but you have to weather through all that and lay the foundation. Because if we put together a strong foundation, even if Amber is not the one participating in the future, we do want to have some institution that is providing literature to our folks. And we should always keep it open as an opportunity for folks to have an opportunity to do that.
And Rage is back. Uhuru, comment, Rage.
Uhuru. Well, I just want to thank you, Mr. Greg, for bringing Emperor Books and into this institution and helping us carry the struggle forward and building the market. We support Emperor Books, and we're not only buying a book to support one business, we're supporting the circulation of knowledge, culture, and resources within our community.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I hope to see you at the October market because I got a list of books I need to buy.
Well, I certainly plan to be there. Thank you.
Yes. So when we support, vendors like Greg, we are not only supporting one, as he mentioned, we're not supporting one vendor. We're creating a community. We are strengthening the network of our people to feed ourselves, support our families, and build an independent economic base.
And every time we strengthen a Black-owned business, support political education, and keep resources circulating amongst our people, we strengthen the economic and political base our community needs. That network becomes stronger, and when more people decide to participate in it and invest, protect it, and invest in our future, we can continue to grow. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much.
Uhuru.
All right. Now we want to bring everyone watching into the conversation. I've been seeing the chats all through all through the programming.
And go ahead and tell us where you're watching from. What does your community need? What are you prepared to contribute to Black August to carry the struggle on?
Uhuru. We have talks about what is being built in St. Louis, but the struggle to create African-controlled institutions belongs to our people everywhere. So we want to hear from those of you who are watching. First, put your city or neighborhood in the comments and tell us where you're joining from. Uhuru, the super chat. Thank you to our producer who thank you process for that super chat in solidarity with most revolution system on the planet. Keep building. Uhuru, thank you so much for that. Now, everyone, now I know people are watching because I can see you. And I just want some of the shout outs that we received throughout the program. Uhuru to Jamal, Conrad Jamal. We salute, who says, Uhuru comrades, we salute ANWO, African Women Must Lead. Also, we got a shout out here from Occupy Tanzania, aka South Africa, from the Movement Entertainment. He also stated, Black Women Must Lead. And Zakele is one of our comrades as well. He says, Uhuru comrades, we are building here, build to win. And I see some snaps. Amun Ra with Mat Hotep and Journey Made by Jai. Oh, I know her. That's Conrad Janaba, huh? Uhuru from Lakeland, Florida. I love the culture from Director Akile Uhuru. And Amun Ra also says, Akile, we love you. And let's see. So
who controls the land where you're at? Who controls the food? Where's the money
exactly
go?
Listen,
what's going on where you are?
And and I just want to mention that what we're building with that One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market in St. Louis, which is inspired by the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market in Philly, is to spread this, this. So I want to have One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market Cleveland soon, because where Black people are in this system, you're going to experience food apartheid. My family is from a neighborhood that was our own self-sovereign city. And then, the crack epidemic and the community just haven't recovered. So, and there's no grocery stores. There's no walking to the grocery store for most of the places where we are concentrated for the most part, because we are living food apartheid. You can get to a McDonald's quicker than you can get to a grocery store. And when you get to the grocery store, those vegetables, as my brother just was talking about, the grapes, they already got moss on them when you buy them,
Yeah. I mean, the conditions are the same everywhere we go, right? Like, this isn't the only city I've lived in, and this isn't the only time I've been in a neighborhood where there ain't no grocery stores. Black people
Absolutely.
experiencing the same thing everywhere we are. So guarantee where you at, you need a farm, you need a store, you need a bakery, you need the Uhuru movement wherever you are.
I'm lost in her. So, if you're, I can see people watching. So, the people that are watching, can you put in the chat, what does your community need? I want to get personal. My community, I can say, needs education. Okay. Like for our children, like the schools, struggle, and we're going to talk, about education later in the program, but, fresh food is like the only store that's in a walking distance of my home is a Dollar General.
Right.
They don't sell fresh produce.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, their milk, and my apologies, they're no longer open. They were closed by the city. So I don't have
what we're talking about is important because our communities don't lack ideas. We know exactly what we need. The question isn't whether the question is whether or not we're organized enough to build it, sustain it, and defend it. And that's the challenge. We're being asked to move from ideas to actually doing, take responsibility and carrying the work forward.
So I want to ask something more personal to our viewers. What can you contribute to building community power? It may be your labor, your skills, your money, your land, your vehicle, your connections, your ability to cook, to farm, to teach, to organize children, to make flyers, to do outreach, or bring people together. Put one thing in the comments that you can do.
Spaces to heal for transformative justice and conflict processing.
Yes.
Yo,
wait to hour 4.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because we do need those places. Like, it's, your psychological and social safety is a core and fundamental need that you have. And many of us don't have that. So we're missing an integral part that even, the colonizers' psychology say we need. And that's how you know it's strategic for us not to have those, or this propaganda to make those seem un-African when they are absolutely African. And we have, for centuries, we have been attending to our spiritual, our mental and emotional needs until the colonizer came and, forced their views on us.
Yeah, this is how institutions are built. Not because one person can do everything by themselves, but because people bring what they have into the mix and we all organize together. Somebody may have the land. Somebody over here knows how to grow the food. Somebody's trained in transformative justice and knows how to deal with conflict. Somebody owns a business or has a truck, can transport things. Maybe somebody don't know how to do a whole lot, but they the ones with the money. We need all of that. Our power comes from bringing all those resources together under one shared political direction and moving forward.
Absolutely. And outreach is part of that responsibility. Think of it with one farmer, one vendor, an organization, or a community member who should know about the One African, One Nation Farmers Market. Tag them in the comments or send them this live stream directly. I know I've been doing that all morning. And do not assume somebody else will make the connection. You may be the person who brings the next farmer, next vendor, next volunteer, or next supporter into this institution.
And if you in St. Louis, we want to hear from you. What could make the market a place your family returns to consistently? What resources, products, workshops, activities do you want to see?
Uhuru. And I can't see if there's any comments coming in. Okay. And Trey says fun that is not capitalist and exploitative. Man, that's the truth. The last farmers market, I felt like we had a ball. Like we were jump roping. One of the vendors taught the kids how to hula hoop. So by the end of the market, I mean, them kids was pros, and I was just looking like, because I ain't never been able to hula hoop or double dutch or jump rope for real, besides like, working out jump roping. So, we had a ball, and that's how we create community. So the market,
go ahead, Coco.
No, go ahead.
Tell us about a time that you attended the market. Maybe you met a vendor, maybe you brought produce, maybe you brought your children, or saw somebody you hadn't seen in a long time. Let people watching know what the market felt like for you. Let us know in the comments. Our market, it belongs to everybody, but ownership requires participation. It cannot become a strong institution if people only admire the idea from a distance. We need y'all to come out. We need y'all to shop. We need more farmers and vendors to participate. We need volunteers. We need people to spread the word about this market and people willing to invest their resources into keeping it alive.
All right, so Black August teaches us to study, train, sacrifice, and fight. Part of the fight is deciding that institutions our people need are worth our time, our labor, and our resources. So before we move on into our donation call, answer one final question for me. What are you prepared to do to help carry this struggle forward? Put your commitment in the comments.
We'll read some of them commitments aloud, and then when we're going to give everyone watching an immediate opportunity to put that commitment into action by helping us strengthen the One Africa, One Nation market.
All right, so we have named what our community needs. We have named what each of us can contribute. Now it's time to organize those resources behind the institutions that are already being built.
Our goal during this hour is to raise $2,000. We, 10 people can give $100. 50 people could give $20. Let's talk about what your contribution will look like to help us build. We talked about everything we need in our communities. Now we're asking for you to put some action behind that. Put some resources behind the institutions already carrying this struggle forward. Go ahead, Coco.
Black August is I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So yeah, Black August is a time of study, discipline, sacrifice, and recommit to the struggles. Today we're asking what are you prepared to invest in? I'm sorry, I already read that. I'm so sorry. So as we mentioned, 10 people give $100. Who would be number one? We need 10 people during this call to give $10. And we got more than 10 people watching. If you know somebody who can, give $100 or more or donate, send them this live stream directly to them and tell them their support matters. Again, we're looking for 10 people willing to help establish the economic foundation for this work.
And your contribution helps us do practical work, recruiting the farmers and vendors, reaching families out in the community, transporting equipment, providing the activities, and resources for children, creating an organized and welcoming market space. We in a new space. Maybe we put up a mural over by where we are at now. We could put up a flagpole, so we have a flag over there. There's lots of things that we can do with the space now that we're in it. And this is what it takes. This is what it takes to build a space in our community that people can come to, so we don't have to depend on Aldi and Schnucks.
Correct. Now, the preferred way to complete your one-time or recurring donations, because you can, pledge donations and pay monthly, is by going to our website by either scanning the QR code on the screen or typing in anwouhuru.org/donate. So that's ANWOUHURU.org. And you can also, as we mentioned earlier, you can also call in your donation at 240-303-2862. Now, our overall goal is $15,000, but we want to raise $2,000 in this hour. So can we get 20 people? Can we get 50 people to give $20?
Yeah, maybe you can't do 100, but you can. I'm sure you got $20 in there. You can put on. All this helps you. It helps your people, your community, right here. All this is going to benefit you and the future that we are all envisioning here, where we can step out on the block, walk down the street, and go get a cup of coffee and buy a few things from the market without having to go spend all our money at Walmart, without having to go 2, 3, 4, 5 miles away to get the things that we need. Right down the block, we got the Uhuru district with the One Africa, One Nation market and the bakery. Put your money where your mouth is. Let's go.
Right. As you mentioned, this is a place where families can find food, resources, culture, political education, and community. I think we can never, articulate us or explain how well or how much, that community aspect is happens with the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. When we have our vendor orientations, we cook a little food, give it, and it becomes a communal experience.
Exactly.
So to keep this work going, we need, resources. All of us that you see on the screen, we're all volunteers. We volunteer our time and for ANWO and the markets, so that all the donations that are brought in and all the memberships, because memberships do contribute to our financial goal. All of that goes directly to the ANWO Liberation Center and our programs. So if you can't give $20, give what you can. $5 matters. Like, we can get a pack of nails for $5.
$10.
$10.
$10. That helps a vendor. That helps a farmer vend for free. We don't make our farmers pay to vend at our market because they're sharing much needed food and resources with our community. If you have a community organization that you want to offer things to the community, you can vend at our market for free. These contributions that are being made right now go towards that process right there. Share this broadcast. Maybe you don't have $5, $10 today. You could share this live. Somebody who does have $5 today.
Uhuru, want to shout out Trey Legal for donating $10.
Thank you, Trey. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Get us on a road to this. Every contribution becomes a part of our independent economic base. But it does not stop there. We share Share the broadcast and bring another person into this effort.
Our freedom fighters sacrificed because they believe African people could live free. And this is how we honor them, by building the capacity to feed, employ, organize, and defend our own people. Your contribution helps carry that legacy forward.
Food apartheid depends on our communities having no control over the land, the food production, or distribution. The farm, market, bakery, and cafe are all part of building an alternative under African leadership, dual and contending powers. Support that strategy with your donation today.
You know, the North Side has experienced generations of disinvestment and displacement in the destruction of Black community life. And the answer is not to surrender the North Side. We can't let the city come in here and gentrify West Florissant and allow them to move all kind of new people up in here and move us out. The answer is never surrender. The answer is to organize and fight for the development that serves the people who live right here.
And with me being in St. Louis last week, you can see it. You see the surveyors. They surveying the property, see how they can take it, you know? So our children also need more than a crisis, abandonment, and businesses leaving their community. They need to see African people farming, producing, selling, organizing, teaching, and building together. So scan that QR code on the screen because we are creating that experience for them.
Yes, this market, it brings a customer base to our vendors. It brings positive activities to the youth in this community. It's an opportunity for folks to gain some community education. We had a workshop with Farmer Julia talking about how to start seeds, as simple as keeping the seed from your pepper that you bought at the store and putting it in some wet dirt. You know, we have real practical knowledge to share with the community, and the market is a place that everybody can come to and benefit from that.
Absolutely. And our vendors need customers, visibility, relationships, and affordable opportunities to grow. The market helps connect individual businesses to a larger economic network, and your contributions helps us bring more people into that network.
So let's check our progress. Like, where we at? Where we at right now?
Yeah, can we get a total? If you had already donated, put "I've invested" in the comments, and then tag one person and challenge them to join as well.
Right, because this is an investment. This is we ain't just donating. We are investing in the future of the African nation. That is what we are building with this market, with the Liberation Center. All of the programs and institutions that the African National Women's Organization is building has the purpose of forwarding the revolution so that Black people can be free. That is what you are participating in. That's where your money is going towards. That's an investment. Invest in your freedom today. Come on, let's go. Go.
Look, because you...
I've been ad-libbing.
Wait, you ad-libbing because, yeah. So, I mean, and I want to point out that this is not charity. We're not asking you to give us money. And so, you know, we're not begging you, please give us some money. Can I have some more porridge, please? We're not asking that. You know, we are encouraging you to join us and participate at whatever level you can. And if you are, you know, seeing us and you want to be, you know, our comradeship is crazy because we've been working with each other for years. Or some of us been working with each other for years, and some of us are newer comrades, but you'll never be able to tell because we truly are in this work together.
Yes.
So, you know,
We got like 1 minute left.
Right, we got 1 minute left.
So I want to say uhuru to everybody who donated, who shared the live stream. Thank you for enduring the technical difficulties. That's part of the struggle too, apparently. The struggle moves forward though, because you decided to bring your resources to this program and into organized work. Black August is not only about remembering what our freedom fighters endured, it's about accepting the responsibility for the freedom that they fought to make possible.
Uhuru, I want to shout out one of my favorite comrades, Jesse Todd, donated $84. So our total
People's Ornament,
the People's Ornament, okay. So our total right now is $1,278.
Okay.
So I keep, I know somebody's like heart is like ready and their pockets is itching. So go ahead and contribute. We carry the struggle forward by building institutions our people can use, control, and defend.
And we invite every person watching to become a part of building them.
One Africa,
one nation.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
So we're going to throw it over for the next hour to our comrades, Nicole and Denise.
Uhuru family.
Uhuru.
Thank you, comrades. That was exciting. Here we are, hour 3, powering through. I'm so glad to see you guys all here with us today. Thank you for tuning in to ANWO's Black August Web-a-thon, a fundraiser for our ANWO Liberation Center. Whether you're joining us live on YouTube, Instagram, or Facebook, welcome. Stay with us, share the stream, and invite someone else to join us. I'm Nicole Chung. I am the IEC Secretary. And this is my comrade, Denise. Go ahead.
Yes, Uhuru family. I am Denise Young, and I am here with you from ANWO in the DMV chapter. Uhuru, glad to be here.
We're going to connect to our political education collective. Well, before we do that, I want to talk about our raising our resources. Our overall goal today is $15,000. You heard it. We were now at a little bit over 2,000. And we are speaking into existence right now. We're going to reach it, and we cannot do it without you. So what is the Liberation Center? For those of you that are joining us, we want to make sure you understand exactly what you're contributing to. The ANWO Liberation Center is located at 4617 Natural Bridge Avenue in St. Louis, Missouri. The property was given to ANWO by our African People's Education and Defense Fund.
And we've already demonstrated what collective support can accomplish. And so in the years 2024, 2026, just over the last 2 years, donations from people just like you have helped us replace the roof. And we know that's important because sometimes where we're fundraising, we're asking you to believe something can happen. And so this is actual proof that things are happening. And so your donations have already produced almost $15,000. And we need you to know that you made that happen. And we're continuing to look to you and our community for support.
Now we have to continue building. Our next major needs include new plumbing and support for the work brigades that are helping us transform our property. We're not starting with an idea. We're building something that already exists.
So if you're ready to give, you don't have to wait until the end of our segment. You can do that right now. So get your credit card out now. You'll see the QR code on your screen, and you can scan it with your phone, or you can go directly to anwouhuru.org/donate. That's ANWOUHURU.org/donate. I'm going to repeat that again. That's anwouhuru.org/donate, ANWOUHURU.org/donate. You can make a one-time contribution, or you can set up a recurring donation.
And African women, we are especially speaking to you. Our annual membership, you can do our membership as well. So I'm especially speaking to African women. Your annual membership counts towards our fundraising goal. If you've been following ANWO and you've been learning from this work, if you've been asking yourself, how can I become more involved? You can become a member today. Go to anwouhuru.org/join.
And we want things to be as easy as possible for people, and we want to meet people where they are. So membership options range from $25 annually through $1,000 lifetime membership. This isn't only about making a donation. It is an opportunity to become part of the organization and the work we're discussing today.
So before we ask people to invest in this work, we also want people to understand why this work exists. We're going to hear from President Yejide.
And as you listen to our comrade, President Yejide, I want you to think about the connection between political understanding, African women's leadership, organization, and our responsibility to build institutions capable of serving our people. We know there are many institutions out there, but the key, again, is building institutions capable and willing to serve our people. So let's watch.
Never entered history quietly. From the villages and farms of Africa to plantations, factories, kitchens, classrooms, and movement spaces across the world, African women have carried the weight of colonialism while still organizing the conditions for our people to survive. Today we stand here not simply to report activity. We stand here as an organized African women under the leadership of the party, reporting on the work, contradictions, and advances of the African National Women's Organization. Because the question before us is not whether African women are important to the revolution.
All right now, y'all. We are so happy to be here at this moment, and I'm excited I'm trying to make sure that this doesn't jiggle too hard, to be here with you comrades and really provide this political report. ANWO has been working really hard over the last year to develop ourselves as cadre forces in the African Revolution and to really build the capacity of our membership. So I'm really excited to provide this political report. Everyone should have gotten this. If you haven't gotten one, you can see our registration desk. And this is what I'm going to be reading from. So I'll get started. Again, I want to salute our leadership, Chairman Omalia Shatella, without whom this political report could not get written, because African internationalism has paved the way for African people to be free. And Chairman has been fighting for African self-determination and liberation for so long. And I'm just really grateful that I've stumbled across African internationalism and the chairman's leadership. And I just wanted to say that, Chairman. No compromise. No surrender. No compromise. No surrender. No compromise. Uhuru. And Deputy Chair Owners of Nation Teller, I also want to just give a big shout out to you. There's a lot of things that you will find out throughout this convention that Deputy Chair's office and her leadership has afforded the African National Women's Organization, but just her as an example of a strong African woman who is like kicking ass of the ruling class in every single possible way. And I just also just want to salute you, comrade. Uhuru. All right. So the African National Women's Organization was born as a strategy of the African Revolution, founded in 2015 by the African People's Socialist Party. Our mission then, as it is now, is to bring African women into revolutionary political life by providing clarity around and confronting the issues we face as a result of the colonial mode of production. The determination that colonialism is a mode of production was a theoretical breakthrough made by Chairman Omali Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party. This conclusion posits that colonialism is not solely a relic of the past, but rather persists in a transformed state as the tactics of the colonizer adapt in response to resistance from the colonized. It is important for us to clearly define the type of convention we are having this year. Our title, African Women Taking a Stand Against Imperialism, Colonialism, and Neocolonialism, announces that this isn't just a conference of Black women like our past conventions allude to, but African revolutionary women. In 2023, we identified areas of opportunity to be more politically active. The more we put ourselves out there, the more we became aware of how necessary we are to the women's movement and the liberation struggle. Without the anti-colonial analysis that we provide through African internationalism, there's a significant level of ambiguity regarding the path forward for African women. What we have discovered is that although African women engage in various struggles across the world, their representation did not encompass the totality of Africa. Even though they define the struggles of African people, be it Africa, Haiti, Sudan, etc., this comes from not understanding the national question. These women typically identify us as African descendants, African peoples, people of color, or other idioms that, whether they knew it or not, confirmed a colonial identity and that we were something other than African. If we are descended from Africans, then what are we now? When did we become something else? In the process of breaking up Africa and stealing all of its resources, claiming people and territories for themselves, the colonizer told us what we were going to be. African-American, Cameroonian, South African, Canadian, Brazilian, and other identities created for the benefit of the colonizer and not for us. ANWO inserts Africa in any space we enter through our assertion that colonialism is our primary contradiction as African women. The only way we can assert colonialism is by recognizing our national identity as African, and that the colonial contradiction rests in the attack on Africa. Africans have lost something because of the contradiction. When someone asserts that we are fighting for Black liberation, there's often no clarification regarding what we are liberating or from whom. Africa as a nation of people dispersed due to the colonial mode of production is more than just words, but a political reality that the African People's Socialist Party has pinpointed since its beginnings. When we recognize what was stolen from us, our name, our homeland, our labor, as a people, we want to get it back. The process of taking it back will result in a righting of the world. In the book Vanguard, The Advanced Attachment of the African Revolution, Chairman Omali focuses on the question of the nation, where he says, our entry into this discussion of the nation is mandated by the seriousness of the times. It is mandated by the requirement of Africans and the oppressed to provide summation of reality that reflects our interests and our aspirations. Our summation is based on a science and objective analysis grounded in material reality that predicts the defeat of imperialism and the emancipation of the toiling masses of Africa and the world. Our discussion of the nation is informed by our inevitable elevation as workers to the role of the ruling class in the transition to a world shorn of classes, borders, nations, and states. To win our liberation, we must know who we are and who our enemies are. End quote. Without the recognition of the nation, we confine ourselves to the backward realities created within the artificial colonial borders, such as overcoming racism, self-hate, violence, and poverty. When we fight for the nation, for Africa, we reject the narratives given to us and begin to build new realities that strengthen our capacity to one day govern ourselves in a free, united Africa led by the African working class. We are African revolutionaries who, through organization, aim to bring on the African worker state. In the 2010 political report to the 5th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela deepens the national question when he explains the differences experienced by African women as part of the colonized, oppressed African nation. He says, we recognize that there is really no such thing as women in general, that there is a huge distinction between the women of the slave-owning oppressor nation and the women of the enslaved oppressed nation. All available social and economic data reveal that while there are contradictions between the men and women of the colonizer nation, they are contradictions that play themselves out on the pedestal of the oppression of the colonized or oppressed nation. The truth is that the oppressor nation can and does resolve fundamental contradictions between oppressor nation men and women at the expense of the whole people of the oppressed nation. North American women do win the right to occupy prominent places in oppressor nation military forces that are currently murdering men, women, and children all over the world, especially in the Middle East and in police operations of the barrios and African domestic colonies of the US. Additionally, as women of the oppressed African nation, from which value is extracted at the expense of the ability of the oppressed nation to produce and reproduce real life, African women and girls in most places find themselves reduced to beasts of burden, fighting for the survival of themselves and their children and families. It's colonialism, not racism or patriarchy, that is the primary issue confronting African women. Since the attack on Africa that turned African people into commodities to be bought and sold, scattered us around the world, transformed our land into plantations for the oppressor nations, using African women's bodies as factories to produce and reproduce human life, African women have been in the tailspin of nonstop violence and oppression. Confronting colonialism as the barrier for African women redirects our struggle away from attaining gender equality to a struggle for power. To the extent that we gain power within the African worker state, the question of an equitable society will become a reality. In Africa, we experience colonial domination through the use of neo-colonialist puppets or white power and blackface. These include presidents, prime ministers, and local parliamentarians who've learned from the colonizers how to hoard resources and maintain the status quo. In the Americas, we experience domestic settler colonialism, where Europeans stole indigenous land, settled it, kidnapped Africans to work it, and killed indigenous people. Within the domestic colonies of the Americas, as in Europe, Africans experience a feeling of being the other, an unwanted presence, and therefore encounter heavy policing, violence, inequitable housing, and underemployment. African people do not experience prosperity and safety anywhere in the world. African women, as part of the African nation, experience a special oppression due to our gender and our African nationality. As a result of this oppression, we have been told that we should fight for equality with men, even though this does not overturn the special oppression of women. If this is the fight, at what point do we know when we've won? The same question is asked about the fight against racism. When do we know we've won? Will all the white people wear safety pins to identify themselves, like they started to do in 2016 after Donald Trump won the US presidential election? The party determined long ago that fighting racism is a self-defeating waste of time. It embroils us in a struggle to gain acceptance from our oppressors, all while the pedestal of oppression remains intact. When we fight against colonialism, on the other hand, nothing is obscured. We are able to directly identify who has power over us and develop a strategy to overturn that parasitic relationship. To the extent that we have power and ownership over the means of production, it won't matter whether we are liked. African internationalism draws us closer to the final conclusion by helping us understand that its main points are: one, that capitalism was born parasitic. Capitalism could not exist without the enslavement, genocides, and colonization of African and oppressed peoples. In the process of creating a better life for the colonizers, African people were driven into a depressive, exploitative relationship, producing not for ourselves, but the European colonizers. And two, slavery and colonialism gave rise to the capitalism and to the capitalist ruling class in Europe, along with the white working class. If it wasn't for European conquistadors, merchants, men, and women, trappers, destroying indigenous societies all over the world, capitalism could not exist, and by default, neither would imperialism. We are clear that the destruction of the colonial mode of production will be the catalyst to destroying parasitic relationships that most of us experience. Women. Using African internationalism, we are able to provide a clear path to freedom for African women. As ANWO advances its work, we intend to further dismantle the hegemony that feminists have obscured concerning the issues of class and violence. These are the pitfalls we see our sisters drop into time and again. The question of class contradiction is a gray area amongst the African masses. There's a collective celebration when a woman accomplishes a high achievement within the white ruling class structures. For example, the selection of Kamala Harris as Vice President of the United States and the appointment of Judge Julia Sebutinde to the International Court of Justice meant a lot to African women, creating a shared pride for their accomplishments. African women donned pearl necklaces and Converse's Chuck Taylor sneakers on Inauguration Day to celebrate the first woman of color to become Vice President of the US. Sebutundi's acceptance to the ICJ garnered cheers and accolades from women on the internet and in her home country of Uganda. However, in both instances, when African working class people needed these women to stand against oppression, they did not. These women are instead rewarded by the white ruling class for their unity. Only a week after voting against South Africa's application against Israel for violating the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Julia Sebutinde, the sole African woman judge in the decision-making process, was selected as the vice president of the International Court of Justice. The contradiction deepens further when we reveal the irony of the South African settler colonies submitting such an application. Despite neo-colonial African leadership, the minority white settler population still owns and controls the means of production, while the majority of African population are distributed throughout the country's 532 townships, where rampant poverty and violence persist. Additionally, we popularized the phrase Black girl magic, something that is only reserved for African petty bourgeois achievements, when we should be popularizing Black girl against colonialism. A phrase that would recognize the achievements of African women fighting for our collective liberation. We must be wary of women who achieve high-ranking positions amongst the white ruling class, especially if we don't know who they are. The time demands African women make a choice. Are we for imperialism, or are we for liberation of African people? This cannot be determined by someone achieving a spot in the bourgeois institutions, but rather by their track record in defending what is right, even when faced with the full power of imperialism. We must take an anti-imperialist and anti-colonial approach. Colonial violence, which is something that we often engage in discussions about, because this is the primary thing that feminists use to determine that we need to fight against male domination over women. A few weeks into January, women in Kenya held one of the biggest protests the country has ever seen, calling attention to Kenyan femicide, the escalating murders of women. It was the third week into the new year, and already 14 women have been murdered. The feminist organizers called for the men to be held accountable for the violence. However, the violence wasn't contained just to women, but instead extended to the entire population. Therefore, it was not femicide, as the feminist organizers claimed, but evidence of an escalating violence overall. The violence that affects women is happening within a country where all African people are experiencing violence, from the state and from within the colony. As Kenya sends its citizens to be migrant workers for Israel in the face of Palestinian resistance to its colonial rule over them, and sends its police to contain Haitian resistance in Haiti, the violence inside the colony escalates. Although we empathize with the murders of women, we are more concerned with Kenya's nascent imperialist policy organized by the US military, which also manifests itself in the daily lives of Kenyan people. This includes the escalating violence and deaths of African women. It is deeply important to us to create an African internationalist anti-colonial narrative around violence that does not name African men as the greatest threat to African women, when they are largely victims of colonial violence. We squarely blame the parasitic social system that maintains its power using violence. African men and women are victims of this culture of violence, even if it manifests itself interpersonally. The colonial practice of oppressing women has partly consolidated itself in our households, either by adhering to the outmoded colonial ideas of gender roles that trap women with the primary child rearing and house maintenance responsibilities, or leaving women to maintain the family unit alone without a partner or community support to support them. She may also be trapped in cycles of abuse in which her partner may turn the home into a fiefdom, inflicting violence as a method of control. In the 2011 article for the Burning Spear newspaper entitled "End the Oppression of African Women," Breaking Through Feminism. I explain how colonial capitalism creates a dichotomy that makes it difficult to recognize the colonial conditions that forces us to make decisions we may not otherwise make for ourselves and our families and states. For example, a sister might be resentful toward Black men because instead of becoming an agent, a change agent, a brother might become a drug dealer. And due to the resulting jail time from his activity, more single Black mothers turn to welfare for economic assistance. To free themselves from their perceived abandonment, Black women could engage in acts of collaboration with the state against Black men and Black people through welfare, which is an imperialist tool that rewards single-parent households led by Black women. It creates avenues to become agents for the oppressor as a way to incarcerate more Black men and to further tie ourselves economically to the system through child support, wage garnishments, and welfare to work programs, among others. And of course, discussions about this are happening without recognizing, or at least not wanting to recognize, that a brother doesn't choose to be a drug dealer as much as a sister doesn't choose to go on welfare. These are responses to the colonial mode of production, which has divested the economic and human resources from African communities the world over since it came into existence. The issue of childcare is real, though. Notwithstanding that not every African has or wants children, the impact of not having access to childcare affects the whole nation. Our Arrest CPS campaign operates within this crisis. The colonial state creates the conditions that make it difficult for poor working class African women to make it. It deepens the crisis when they kidnap African children through the family regulation system. African women and families in metropoles are forced to pay thousands of dollars a year for childcare, an unavoidable economic drain that comes from the need for parents to work to maintain themselves in a capitalist society. According to the businessinsider.com, in 2021, the average annual cost of childcare in the US was $10,600 per child. Since 2000, the cost of childcare has increased 115%. For poor and working class African families trying to make ends meet, the colonial necessity transformed them into tenant farmers for capitalism. In order to meet the demands of the colonial mode of production, we must leave the house to work. But the majority of the money we earn is sucked back out of our households through childcare and other bills. The future of a free and liberated Africa and African people will require universal childcare centers. Similar to military conscription or jury duty, it should be mandatory that all citizens serve or turn in our childcare centers, alleviating the financial burden and isolation that African women experience. The future also requires the prevention of sexual exploitation of our most vulnerable, which is a direct result of the parasitic slave economy of capitalism. Whereas before the attack of Africa and the invasion of various indigenous lands, women and children had societal value. Now our value is trapped in parasitism. Women become commodities in times of economic crisis, either turning ourselves into so-called sex workers, or we are made vulnerable by that society to predators who turns us into sex workers. Either way, the result is women and children are forced into exploitation because society is exploitative. The same points can be made of child labor and other forms of oppression that leave vulnerable sectors of our societies open. A recent bill in Ghana targeting same-gender loving and trans folks shook headlines in recent weeks. It attaches harsh criminal punishment to same-sex consensual relationships. Ghana, however, does not take the same stance against US and other imperialists that set up military encampments, drain the economy, and exploit workers, among other things. Instead of creating society that uplifts all of its people, it deepens the crisis and inflicts punishment on its people. We can see in both cases of Ghana and Kenya, the direction is not toward the safety and suspiciously of its people, but a trend towards prioritizing its relationships with the foreign imperialist aggressor. However, when it comes down to challenging these specific oppressions, the groups fighting them are often women or directly impact the people. What kind of society do we hope to have if only one half of it works toward a solution and the other can barely be bothered, either because they believe it is a woman's issue or they don't do anything because they don't benefit from it? Our work as revolutionaries is to bring it to the surface and create communal responses to ensure the eradication of all backward oppressive practices. National liberation struggles. I wanted to talk about this because we've been doing a lot of work around like really investigating like what women in particular have been contributing to national liberation struggles over the course of the time when African people and oppressed people have been fighting against, their oppressors. And what we found is that the best way to overturn backward colonial practices is to become a revolutionary. Women are necessary to the cause of national liberation. However, an observation of women and national liberation struggles of the past revealed that despite women's participation, our situation does not improve. Historically, our participation in national liberation struggles has significantly contributed to the rapid transformation of society and our eventual victory. However, oftentimes, women constitute a significant portion of the ranks, fighting valiantly alongside their male comrades. During the struggle, many female comrades experienced newfound freedoms, including sexual, political, and social liberties, only to face the stark reality of the slow pace of this freedom as the armed struggle reached its conclusion. In Eritrea, Nicaragua, Burkina Faso, Mozambique, and Algeria are just a few examples, and there are many others. In some instances, all the things that helped win the revolution made it difficult to enter a society that had not moved the masses forward. And I'm raising this because I want to avoid this, right? Because this is what we've seen now. People are like, oh, there was this great thing that was done 20 years ago. It made a real big hubbub around women and society and transforming that society into something more, right? But then after the revolution, you don't see, like right now, we don't see any forward progression of those women in that society. That's because there are contradictions. We haven't overturned the relationship that we have with the colonial mode of production. Colonialism is still intact. And so those same oppressive systems that maintained itself during the direct colonial domination still exist. So even within the African liberation movement, fighting the colonizer required people to destroy the institutions and physical presence of colonial domination, but failed in destroying what the colonizer deposited into us over centuries. So all the liberties gained within the armed struggle were not trapped within the colonial concepts and by neo-colonial overseers who eventually were not. Let me reread that. Fighting the colonizer required people to destroy the institutions and the physical presence of the colonial domination, but failed in destroying what the colonizer deposited into us over centuries. So all the liberties gained within the armed struggle are now trapped within the colonial concepts and by neo-colonial overseers who eventually took power. Within the African liberation movement, it's hard for men and even some women to see the value of entrenching ourselves in struggles of fellow Africans because we are women and because we are poor and we are working class. African women are drowning in an ocean of issues that do not bubble up to the surface long enough for people to care. 20 women get raped in a day, par for the course. Black women are missing and exploited, par for the course. Black women represent 57% of all victims of violent crimes in a city, par for the course. Black women die when trying to give birth, par for the course. And Black women experience statutory rape, then do drugs to relieve the trauma, lose their children, all par for the course. These are all some of the contradictions that we have learned about as we are organizing in the African National Women's Organization. It could be that these issues, although quite dramatic, are a drop in the bucket of a larger epidemic of violence and abuse that African people experience. We are forced into a colonial crisis every day, making it hard to define one struggle from the other, the struggle to win our liberation. So that we do not fall victim to the same tragic result of past national liberation struggles, African women have to assert themselves and issues inside the African Revolution. We must transform the struggle from one that women deal with alone to one that our entire people deal with. This is what true transformation will require. When the party created ANWO as a strategy of the African Revolution, we understood that the expectation was that African women would use a theory of African internationalism to make dialectical material analysis of the world so that we can change it. That is what we are doing in ANWO. And when we talk about imperialist wars of domination and occupation, which is a tactic that the US imperialism is using to justify a military intervention by highlighting the oppressive conditions of women in countries opposed to US democracy. Although women may be experiencing oppression in those places, the US is not there to provide freedom. They are there to conquer and control for the benefit of the US. In fact, there is documented history of foreign militaries increasing instances of sexual exploitation and oppression of women in places they've colonized. When France banned the burqa, which targeted Muslim women who wore face coverings, associating it with terrorism, there was no US outcry charging France with violating human and women's rights. When Israel indiscriminately kills thousands of Palestinians in its genocidal settler colonial campaign, many of whom are women and children, the U.S. sends millions of dollars to enhance Israel's military. Millions of African people are wiped off the earth in a matter of months, and only a small few blink an eye. Colonial militaries control African militaries carrying out these violations. The U.S. pretends that they are brokering peace, all the while funding the state responsible for the murders and mass displacement. Although it's hard to say this based on the fact that many of these horrible instances of violence I do not directly experience, but I would argue that it is in those times of violence and disorder that there's an opportunity to organize and be victorious against the enemy. Ideally, it would be beneficial to be organized before the onset of violence and engaged in creating institutions and opportunities for revolutionary leaders to emerge. So when there's another bout of violence and disorder, we will be primed to seize territory and forward the revolutionary objectives. That is what this convention is calling for. African women are tired of being the victims of in every instance. To prevent that, we must be organized, engaged, and ready to build. The U.S. destroyed the Grenadian Revolution, embargoed and tried to destroy the Cuban Revolution, worked alongside France to kill Lumumba, the first democratically elected president of Congo, worked hand in hand to remove Kwame Nkrumah, the first African prime minister of Ghana, who called for a united Africa. They funded the war against the Sandinistas and with drugs sold to African communities in the U.S. We must not fall victim to the tactic anymore. This is our roll up your sleeve, dig in your toes, button down the hatches, ready ourselves convention. We are going to have to shed weight or beef up. We are either going to do this or we are not. African women and African people, I'm calling on every African woman in our party to join. If you haven't, why haven't you? This is your organization. I'm calling on every African woman in the U.S. to join. If you haven't joined yet, why haven't you? This is your organization. You should do so this weekend. In Africa, the Caribbean, South America, Central America, and Asia, wherever you are, African women, join ANWO. The time is now.
Uhuru family, there's so much that we just heard that we need to unpack a little. The first thing that hit me in the very beginning when President yesterday started speaking was visibility. The world really tries to make us feel invisible, not just African women, but African people as a whole. We are more than what the colonizers claim us to be. ANWO fights against the colonial contradiction. We show up and do the work. That's going to make us free. And that's one of the things that I love about being a member of ANWO is the action behind it. I want to sit with this for a minute. One of the questions that raises for me is, what do we do with what we know? What do we do with what we know? Our use of political education cannot end with understanding our conditions. At some point, we need to acknowledge it as action. Oh, you're muted. Still muted. Can't hear you. This also being a contradiction. Oh, still can't. Can't hear you. Okay, while she tries to get her audio together, I will continue. Our action requires an organization, and organization requires people. And this is why our Web-a-thon matters. One of the things that also stood out for me was the scattering of African bodies and the nonstop violence we've experienced as African women. We fight to end this. Fighting racism is a waste of time. I love that President yesterday said that fighting racism is a waste of time. I think growing up, I really only understood that racism existed. And then I came into the knowledge via ANWO about colonialism, and it really shook my foundation. we have to fight against colonialism. We identify who has power over us. And when we know better, we do better. I also wanted to touch on how President Yejide spoke about how she spoke about how we need childcare. Since 2000, the price has increased by 116%. I have an 8-year-old. I feel it every single day. Another thing that really stuck out was how she called us to be revolutionaries. We have to be the revolutionary. If we are not, no movement happens. And so now I just want to piggyback to our donor gift levels. This is a way that you can become a revolutionary. If some people cannot get out and do the action of, but you can give. And so we have a couple of donor gift levels. One is between $100 and $499. If you give that amount today, you will receive an ANWO or an Arrest CPS t-shirt plus our buttons. Our next level is between $500 and $999. You'll receive a bag, political report, ANWO, or a Arrest CPS t-shirt, plus one of our buttons. Our buttons are so cute. So are our t-shirts. I'm actually wearing a t-shirt. I love wearing my swag. If you give $1,000 or more, you'll receive a Decolonize full product collection, including 3 16-ounce butters and a face and body scrub, plus gifts from all of our other tiers. Now, we're going to show you a quick video all about our Decolonize.
Our skin does a lot for us. It deserves care that actually gives back. Decolonize Hair and Body is African-made care, rooted in tradition and made for right now. From whipped shea butters to our Rebel oil serums, we use ingredients our communities have trusted for generations to hydrate, strengthen, and keep you glowing. Decolonizing your care, that's choosing yourself. Decolonize, indigenously rooted, care for your body, fuel for the movement.
Decolonize is one of my favorite things that ANWO does. Being able to give back to our people where we feel good, we smell good, our skin is good. I use Decolonize. I have it on right now. I think that also speaks to the way that we are doing this work in action, being able to provide financial needs back into our community. And so let's keep this energy going. If you've been watching and thinking, I'm going to donate before this is over, this is your moment. Do not wait until later. Pull out your phone, get your credit card, scan the QR code on the screen, or type ANWOUHURU.org/donate. You can also call 240-303-2862 to make your donation. I actually am I'm pledging $100. Now let's keep this momentum going. Share the Web-a-thon, text a friend or a family member, tell them I gave. Now I'm asking you to give as well. Let's reach that $15,000 goal. It looks like Denise is coming back on. Another thing while she gets back on that I wanted to mention, a part of the contradiction, I think, has a lot of negativity towards African women, and a part of being ANWO really gives us an opportunity to break down those barriers, break down those stereotypes, build community. That's been one of my favorite things about being a part of the African National Women's leadership and the organization as a whole. It is a really beautiful experience to be a part of. It is work, but it is work that needs to be done. I especially want us to think about the role of African women. Women have always built, we have organized, we have raised families, we have stretched resources, we have held our communities together. I want to take a minute to see if anybody has anything to say in the chat. Let's see. Aisha Field says, Ahuru. Hi, Aisha. Unique AZ1, I think L1R says, may the blessings be upon you, sister and brethren. Do uplifting to watch and be a part of this live. She is watching from UK and England. Thank you for coming. Thank you for attending. Someone else says, oh, Sister Yashatella, thank you so much. She says, Uhuru to President Yesterday and the entire ANWO IEC, African women must lead. Help us meet our goal by donating today. We have created solutions when resources were limited. We have made something out of nothing over and over again, but we want to challenge us on something. Sometimes women become so accustomed to making something out of nothing that people begin to believe nothing is all that we need, but it is not. Our leadership deserves resources. Our organizing deserves infrastructure. Our political work deserves investment. Our ideas deserve places where they can grow, and our communities deserve institutions that belong to us. So let's do a fundraising check. Let's check our numbers. Let me see. Check our numbers. Oh, before we do that, I just want to shout out DC is watching. Thank you for those of you that are coming from DC. And we're going to go to another video. Deputy Chair and DC. African women must lead.
And so this is the part of like, this is a threat to the system to prevent the Black nationalist group from gaining respectability. And they say they can do this by, there's a whole thing about how they can discredit us to the white community, which we've seen, but also that the final goal should be to prevent the long-term, the long-range growth of youth. And if you look at this basketball court here, that is not a small thing. It's really not a small thing that there is a basketball court that had to be built, one, because anytime the youth would try to even play in other areas, of this city, they would close them down. And then, force the youth to, as we say, play on these streets with these bicycle hoops made out of, or, basketball hoops made out of rims and being messed with, by the police, and just seeing that the African community has a place for us to be able to, to safely, recreate. And this was right after this basketball court was built, we were raided, right? And so, and it wasn't just because of this basketball court, but that the African People's Socialist Party, under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, who created these institutions, has made it clear that this counteroffensive, the Hands Off Recruit, Hands Off Africa campaign is how we fight for a liberated Africa. And in the process of this, not only just defending our institutions and keeping our chairman and our leaders out of jail, but also, as was said earlier, the ideology that we don't leave this period without anybody not recognizing that Africa, African, indigenous, colonized people are fed up, and that we're at a point where we all see it, happening. But if we don't understand that we are fighting one thing, which is colonialism, even if we don't get it, but we understand that all of our struggles have to be on on the same trajectory towards liberation and freedom. That is what we want to achieve during this, process as well, so that when we win, we can pick up the pieces from the pieces that we've laid out, and we can build from there. And, so this is just a section of how I can see it happening. So I don't know if that makes sense.
Uhuru, I want all our presenters to answer that question. So let's go to Director Keeling.
Uhuru. Well, just some of the things specific to agitprop, but if I could say a little bit more too, outside of a specific role, but just what I was saying in the introduction, and like you mentioned, President Iyejide, being able to establish the vision for the future, that you have to be able to see it in order to know what you're fighting for. And the African People's Socialist Party, through all of the work that we do, allows us to see the future. You don't work this hard and do everything that you're doing because you're going to go down with the sinking ship. You're doing it because there is a future in sight. And when people become a part of this process, and however they do, if you're a member of ANWO, and you should become a member of ANWO, you can, see the future. You can see our conditions, being overturned. You can see how you contribute to the process of, overthrowing a social system and overturning contradictions that have been imposed on us. So that's the responsibility, is to be able to show what that future looks like through the process of establishing that future right now. And that's what I really appreciate about the party and what we do, because it's not abstract when we talk about the future, but it's real, it's tangible, and it's something that we can experience because we're doing it right now. We are putting the future in place. And also, with the theory of African internationalism, with the leadership that the chairman has provided for our struggle for more than 50 years, what we are able to do is explain the world exactly as it is. And I think that's also really important in terms of being able to, see what the future, what a liberated Africa can look like. Because, as SG Mwezi was mentioning, having to put our struggle on this common trajectory of destroying colonialism and recognizing colonialism as the fundamental contradiction. But if you don't have a worldview that explains this is what the primary contradiction is, that this is how the world actually is, then it could be hard to see a future, or it's confusing. So we have the ability to explain the world exactly as it is, and then we have the ability to paint what that future looks like. And just related to this question too, because I also really, really love that presentation that the chairman, made on what will a liberated Africa look like. And, when I think about, the chairman says we have to be jealous of the power that somebody has over our lives. And, when I think about, and even the things that we don't know about in terms of Africa's contributions to the world. And I'm talking prior to colonialism and post-colonialism, like the contributions to civilization, to humanity that Africa has made, that has been stolen, that has been robbed from us. When we talk about reparations and we try to calculate what has been stolen from African people, and you begin to like put this all in your head to see how much the development of Africa was stunted with the process of the colonial mode of production being put into place. And it's infuriating, but it's like that inspires you to, create the future, because you can see what's possible just through that history. You can see what's possible just through what Africans under the conditions of colonialism are able to create. The African People's Socialist Party is comprised of Africans, of the African, working class of the African nation, who, like we talk about the deputy chair, African working class woman whose brilliance has shined through the African People's Social Party. And look what she's been able to do, through this revolutionary process. And, this is an organization that, was, like hustling our spears, just like in vans and stuff like that, the chairman sleeping in, comrade houses and stuff like that, trying to organize. This is the character that our party has come from and what we've been able to achieve as a consequence. And I just think about all of that And, you know, when Africa and African people have control over our productive capacity, like that, it's going to explode. I mean, we see what it looks like inside the party, inside our movement now. And when Africa is free, and when the world is free, the possibilities are limitless. So those are just, you know, some of the things that I think about when we look at this question.
Director Aisha.
Uhuru. Yeah, I really just want to appreciate and unite with what both Comrade Mwezi and Director Akile just laid out. And something that Director Akile, I think the essence of kind of what she was saying made me think a lot about how, you know, what kind of role APDEP has to play in terms of like helping to give African people a vision of what's possible, like concretely also, because the reality is that like right now, most African people who let's say have certain kinds of skills, like who might be in the medical profession, they might be nurses or doctors or some other kind of medical professional, or they might be a teacher, you know, they might be an engineer, they might have some other kind of specialized skill that usually African people under colonialism don't have the ability to, you know, don't have access to becoming, right? Like the vast majority of African people under colonialism resist, just like the compa from Unyan was talking about, like how she resisted everything in school because everything we're given is garbage, and very few of us are able to navigate the colonial education system with our with the sense of who we are intact, because it's not made for us to be able to remain or become everything that Africa needs us to be. You know, the colonial education system is there to smash us, to, you know, to make sure that if we are able to navigate, it's because we're slimy, it's because we're weak, it's because we've given up, you know. So many Africans who, you know, who have maintained that sense of, you know, responsibility to the African nation, or sense of dignity or recognition of a future that we have to fight for as African people, are not organized. You know, we're one-offs, maybe somewhere, trying to do what we can in an isolated space, or maybe we've given up because we just don't even have hope that there's anything better that we can achieve, and just stick our head down and say, let me just try my best to do what I can for myself and my family. And the beautiful thing, or one of the beautiful things about the African People's Socialist Party, is that it has left no stone unturned in terms of like opening doors for African people to walk in and to stand up and to take on our responsibility to fight for a liberated Africa. And APDEP is one of those tools that, you know, the party established to win the skills that we have as African people, and to organize them, and to allow those skills to be used to further the African liberation movement.
Hello again. I love that video. African women must lead. And we have such beautiful examples of what that looks like. There's a couple things that came up for me. I really, Akile really touched it when she talked about us being free, and how we all are in this to be free. And then I also love how Dr. Fields talked about how our organization, and I'm so sorry, the birds are really agreeing with me right now, but she talked about how we leave no stone unturned. I think that it really speaks to who we are as an organization and the work that we do. Denise is back. I want to just turn it over to her. She didn't get to talk about the first video, so I want to know your thoughts, and then I want to go ahead and have you share your thoughts about the second video as well.
Yes, and so I apologize, but we rock with it, right? We just keep moving, and that's a lesson in life as African women, as African revolutionaries in this African revolution, right? We have to keep going. We have to know that we are the ones who are going to liberate ourselves, our communities, our families, and so we have to be committed to this, and that's what this Web-a-thon is all about. How do we continue to come together, and how do we resource our liberation? You were talking earlier about taking action. Well, the action is the revolution, and it has to be resourced. And and our amazing comrades, one of the things that they continue to talk about was this idea of being able to envision our future, right? And so understanding that in order for us to reach that future, right, we have to be the ones to put money behind it. We are not going to be able to align ourselves through respectability. They talked about that. We are not going to be able to align ourselves through this idea of gender equity, because as President Yejide said in the first video, that gender equity thing, that's a trap. It is a trap. All it does is has us fighting and viewing our men as the problem in our society, when in effect the villain is and was and always will be, right, this colonialism, imperialism, and we have to be able to face that. And so as we continue today asking all of our sisters and comrades alike, please understand that we are the African Revolution. We are in revolution, and we are revolutionaries, and we need your support.
Okay, we have a couple announcements, and then we're going to move on to the next hour. I just want to give a quick shout out. We had a Jamal Abagas. I'm so sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. Donated $25. Thank you so much. President Yejide completed her first payment of $1,000 pledge. And last but not least, Fortune Johnson, earlier this week, she contacted and said she wanted to donate, and she donated $300. Woo-hoo! And so we are winning. We are going to move on. Thank you so much for being a part of our hour. And we're going to move on to the next segment. Thank you, Denise, for doing this with me.
Thank you, Nicole. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Hello, welcome everybody. Uhuru.
Hi, Comrade.
Hey, Comrade Coco. Welcome. How are you doing today?
Good.
Good. And hopefully everyone joining and tuning in is doing well. Thank you so much for sticking. Welcome to those who are joining us now for hour 4 of our Black August Telethon. You tuned in to help support ANWO at our mission for the Liberation Center as we enter hour 4. My name is Madison. I am a member of ANWO's International Executive Committee, and I am a campaign coordinator.
And again, I'm Coco Lewis. I serve as ANWO's International Executive Committee as the Information Education Coordinator and Midwest Regional Representative, coming to you live from Cleveland, Ohio. So we're glad that you're still with us.
We're so very happy. Thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, you're in the right place at the right time. This hour is dedicated to the very concept of why we're gathered here today when it comes to the idea of infrastructure, and infrastructure is political.
And that's right, Madison. For 45 minutes, we're going to break down why building our own spaces, our own centers of power, and it's not just about having a building, it's an act of self-determination. It's about reclaiming our power and building the world we want to see brick by brick.
Absolutely. And we are so excited because we're going to get into all the specifics, all the fun details, how our ANWO Liberation Center will be a game changer for the community. Hopefully we'll get a chance to hear from our youth, and we're going to have a crucial conversation about how we can all help make this vision into a reality. First, we'll go ahead and set the stage, show you some clips from the African People's Socialist Party 2026 plenary session. It really lays the groundwork for the importance of having institutions of our own, and it's a powerful reminder of our history and our mission. So let's go ahead and take a look.
Never entered history quietly. From the villages and farms of Africa, to plantations, factories, kitchens, classrooms, and movement spaces across the world, African women have carried the weight of colonialism while still organizing the conditions for our people to survive. Today we stand here not simply to report activity. We stand here as an organized African women under the leadership of the party, reporting on the work, contradictions, and advances of the African National Women's Organization. Because the question before us is not whether African women are important to the revolution. The question is whether African women are organized as a conscious force inside of it. Today, we answer that question. We salute the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, the party of African liberation that has provided the theoretical clarity and organizational discipline necessary for African women to organize not simply around gender, but around the liberation of our entire people. We salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, whose leadership has defined the path of African internationalism and whose guidance continues to shape the work of ANWO. We salute Deputy Chairwoman Ona Zane Yeshitela, whose guidance and leadership has been instrumental in emboldening ANWO to take hold of our future for creating independent African economic institutions. Additionally, we salute the entire national leadership of the party who carry the responsibility of advancing the struggle for African liberation in this historic moment. We also salute the International Executive Committee, the leadership of the African National Women's Organization. We represent the collective leadership responsible for carrying out the mandates of the party through the Organization of African Women. My name is Nicole Chung, International Secretary responsible for providing administrative support across all areas and keeping the work on track. Yejide Arubila, President, our President, responsible for the day-to-day leadership of the organization and representing the party's leadership in ANWO. She is also on the party's Central Committee. Zai Wadisa, responsible for engaging with and driving membership and building interest in ANWO. Coco Lewis, responsible for ANWO communications and controls the flow of information between the organization and the public. But leadership alone does not build an organization. The real strength of ANWO comes from the members who volunteer their labor every single day. And the people who volunteer to help us make the work we imagine possible.
Uhuru. Oh, go ahead.
All right, I just want to shout out my comrade, Midwest representative of ANWO, Coco Lewis, out today. Yeah, get loud for Coco, y'all. We love you, Coco. Yeah, she really wanted to be here today. Keep her in your thoughts. Every organization stands on the labor of its members and volunteers. In ANWO, that labor is overwhelmingly carried by African women, organizing in the midst of colonial life, balancing work, family, economic pressures, and state violence. We are assisted in the execution of the development of our ideas by forces who also desire a world free from oppression. Next slide. These forces support campaigns, coordinate programs, fundraise, and contribute to the work that sustains the organization. Their labor is political labor. Their commitment is revolutionary. Here's what they had to say. Next slide.
Or CPS. So I support the African National Women's Organization to fight for Black liberation, for Black power, through the leadership of African women. My name is Casey. I live in St. Louis, Missouri, and I proudly volunteer with the African National Women's Organization because I support their mission to uplift and defend and protect Black women. I understand that there's no such thing as women in general. There are white women of the oppressor nation, and there are women of oppressed nations. And as white women and white people, we should stand in solidarity with oppressed people struggling for liberation. It's in our deepest interests. I'm also outraged at the disproportionate colonial violence faced by Black women in particular at the hands of the state, whether it be police, prisons, or CPS. So I support the African National Women's Organization to fight for Black liberation, for Black power, through the leadership of African women.
To help out my mom. I've seen all the hard work they've done, everything they do to provide for us and my two sisters. Overall, they do a lot for us, and I really want to help out with them and also their comrades as a whole. And the things I've volunteered for are the market. The market. I've helped out with passing out flyers. I've helped out with the Burning Spear newspaper, and basically, I just kind of go wherever my mom goes, so I can help out with them whenever they need to. With the various events they go to from time to time, I come with to help where I can, as a whole. And I really just want to see my fellow Black people to not need to deal with all this crap they have to take from the government. I want them to be able to provide them for themselves and actually thrive without needing to do everything they can just for the bare minimum, which isn't fair. We Black people have made everything in this country. They have exploited us for everything that they have now. They took us from our homeland, brought us here for no damn reason, and just made us slave away as we did everything for them. If we weren't here in the first place, they're gonna do anything for themselves. But
volunteers whose names appear
whole,
here today, and the many others whose work may not appear on a slide, but is present in every advance we report. Now I present Comrade Zai to provide the political overview. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Like that was absolutely powerful. I mean, I got to shout out my comrades, my comrade Rage, who was like a sibling to me, for that shout out while I was in the hospital. What we saw in that video is the foundation of what we're doing right now. It's not a new struggle, but it's our struggle for self-determination.
Absolutely, absolutely, Coco. And I love the shout outs for you. I was always like, oh, I know that's not friend. Now, the theme for this hour, as we talked about before, is infrastructure is political. But what is it that we mean by that? Infrastructure is political. We know buildings have meanings and significance just by their very existence, the reason why they've been built. So, for example, Coco, if you can help me out here, if I were to say to you the expression or the words the White House, what sort of images or phrases or ideas come to your head just by hearing the White House?
The White House evokes not just a seat of parasitic U.S. power, but a building physically constructed by enslaved African labor on land forcibly taken from indigenous people and named explicitly to signal racialized power.
Exactly. So definitely some reactions there. Now, compare or contrast that if I were to give you the name of Door of Return, previously known as Doors of No Return, acknowledging those who were kidnapped from the African continent. So what sort of like images come up then?
Well, for me, the Door of Return is not a monument to power. It is a monument to loss. It marks where the precise point where millions of African men, women, and children were torn from their homeland.
Exactly. I love that you put identities. That's exactly very, very critical, right? So without saying a word, these buildings make bold statements. And with the Liberation Center, we are making a statement and testament of survival and missions towards liberation from colonialism. And being here today, we're going to help reach that goal of making the Liberation Center happen. We just actually got a pledge from, I'm hoping I pronounced this right, Kiongozi, who just pledged $100. So thank you for that. Again, making one step closer to making that Liberation Center a reality and new images being invoked in people's minds. And having this place of our own, this Liberation Center, definitely embodies this idea of self-determination.
Yes. And having that spirit of self-determination is nothing new for African people. Throughout the diaspora. In the U.S., self-determination has manifested in various ways, from knowledge systems, creating our own towns, banks, schools, and wherever else we need in the face of forced segregation and exploitation. And while the conditions are unjust, disenfranchising systems have empowered us to make our own for our own. And ANWO is leading us in this critical moment where we take our lives and our community back from occupation and oppression.
Exactly, Coco. African women and femmes demand action, and who better to lead this movement and this goal than African women? It was El Haj Malik El-Shabazz who once said, and I quote, "The most disrespected person in America is the Black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the Black woman. The most neglected person in America is the Black woman," right? So who better than to help fight against oppression? And ANWO is leading and overturning material contradictions that affect African women under the present colonial capitalist system. And again, ANWO is making those changes happen in real time, thanks to people like you, without these pledges and these donations today. And for us, that action is manifesting in the form of ANWO Liberation Center. We're going to talk about how it's going to change our community. But next, we want to remind ourselves of where we are in our movement to journey. And let's take a look at our special journey celebrating 10 years of ANWO.
The African People's Socialist Party launched a strategy, one rooted in the total liberation of African people everywhere. From our founding conferences in Washington, D.C. and London, England, to 10 years of struggle to exist as the political home for African women struggling against our oppression, the African National Women's Organization has fought to build the revolutionary capacity of African women. Since 2015, ANWO has been unwavering in our mission to empower and advance the issues of African women politically, socially, and economically through collective organizing and sisterhood. We know that only through our own unity and self-determination can we break the chains of colonial oppression and create a new world. Over the past decade, ANWO has led countless initiatives. We have built networks of African women, launched international campaigns, and taken action to defend our communities. We have fought for economic justice, health rights, and political power, always guided by the principles of African internationalism. Our proudest achievements have been working with and creating powerful networks of African women organizers. Across the U.S. and beyond, our members have taken bold stands against colonial violence, gender oppression, and economic exploitation. We have fought for the rights of African mothers, working-class African women, and young girls, ensuring that their voices are heard in the struggle toward liberation.
Imperialist country to come in. Not France, not Portugal, not the United Kingdom, not the United States. Imperialism must go.
Our movement is about the people, the mothers, daughters, and sisters who have found strength, community, and purpose through ANWO. Their voices and commitment fuel our work and remind us why we must continue forward to end the parasitism of colonial capitalism.
Stop kidnapping Black children!
Stop kidnapping Black children!
Uhuru, all power to the people. My name is Mecca, and I'm a member of the African National Women's Organization. So I joined the African National Women's Organization because it is an organization that points out the real problem, which is colonialism, but not just point it out, but comes up with solutions and programs to engage the people to fight for self-determination.
Uhuru, my name is Zaid Boudissa. I live in San Diego, California, and I serve as the Membership and Recruitment Coordinator for the African National Women's Organization. The reason I joined ANWO is because I want African women to be free from oppression. I believe that women have a role to play in the revolution, and the sooner we accept this role, the faster that we can get on to creating a world where African women can live beautiful, fruitful lives. Plus, I heard there were some bad sisters that was going toe-to-toe with the system, and I knew that was something that I had to be a part of.
Hi, my name is Maya, and I joined ANWO to have a community of women who look like me and to learn about my history.
Hi, my name is Nicole Chung and I'm from San Diego, California. I joined ANWO because as a former foster youth, I saw firsthand how CPS destroyed African families. And I saw the cause arrest CPS and I wanted to be a part of it. And when I joined, I realized just how important ANWO is. ANWO is important because it not only provides political education on who we are and the things that are happening within our communities, but solutions on how we get past it, how we thrive, how we survive, and how we get to a place where we're no longer in bondage, but in freedom. Uhuru.
But the struggle is far from over. The forces of oppression still exist, and African women continue to face contradictions in every corner of the world. That is why ANWO remains steadfast in our mission to empower and advance the issues of African women politically, socially, and economically through collective organizing and sisterhood.
We are stronger today than we were when we went in that jail 41 years ago.
We ready ourselves for the fight ahead. We honor our past, embrace our present, and fight for our future. We will be even stronger as we continue to organize African women everywhere. This is only the beginning. Join us as we build a world where African women are free.
Uhuru. 10 years. 10 years, y'all. That is a legacy to resilience, to hard work, and to struggle. And from that history, we are building for the future. And the ANWO Liberation Center is that next chapter.
Absolutely. So, Coco, let's just get right into it, right? What is the Liberation Center, and why is it so important for people to watching to understand its role, see where these dollars are going? Why is the Liberation Center important?
Great question. The ANWO Liberation Center is going to be our permanent organizing home base located in St. Louis, Missouri. It is the headquarters of the only anti-colonial, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, revolutionary organization for African women globally, and that is the African National Women's Organization, ANWO. Right now, we're in the process of renovating the building, graciously donated by the ADE, APDEF.
So many acronyms.
African People's Defense and Education Fund.
Love it. Yes.
Which is the nonprofit of the African People's Socialist Party. So ANWO is a grassroots revolutionary organization, which limits what we can do when it comes to federal and private grants, as Yejide mentioned in hour one. But like our ancestral women organizers before us, like Rosa Parks, we called on the support of our people who believe in the mission of ANWO and or believe in the ANWO liberation.
The African National
Impact on the community. It got to be something. African women. Yeah. So.
Yeah, like our ancestors before us who are calling to support the people, right? Yeah.
Correct. Now, if that includes you watching, open Cash App and send us your support to $ANWO Uhuru.
Excellent. Uhuru indeed. In fact, thank you already to Fofi Akabulan, I believe is how you pronounce it, for the $25 donation. So thank you so much for that. And as Coco was mentioning about the significance of the Liberation Center, it's more than just a building, right? It's more than just a building. Oh, I'm so sorry. We actually have a correction. It's actually not the Cash App. So I was going to scratch that. If you took a note, scratch that. It's not the Cash App, but it is that link that we've been sharing throughout the day. anwohudu.org/donate. anwohudu.org/donate. And you can see it in the comments, in the chat comments as well if you're watching stream. But going back to what Coco was saying, right? It's more than just a building. It's a hub. It's a sanctuary space, right? And unlike nonprofits that have salaries and other operational debts, every dollar that you donate will go to the renovation and facilitation of ANWO programs at the ANWO Liberation Center.
Exactly. With 10 years of experience to build on, ANWO is cemented in history. So this will be a permanent hub for so many things our members and community need and deserve, including a dedicated space for members to plan, strategize, and build, childcare, which is a safe place and nurturing environment for our children while parents are in meetings or in action or need to run errands or grocery shop, because we know that community power includes supporting parents. Also a place to host political education programs and ANWO's Cadre Development School. We're just not talking about education. We're talking about liberation education. And, this comment was in the chat earlier today, a place for community healing circles and a space for health and wellness programs. Just imagine Tuesday night tacos and yoga at the ANWO Center. Count me in.
You said tacos. I'm good. I'm like, yes. Taco every day. This ties directly into some of our amazing programs, all these things you're describing, Coco, right? For example, it would be the home base for the Uhuru Kijiji, allowing us to properly support childcare and community control of education, that important education you're talking about, that liberatory education. It'll be a physical space for our Harriet's Daughter in-person book club and study groups. So important hub space to have those important conversations and dialogue. And we even have Skillshare programs and workshops to help us thrive and develop survival skills and sustainability skills as well.
And as we learn from studying Asada Shakur and Safia Bakari in the Harriet's Daughters Book Club and Study Group, political study wasn't optional for the Black Panther movement. It was a requirement. It was how They educated the everyday working class people, empowering them and turning them into revolutionaries. We are building directly on that legacy. This center allows us to spread that knowledge.
Mm-hmm. It allows us to build true solidarity. It's not just about being a fun club or a fan club or trendy. This is about accountability, right? Holding each other accountable to the missions of the programs, not just for performance, but for actual results. It's about being able to look each other in the eye to build trust and to build real African power. When we have a place that's ours, our mission becomes tangible, right? Something we can feel, something we can see and smell, and becomes more visceral with us. That is why building this infrastructure in itself is a political act, right? It's an act of self-determination. It's how we take control of our destiny, and it follows a historic legacy. This isn't anything new for us Black people, for African people, right? We have always been a people who depend and rely on ourselves and our communities. And if we just think back to history, for example, we look at Brazilian enslaved fugitives who would create quilombos, very, very similar to the Maroon communities we see from enslaved fugitives here in the United States, right? A place that's established away from the oppressor, away from plantations, away in these deserted, secluded spaces where we can have our own sense of liberation and freedom. And while we're living in these spaces, it's not just all fun and games, right? We're holding each other accountable. We're teaching cultural classes. We're having self-defense training, how to protect ourselves, to keep each other loved and safe, right? Very much a model that we were embodied within the Liberation Center, right? And people were expected to treat these spaces as sacred dwellings, you know?
Yes, you can say that again, Comrade Medicine. Infrastructure is political, whether it's communities like Africatown in Alabama or Princeville in North Carolina. We have made our sanctuaries despite the horrific obstacles. We see that even in the Great Migration during the 20th century, we created newspapers, not only sharing job opportunities and news of the latest lynchings, but also giving readers art, poetry, and a range of material to help support comrades in their goals towards freedom. And that includes our youth. They are the architects of the future, and they have a voice in the movement. Are we ready to? So let's hear from one now.
Yay! Yes, we're so excited. We have an amazing youth participant with us today. Yay!
All right. This is my favorite part. I'm going to introduce you to our young comrade, Nova. Hi, Nova.
Hi, Nova. You have been such a powerful voice in this movement so far. And, we've seen you at the Black Mothers March, and we know you have big plans for the future. But, Coco recently heard you singing during the last Sunday rally. So might you be willing to sing a part of the Uhuru movement fight song for us?
Yes.
Ready?
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready.
Israel to Africa, we are winning. We shout Uhuru for our freedom. We are winning. We'll dance and sing songs when revolution's won. We are winning. Africa's best daughters and sons. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom through organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are winning.
My God.
You are so great.
Thank you so much for that. That was incredible. I'm floored.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, amazing job, Nova. You are so brave.
You're not allowed to go and film.
So now that you've been to the Black Mothers March, what was the experience like for you, and what does your future in ANWO look like?
Let's see. Take your time. It's okay.
Wait, can you say the question again?
Sure. So, with your experiences at the Black Mothers Marches, what was that like for you? What you do, and what would you like to see it do in ANWO in the future?
It was really fun, and I really hope to see like more things happen in the near future for the for ANWO, and
that's okay. That's good. That's good.
Perfect.
That's a wonderful answer. Yes.
Exactly.
Well, this is so beautiful. You're so very beautiful. You're so very powerful. Your voice is amazing. Your future is bright. We're just so grateful for you. And to see our youth on so clear purpose on the future is wonderful. It's what we're all about, what we're striving for, and what we hope to see more in the Liberation Center. Thank you so much again, Nova.
Thank you so much, Nova.
Phenomenal.
Good job, Nova. And it really is. Your donations support the future of the African liberation struggle for our young comrades like Nova. Their skills should be used for the African nation and not exploited by the parasitic colonial system.
Mm-hmm.
So, scan the QR code. Wait, is it? Yes, scan the QR code and donate. You can set up a one-time donation, or you can set up recurring donations for larger sums.
You can make a pledge if you want. If you can't donate a large amount today, make a pledge to maybe, like you said, do it in parts over time. All the support helps to build brighter futures for young people like Nova. So yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go for it. Yeah.
And when you've donated, go ahead and put it in the chat. Say, I donated, or I donated $25. I donated $50.
Give you a little shout out as well. Yes.
So, yes, you can always make your pledge in the chat, and we'll follow up with you, to your profile to set that up if it's a future pledge, if you want to pledge.
Absolutely.
So, and speaking of the next generation, I want to talk to you about something special that we do here at ANWO, the Uhuru Kijiji story time. Here I go. The Uhuru Kijiji story time, which is a program of ANWO. We will be an important program at the ANWO Liberation Center. It is more than just reading books to kids. It's an opportunity for parents to connect and for our children to be exposed to anti-colonial, indigenously rooted books that empower and educate them. This is how we build a self-determined mind from the beginning. It's a chance to connect and build that community. The Liberation Center will give us a permanent, safe space for this program. So let me remind you about the gifts for donation. So with a gift between $100 to $499, you get an ANWO or REST CPS tee and buttons. With a gift between $500 to $1,999, you'll get a bag plus the political report and the ANWO or REST CPS tee and buttons. And with a gift of $1,000 or more, you get the Decolonize full products from the 3 to 6-ounce butters to OG face wash and body scrub, and plus everything else that was in the other tiers. So you can complete your one-time or recurring donations by going to our website at anwoohuru.org/donate, or you can call them in at 240 area code 303-2862, and our Conrad will go ahead and help you. We'll process that payment for you.
Absolutely. And a lot of these gifts you've seen and from people who are able to give great donations, a lot of these gifts are also on sale on ANWO's website. So if you also just want some great products for yourself, in addition to whatever pledges or donations you made today, check out the website for some of those wonderful products. I use the Decolonase myself for my hair, so, I'm a big fan. But, seeing our youth, seeing our programs, seeing this vision, it just makes it so clear why the ANWO Liberation Center is so critical, and we need your help to get there.
That's right. We are now at the halfway donation push.
Woo, woo. Let me see if I can find my numbers.
Program. And we have been working so hard and have been received tremendous support. Can we get a tally up to where we are
we're
now?
Close to 1,800 last I saw.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're getting there.
We're getting there.
Yes. So keep it coming. Keep that coming along. We are literally building our future, and every single dollar that you give, every share, every moment of your time is an investment in our self-determination. It's an investment in having a place of our own, a place for our children, a place to build power. So if you can donate $1, $10, $1,000, whatever you can give now, go ahead and scan that QR code on the screen, or go to the website anwoohuru.org/donate.
Yes. And we are at $1,809 right now.
Yay. So
we still are very far from our goal. We need somebody to come out of that $1,000 out of their pocket. So if you do recurring, if you do a $1,000 pledge and have a recurring donations, that's $84 a month. 84.
There you go.
So, and just to let you know, every dollar of donations help us buy a nail, HVAC, flooring, lighting, drywall, all the physical stuff that we need to renovate this property. So right now we're asking you, go to anwoohuru.org/donate, or scan the code on the screen and help us cross that halfway mark.
Mm-hmm.
Help us go beyond that and get the ANWO Liberation Center open by the next ANWO Black Women's Convention, which is in March. Come on, y'all. We can have it at the ANWO Liberation Center.
Wouldn't that be phenomenal?
Yeah, that'd be so dope. We be turning up on Natural Bridge,
And we know that with all of your help, you can definitely make this an easy reality with your support and help. I mean, I think you said, $84 a month? I mean, I know people who spend more of that on DoorDash every month, right? So
on one DoorDash order.
on one order. Come on. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, help us show the world what we can do as African people when we come together in support of dual and contending power for not only African women and kids, but for the African liberation. I know someone watching right now is feeling the call to donate. You can set up regular monthly donations or a one-time donation.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. And while you're donating, while you're getting your cards out, your numbers figured out, let's go ahead and revisit part of that footage from the plenary 2026 clip for that final push of inspiration. So remind us what we're fighting for. So let's take a look at that clip for a bit.
The African National Women's Organization was founded in 2015 by the African People's Socialist Party in recognition of the necessity of organizing African women as a conscious political force within the struggle for African liberation. ANWO was not simply announced or declared into existence. Next slide. It was developed through political engagement with African women across different regions of the world. Conferences organized in Washington, D.C., and London, England, brought together African women to examine the conditions facing our people and the role African women must play in transforming those conditions. At these gatherings, African women did more than attend discussions. They participated in political struggle, debated questions of priority, and voted on the necessity of building ANWO and putting forward resolutions that would guide the work of the organization. These conferences affirmed what the party had already recognized, that African women must be organized consciously and politically if we are to play out our historic role in the liberation of our people. The reason for this necessity is rooted in the conditions African women face under colonial capitalism. Next slide. The African National Women's Organization is guided by the theory of African internationalism, developed by the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, Omali Yeshitela. With this theory, we can confidently say that we are the only anti-imperialist, anti-colonial, revolutionary mass organization for African women anywhere in the world. Our oppression is not reducible to patriarchy as a standalone system. It is a condition produced by the colonial domination of the African nation and the theft of African labor, land, and resources. Under colonial capitalism, African women are exploited as workers, as reproducers of labor, and as stabilizers of a colonized community forced into crisis. We absorb poverty, state violence, incarceration, displacement, and economic instability, and still hold families and communities together. ANWO understands that the special oppression of African women cannot be resolved through reform, representation, or charity. It can only be resolved through organized struggle to overturn the colonial system that produces it. For this reason, our task is to organize African women into conscious political motion as a decisive force in the liberation of our people. However, organizing under colonial conditions presents real pressures. Next slide. During this reporting period, ANWO confronted one such contradiction in our leadership, which compromised the constitutions of ANWO and the party. The pursuit of a 501c3 status revealed that good intentions to meet short-term goals cannot replace the long-term aim of the revolution. It also revealed deeper issues, requiring months-long struggles to overturn. We will return to that contradiction later in this report because the lessons drawn from it are important for strengthening the organization moving forward. For now, let's turn to Comrades Mecca and Mariam to report on the victories and advances made by ANWO over this reporting period. Uhuru.
This is the bullet. You put it on the top. It goes
The
in,
period
it
between
goes back
July
on the
29,
bottom.
2022 and December 31st, 2025 has been a period of growth and development for the African National Women's Organization. Next slide. During this period, ANWO expanded its leadership by assigning and training secondary leadership, appointing regional leaders, establishing branches, and delegating committee leadership to capable comrades. Our internal coordination shone brightly as ANWO forces contributed to the hands-off Uhuru fight back by serving on the committees and winning members and supporters to be on the ground during the court cases. In the midst of supporting our leaders, we developed new initiatives requiring comrades from around the country to be in St. Louis to take on the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market and host the Black Mothers March in D.C. Beyond the lessons learned, we have realized our readiness to govern, and these experiences are shaping our ability to coordinate resources in pursuit of a free and liberated Africa.
Second, political education. ANWO has advanced the political education. Oh, next slide, I'm sorry. Political education. The African National Women's Organization has advanced the political education of African women through study groups, discussion, and cadre development that initiates and deepens our understanding of African internationalism and our role in the liberation struggle. Since the attack on our movement, we have developed consistent political programming, holding virtual Harriet's Daughters book clubs, creating the Breakdown and African Women Must Lead podcasts, and holding 2 Black women conventions and developing new campaigns. Next slide. Economic development. One of the most important developments in this period was ANWO taking leadership of the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market in St. Louis. The market allows us to address food apartheid, to be an incubator for Black businesses, and provide a platform to advance African internationalism through our campaigns. We have continued to build and strengthen ANWO's longstanding economic development project, Decolonize Hair and Body, by creating new indigenously rooted quality products and developing pathways for socialist economic growth, such as the distributor and ambassador programs. Additionally, we have completed phase 1 of the ANWO Liberation Center, the future home of ANWO's international headquarters, located at 4617 Natural Bridge Avenue in North St. Louis. Phase 1 raised resources to replace the roof in 2024. Gratefully, the roof survived the 2025 tornado that devastated the African community. While we've had to assess what it will take to make the ANWO Liberation Center a reality, we are prepared now more than ever to make it happen. All of these projects are aimed at strengthening the economic capacity of African women and supporting community development aligned with the political goals of the movement.
Next slide, campaigns. So fourth, ANWO's main campaigns. ANWO is advancing campaigns, supporting party initiatives, and representing political lines of the party in multiple areas. Arrest CPS. Stop Kidnapping Black Children, our main campaign to expose the ongoing commodification of African people under the guise of child protection. It is in its 9th year. We enhance our strategy and build networks with other organizations fighting to keep our children out of the hand of the state. Organize, Fight, Win. ANWO's internal campaign aimed at mobilizing our members to build a revolutionary response that combines economic resistance with political action. Project St. Louis was launched at the end of 2025. It encompasses all of our work in St. Louis in introducing Thrive, a new strategy to build base support by meeting the needs of organizing African women. But revolutionary work also produces contradictions. To address these contradictions honestly, I bring forward Comrade President Yejide.
Uhuru comrades. What slide are we on? Am I on the screen? Okay. Revolutionary work does not advance without contradictions. Contradictions are not simply problems to be avoided. They are the terrain through which political clarity is sharpened and leadership is tested. During this reporting period, ANWO confronted several contradictions centered around our work in St. Louis to organize the One Africa, One Nation marketplace, develop the ANWO Liberation Center, and build ANWO on the ground. Things that the chairman already put in his political report, but we wanted to go into a little bit further here. All the mandates that were given to us by the party. And the root contradiction was my refusal to lead. Leadership requires the willingness to take responsibility, to make decisions grounded in the political line of the party, to exercise authority through the discipline of democratic centralism, to not be liberal, to struggle and to act. Instead, I relinquished my leadership, making the responsibility of building ANWO in St. Louis the job of everyone else but ANWO. Whether I intended to or not, I sowed dissension and mass alliances with party members against the party. I should have been bringing forces toward the party, resolving contradictions.
and talking through barriers with party leadership instead of this always creeps up on me when I talk about this. Woo, okay, I got it. I think I got it. Okay. I should have been bringing forces toward the party. Thank you, comrades. Resolving contradictions and talking through barriers with party leadership instead of introducing problems inside a body that did not fully understand the policies and was not beholden to democratic centralist structure as I was. As a result, contradictions grew that could have been resolved quickly. Next slide.
Uhuru, yeah, I really appreciate, well, of course, plenary reports are always wonderful to get, but I really appreciate President Yajede's talking and speaking in that moment, right? Because again, it brings attention to the point of Liberation Center and ANWO as an organization. Like we commented before, it's not just about fun, it's not about trend, but it's about holding people accountable, right? That's how we get this movement, that's how we get this revolution, that's how we get this work to actually work. Right? When we hold each other accountable and we confront our contradictions and acknowledge it so that we can repair and move on. So yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that right quick and appreciate all the members of ANWO and all the work they've been doing at the plenary and also just with our Web-a-thon today. We're reaching that halfway point, right? We're getting ready to transition to our next hour program. And we just want to give you a little glimpse of what's to come. Oh, hang on, we can't hear you, comrade.
I'm so sorry.
There we go. No, you're good.
So before I talk about what you can look for in the second half of our Web-a-thon, I want to make a $100 pledge.
Look at this. Thank you, comrade.
$100 pledge to our goal today. So in the second half of this broadcast, we're going to bring you some infotainment, powerful information about ANWO's Organized Fight Win initiative. We're going to be looking at practical branch building steps, the next phase of ANWO Arrest CPS campaign, and how we can all be involved in making this dream or vision, a goal, a reality. Everyone has a role in the pursuit of African liberation.
Absolutely, everyone. I mean, we saw Nova today. We have our young people who are playing a part. We have old people like me. We have everyone in the community, no matter what kind of background, what kind of labor you can produce and contribute, especially when it comes to your dollars to help make this infrastructure happen. Everyone has a role to play. And we're going to be joined by some special guests. Later on, we'll have some more wonderful performances. I know you're already floored away by Nova's singing, as I still am. But we have some other great performances coming along later. And we're going to keep pushing this campaign across the finish line, right? We're coming up across that halfway mark.
Right. And infrastructure is political, and we are building together. So don't go anywhere. We are grateful for you, for your time, for your energy, and for your support.
Absolutely. So let's see if I think the last count I saw was maybe close to 900 or so with your pledge. You're wonderful. Yeah, we have wonderful pledge, Coco. So thank you for that. So remember that infrastructure is political. We are building it together. And our estimated total pledge right now is about 1,900. And we're going to be starting the 5th hour soon, but we got a couple minute breaks here. So if you need to go run to the restroom right quick, get a drink of water, find your wallet, all that jazz, make sure you do that in this little interim. But we'll definitely see you in hour 5. Uhuru, African women must lead.
Uhuru. All right, let's get started on our next section. So now we're going to be talking a little bit about Black August, and I'm Jay Amici. I'm on the Info and Ed committee, and also on the Economic Development Committee, and I'll pass it to Mecca.
I try to buy guys. Sorry, talk.
Mecca, can you hear me?
Uhuru. Hey, power to the people, Black Power. Can y'all hear me?
It's pretty low. I don't know if you can get closer to the microphone or something.
Okay, is this better right here?
Yeah, I think it's a little better.
Okay, sorry now. Big revolutionary on the go.
All right. Quickly, Mecca, you want to introduce yourself and then we'll get right into it.
Okay, greetings everyone. I'm Mecca. I'm the Western Regional Coordinator for the African National Women's Organization, and I'm here in Los Angeles.
All right. So welcome, family, comrades, community. Welcome to the Black August Web-a-thon. And let's just begin with the material reality. We're here tonight to raise $15,000 for the Liberation Center. Pass it to Mecca. Well, I'll continue. I'm not sure if she's available to hear us. This is not charity. It's not symbolic. This is solidarity with a movement that has fought for people, for our people, for generations. Before we go deeper, we want you to see what the Liberation Center means to our people. So let's play a little video.
It's just the outside. Uhuru. Can you go get my phone?
And right now,
not symbolic.
Mecca
It's
is
solidarity
on
with the
go.
movement that has fought for our people for generations. What the Liberation Center means to our people.
Okay.
The African National Women's Organization Liberation Center is an ambitious initiative born from the vision to transform 4617 Natural Bridge Avenue into a vibrant facility. This space, generously donated by the African People's Education and Defense Fund, will become a working-class embassy, a hub for community empowerment, and a testament to the resilience of African people. Located at the heart of North St. Louis, a community deeply affected by centuries of colonial exploitation, our mission is clear: to uplift and empower. We acknowledge the stark realities of poverty, health disparities, and violence that plague our community. Our aim is to reverse these trends and create a thriving international hub for African people. But we can't achieve this vision alone. We need your support to bring this dream to life. Your donation toward our goal of raising $60,227 will fund the comprehensive rehabilitation of the property, including crucial steps like installing kitchen and bathrooms, full electrical upgrade, installing new plumbing, repairing the roof, reinforcing decks and fencing, and transforming the front facade. Why should you donate? Because every contribution brings us one step closer to providing working-class African women with a property of their own, a place where they can heal, organize, and thrive. Why are we doing this? Because we are committed to advancing the cause of African self-determination. Our center will provide vital cultural, social, and community spaces that celebrate African people and serve as a catalyst for change. Our vision includes creative and incubator residencies to nurture talent, community childcare to support families, and a safe place site to offer refuge and support. Additionally, as the headquarters of the African National Women's Organization, the center will serve as a national and local organizing space empowering African women and femmes in our struggles against the impact of colonial capitalism. Your support can make a profound difference in our efforts to uplift African women and femmes, empowering those who have been marginalized. Join us in our mission to strengthen our community, nurture resilience, and pave the way for a brighter, more equitable future. Together, we can ensure that the flame of African self-determination burns brighter than ever before.
Uhuru, love to see it. Just a great reminder of why we're here. And just a quick note, Mecca is on the move right now as part of a Black Panthers Black August tour, showing many incredible historical stops. Mecca, I don't know if you wanted to say anything about that. We'll have a little bit more about that later, but if you had any thoughts you wanted to say about the tour you're on. Yeah, I think there might be a delay. So yeah, I'm going to get into it. So, what you saw in that video is why we're here. It's also why we fight. And that's why we must raise $15,000 tonight. So it's important to know that movements don't survive on vibes. As some comrades have said earlier, we survive off of infrastructure. And every revolutionary movement in history had maybe a base, a headquarters, a training ground. Sometimes they had schools, of course, like many safe houses. Like the Black Panthers had offices in every major city. And the Black Liberation Army had networks of homes and supporters. Even inside the prisons, the Black guerrilla family built political education programs and protection networks that kept Black prisoners alive. And infrastructure helps movements survive repression. It's where we plan, where we train, where we protect our people. And this Liberation Center is our infrastructure. So it's where we do things like conduct political education, train organizers, build community defense, support families of political prisoners, develop revolutionary culture, or practice Black August discipline year-round. All right, I see that we've had a couple donations in, so keep it coming. Hope you guys like what you're hearing so far. So yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead. Wait, sorry. Mecca, were you going to say something?
Say, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It seems like
Can you
there's
hear
a
me?
bit of a delay. Yes. And I see we have another $84 donation from Barra G. Thanks for that donation.
And
all
Black,
right.
can you hear me?
Yes. But there's a huge lag. I think it's like maybe like 10 seconds. I'm just probably going to hear this 10 seconds from now.
Oh no. Okay, so I was just going to get into the Black August.
All right, yeah.
Oh no.
Feel free to go ahead.
Because again, like Conrad J said, it's so important. And Black August, it isn't a holiday, although people will try to say otherwise. And the ordinance commemoration began inside the walls of Soledad Prison. So W.O. Nolan, he was a bruiser and a founding member of the Black guerrilla family, a revolutionary formation created inside the California prisons to protect Black prisoners and teach political education.
Yeah, so on January 13th, 1970, Nolan and his comrades Cleveland Edwards and Alvin Miller were murdered on the yard at Soledad, and their deaths ignited a political fire that spread through every cell block. And the pig, John Mills, officer, was beaten and thrown from a third floor tier just 30 minutes after inmates learned that a grand jury had cleared a White Tower guard, O.P.G. Miller, of any wrongdoing in the shooting death of Nolan, W.L. Nolan, and others.
1970, Jackson Drumgo or officially indicted for Mills' murder. His mandatory death sentence at the time. Around 1970, August 7, 1977, Jonathan Jackson entered the Marin courthouse with a calm disappearance. He said and declared, "Gentlemen, I'm taking over," before handing weapons registered Davis to James McClain, Smith, and Rochelle McGee. Three imprisoned brothers whose trial and captivity became an international symbol for the U.S. violence against Black people. Jonathan moved with the clarity, not chaos, leading them out of the courtroom with hostages in a deliberate attempt to challenge the system, preparing to destroy his brother, George. His courage at 17 remains one of the defining acts of resistance to shape the foundation of Black August.
George Jackson was able to transform his grief into revolutionary clarity. His letters, Soledad Brother, exposed the brutality of the prison system. His book, Blood in My Eye, laid out a blueprint for revolutionary struggle. And George Jackson knew the state was planning to assassinate him inside San Quentin, and he wasn't paranoid. He was very politically clear about what was happening. And he wrote openly about the prison administration tightening conditions, isolating him, and escalating provocations. He understood the pattern that when a revolutionary becomes too influential, the colonial state moves to eliminate them. Well, I'll just continue on. George knew. Oh, I didn't read that part. So he knew his days were numbered, so he armed himself and organized his fellow prisoners in order to overpower the officers and take them hostage. And when he made it to the yard, he was shot in the back from a prison tower. And his death became the spark that lit the tradition of Black August. Just weeks after George's assassination, on September 9th, in 1971, the Attica Rebellion erupted in New York. There, prisoners demanded human rights, dignity, and political recognition. And the state responded by massacring 39 people, which reminds us why Black August is necessary. But since then, Black August has been a national call to revolutionary struggle. Inside San Quentin, Qatari Godin, a Black guerrilla family leader, helped formalize Black August as a month of discipline. So for 30 days, we study, we fast, we train, and most importantly, we fight. And Qatari Godin died under suspicious circumstances in August 1st, 1978. So he's another martyr whose death reminds us of our commitment to Black August. And today, with state repression rising and organizers criminalized, Black August is our cultural reset. So we can't just remember this history, we have to act on it. And we can act on it by supporting current political prisoners and remembering those who risked everything to resist state violence. So Mecca, if you want to say a few words about some political prisoners that are important for the movement. I don't know if you can hear me. Maybe the lag might be too long to be going back and forth, but all right, well, I will just get into the highlighting some living comrades who are currently fighting state repression. So we have Kenny Zulu Whitmore. He was a Black Panther. He was in prison since 1975 in Angola State Penitentiary, which I'm sure a lot of folks know already, but for those who don't know, Angola used to be a slave plantation in Louisiana, I believe. And when slavery was abolished, it was turned into a prison. And it was called Angola because there was, a lot of people trafficked from Angola to that plantation. And to this day, it's still a plantation where people are working against their will, for the benefit of others. So he was imprisoned there since 1975. And he was held in solitary confinement for a lot of that time, for decades. So he had over 35 years in closed cell restrictions. And it wasn't because of bad behavior. It was really because of his political beliefs. But they try to tell us that, we have free speech in this country. We all know that's not the most true. And I see that there's another donation from Comrade Penny Hess. Thank you so much for that donation. Really appreciate it. Moving on to another political prisoner that we like to commemorate, a living political prisoner. So there's Mumia Abu Jamal, which I'm sure a lot of folks have heard of. He's a longtime, activist and journalist. He's a former Panther as well. He's really been targeted for exposing police violence. And he was sentenced to death in a trial that drew international condemnation, basically railroaded. And so this death sentence was overturned by a court, but they gave him life imprisonment instead. We're still fighting to get him free. So
Jay, I can do some of the rest of the ones. I spoke with Comrade. We have high goals and aspirations during these live things. Comrade Mecca is trying to do two things at once. She's on a Black August tour bus with some veterans of the Black Liberation movement, and is in motion. So her connection is not good. So I'm stepping in to on this important history and explanation of Black August. So I appreciate Comrade Jay for holding it down. And so the next person that we wanted to raise up, which is a current political prisoner, is Kamal Siddiqui. He's a former Panther and a Black Liberation Army member imprisoned in a case that emerged decades after the fact and is widely seen as retaliatory. He was close to Assata Shakur, and he's currently incarcerated. We also have Jay Burton, a political prisoner whose case reflects the ongoing criminalization of Black resistance. He was wrongfully convicted as a teenager by the neo-Nazi Linwood Vikings Sheriff's Gang in Los Angeles and has been imprisoned for over 36 years.
It's wild. Unbelievable.
Yeah. We want to honor some women too. That, we have Assata Shakur, who's recently transitioned to Ancestor as of, I think it's almost been a year since she transitioned. We all should know who Assata Shakur is, but she's a former Black Panther member and a member of the Black Liberation Army. She survived COINTELPRO, the state violence and political persecution. She was forced into exile in Cuba, and she's a symbol of Black womanhood, resistance, and revolutionary clarity, and has been an example to many African women around the world, and more than that, to people, colonized people, non-colonized people, her resistance. And I think the stance that Cuba had around Assata has been incredibly amazing, considering that's just another thing that the United States could have used to continue to persecute Cuba, and we see that they're escalating in recent months. But Assata Shakur is definitely somebody that we hold up in the African National Women's Organization. Comrade Jay, you want to take our next lady?
Sure. So another woman in the struggle, Sophia Bukhari, who's a former Panther and a political prisoner, also a founder of the Jericho movement. And she dedicated her life to freeing political prisoners and exposing state repression. She was a warrior for liberation until her last breath. And so she has a book that I definitely recommend people check out. It's called The War Before. And it basically describes her path from a pre-med student in Harlem to becoming, a Black Panther member and spending time in a long time in prison and that kind of, she also brings in some, critiques and contradictions of the movement. So definitely recommend that text to folks who are interested in learning more. But next, we're going to talk a little bit more about folks who, are, have passed on recently, because we can't just let our political prisoners die in prison. Too many of them already are dying in prison. And at least we can't let their names fade, and we can't let their sacrifices go unanswered. So, yeah, one of the elders that recently passed away in, I think, 2022 at 85 was Sundiata Acoli. And so he was in prison for nearly 50 years. He was formerly a Black Panther and also a BLA member. And he was convicted in the 1973 case, the same one that Assata was, railroaded on. And shortly after he was released, he died 2 months after. So he didn't really, get to experience that freedom, which I think is a travesty. Yesterday, you want to talk about our next?
Yeah, Ruchell Magee is over 60 years in prison. He is the longest held political prisoner in U.S. history. Ruchell, if you remember I don't want to call it a story, the history that Comrade Mecca was saying when she was able to communicate online about, he was one of the men that was trying to break George Jackson out of prison, along with his brother, Jonathan Jackson. And Ruchell, for that, has been penalized and has been held in prison for 60 years. And there is no indication about whether or not he will be able to come out, or whether the state is going to have some sympathy on him. And so it's really important that, if we think that is, something worthy of that's an example to African people and what we need to be doing in order to really liberate ourselves. And we can hold him up as somebody, him and Jonathan and George, as some people who really are the direct articulation of liberating our people. And sometimes you got to come down to that. Then Ruchell is somebody that you need to know about, advocate for. I don't have the website or anything in front of me right now, but I'm sure that we can find it if you just Google it. And Ruchell is spelled Ruchell, Magee, Magee. Yeah. And then you want me to go over Imam, or you want to go over?
You can go over.
Okay. Our next political prisoner is Imam Jamil Al-Amin, former SNCC leader, and framed and imprisoned for over 2 decades. He died in prison in 2025, despite deteriorating health and ongoing calls for exoneration. And we have a lot to learn from their struggle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and right now, I mean, or at least in the recent past, the federal government has attempted to turn Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Penny Hess and Jesse Neville into political prisoners as well. This is the same playbook that is used against the Panthers. It's the same playbook used against other revolutionaries, and they're doing this to this very day to our elders. They won't stop. They're not going to quit until they try to stomp out any kind of revolution or resistance. But that doesn't mean we're going to let them win.
I wanted to make a correction because that's the contradiction, right? The contradiction is that Ruchell Magee passed away in prison, even though he was the longest held political prisoner in U.S. history. He passed away in 2023. And the contradiction is that we don't know when this is happening unless we're following these cases and we are up to date and we are connected to the struggle to free political prisoners, so that our comrades, our heroes, are not going to die in prison without, the entire African population is aware of it. And I'm glad that we're doing this segment because, that just opened up a glaring contradiction within African liberation work, is that we need to stay on top of this. So Ruchell Magee was the longest held political prisoner in U.S. history, and he passed away in 2023, October 17.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point that, there are still, some of them were mentioned previously, but there are still political prisoners. The ones that have been political prisoners since the 70s, and then there's new ones going in. They're still targeting people. They're still I mean, there's someone in where I am in Oregon right now who, of course, the only person who's still in prison for any of the Black Lives Matter stuff is, a Black man. And, he's really suffered and a lot and actually been transferred to random prisons. His family he disappeared for a while and people were concerned about his safety. It's not 100% sure if he's okay or not. So I'm trying to remember his name. I can look it up. And there's another person, I actually wrote a letter to him at one point because I was part of a group that would write letters to Black political prisoners. And Veronza Bowers Jr. is also another Black Panther member who's still in prison. He's one of the longest held prisoners. He actually has this incredible flute album. It's on Spotify. It's like a meditation. It's so good. I truly love it. So check him out, support him. And yeah, he's writing, he's making music to this day. And, he was eligible for, parole after 30 years. And that was in, that was in 2005. And, his parole was denied from 2002 to 2011. And, he's still maintaining his innocence. And I think, I would say that in a lot of these cases, the evidence was faulty based on, an untrustable eyewitness. They'll find the neighborhood white supremacist or something, or by the word of these white supremacist cops, which of course you can never trust them. But I did a quick Google search, and the name of the man who is had been facing a lot of really prolonged solitary confinement. His name's Malik Muhammad, and he's serving a 10-year sentence for some actions, at the 2020 Black Lives Matter protest, which of course, the sentence is ridiculous and the charge was ridiculous. And he's been in solitary confinement for almost a full year, and he's vanished from the state's database tracking system and, showed up thousands of miles away. A lot of people have been advocating for him lately, so they're clearly trying to stop that advocacy by sending him away to different states, states that have a lot worse prisoner rights than Oregon does. That's very intentional, that we have this system where one state might make these progressions in the system, and then they can just easily send them to another state that doesn't have any of those kind of things. So, moving back to.
Sorry, I wanted to say something. I forgot. I just thought that, the chairman says this is that the colonizer would make your freedom illegal. And when we're talking about political prisoners, we're not talking about some bad guys shooting up some cops allegedly, or doing something, this way or that way that's against the law. The law is made by the colonizer, and the law of the land is to oppress and exploit African people and other colonized nations within these borders. So when we resist, then we are incarcerated, we are held to their criminal system and charged and put away for 60 something years. Just like when slavery was legal in this country, escaping slavery was illegal. Our freedom is illegal. And so when we're talking about political prisoners, we're talking about the escaped slave, right? We're talking about the escaped enslaved individual who dared to fight back and become the example to what other Africans must do. And we can't allow for them to be incarcerated in obscurity, because that's what the colonizer wants us to do. They want us to forget about these people. They don't want us to advocate for them. So, I think that ANWO could do a better job of really holding up and doing more work around political prisoners. And I do think that it's really necessary for us to talk about, the question of the state, because these actions are the things that the colonizer are penalizing and criminalizing, obviously, but the action is a freedom liberating action, allegedly.
I'm going to say with all of our comrades, because the state would throw the whole book at you for just trying to get free.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's so true. It's also had me thinking about, I was recently at a conference and the president of Namibia spoke, and he spoke about how, they were fighting the apartheid armies, and none of the supposedly like Western nations would. This is not even like when we talk about anti-colonial struggles. You often think about like the 1800s. Like this is like the late 70s. This is like the 80s. Like we were alive when this was happening. This isn't ancient history.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about how the U.S. government condemned the rebel armies, and in fact, the CIA, there's plenty of declassified documents that show that the U.S. government actively armed and gave intelligence and all sorts of support to the apartheid governments of South Africa, of what Namibia used to be Southwest Africa, because colonizers aren't creative, I guess. So I should call it not South Africa, but Azania, occupied Azania. And so they're out here condemning the rebels for fighting for their liberation, and condemning the Cubans for helping Cubans which Africanism is such a big part of Cuban culture and Cuban people. The Cuban people are African peoples.
Yes, they are.
So African people helping African people in Africa, the U.S. government hates it. Is saying you must stop, and if anything, donating money and resources to the people on the side of occupation and colonization and oppression. And I mean, that's literally exactly what's happening to this very day with Israel and plenty of other struggles that the U.S. is fighting against. And so, they'll always condemn, they'll always criminalize the anti-colonial action that leads to the liberation of oppressed people, because it's a threat to their power. And so these individuals are representations of that threat. And I hate to say it, but I feel like the U.S. government has done a good job of sort of like pacifying and commodifying revolution, where people think revolution is an aesthetic, or they think like Dr. Umar, not to like name drop him, they think he's revolutionary and not reactionary. And so we have these people that get to cosplay revolutionariness in a way that doesn't threaten the state in any kind of capacity. And those people, maybe occasionally they get a charge, maybe they get like a lead charge or something like that. And so they get to be like, oh man, the man's trying to get me, whatever. But they're not like out here taking big risks, and also not being railroaded for these, huge, ridiculous charges that have, spurious evidence and are put forth by, the most racist people in power.
When we talk about those spurious charges, we talk like you're about to talk about the Uhuru 3, and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, who are still being persecuted by the U.S. government, that was convicted of conspiring to be Russian agents. But then the jury acquitted them of that charge, convicting them on a lesser conspiracy charge. They faced up to 5 years in prison, or what the chairman called a thought crime for opposing U.S. wars and fighting for Black liberation. And the U.S. government is saying that, we're not charging, this is not a free speech case. We're saying that you were actually a Russian agent, that you broke the U.S. law, because we don't care about what you're talking about, that you were, I got to put the white voice on in case y'all, we don't care about what you were talking about. You have free speech. This is not about free speech. This is about the fact that you worked for Russia and you didn't let us know. And this is the basis of what they're saying right now against our comrades. And the comrades just had an appeal in, I think the Supreme Court in Georgia last month, and the appeal was denied. And so we're going to continued to go to the Supreme Court to appeal the decision that they were convicted on. But I kind of like, this is the tactics that the United States government and just the colonial state will do to try to hem you up, and they will wrap you up in these legal. You could either accept it, and if you're an African that's trying to get free and prove your point in the so-called country of the free, the land of the free, and the home of the brave, and you're trying to prove your point using their system, then we're going to go through it, and we're not going to allow them to say anything they want to say about us, because once they control the narrative, we will not allow them to control the narrative. And that's that's the reason why Black August is still it's something that we continue to hold up every August, is because we will not allow for the colonizer to control the narrative of our heroes. These people who put it all on the line for freedom, these people who believed in our freedom so much that they were willing to risk it all and die for our people. And we cannot allow for the United States government or anybody else to allow us to tell that narrative for us. You can't let the oppressor do it. And it's really critical that we always show up for our people, because there are people who don't know. And Black August as a month has been used as a tool for education to arm the people, the masses, with the history and the narrative of these heroes, and to allow for more mobilization and activity to be happening around our heroes that have gone on into the ancestors, and to our heroes who are currently still fighting for their freedom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So hopefully this got you all fired up about Black August, and hope you will join us in fighting for prisoners. You can do that through letter writing. You can do it through supporting legal defense funds, attending court dates, sharing prisoner stories, pressuring officials, maybe find out about some local campaigns. There's usually, the state is, and the police are framing people and doing all sorts of, weird stuff all over the country. And so there's probably, where you are locally, a case that you could support. And, of course, donating, teaching this history is also really important. Doing that research about Black August, one of the tenets of it is study. So we study because we know that, our history has a lot of wisdom to tell us, but history is not something that stays in the past. History is ongoing, and history is part of something that we make. We make history, and we can better make history if we understand the past. It's about cause and effect. History is often taught in schools as if like these magical things happened. There was like this battle, and then there was this magical thing. But these things, like there were things that led to these things. There were things that got to that point. And I think about one thing that's interesting is, in Cuba, they celebrate, the Battle of Moncada, which they lost, by the way, but they celebrate that as the anniversary of the revolution. And I remember asking someone, I'm like, why would they celebrate a holiday that they lost? And they said, well, that was the galvanizing point. That was the part when people started to become revolutionaries. And even though the 84 people that originally were on this mission, most of them died and only like a dozen were left. That dozen, it was, Fidel Castro, Raul Castro, Che Guevara, like all of these, revolutionaries, and it strengthened those revolutionaries to lead the next phase of the revolution. So, as we're teaching this history, let's be thinking about like, what is the next phase of the revolution? How could we use whatever our wins, our losses, or whatever of the history? How could we use all of that in order to strengthen our goal towards completely transforming society into one where, the liberation, there's liberation of all oppressed peoples. So teaching history, and we got to build our own institutions, because the institutions that exist, function for the state oftentimes, and they're perpetuating a different history. There in some ways there's multiple histories, and not to fall down I could fall down this rabbit hole of time, because I'm very interested in the concept of time, and especially talking about decolonial time. And the colonizer thinks of time as linear. There's one past and one future. So if the one past is a colonized past, and that past has built all the future, then for them the one future is a colonized future. but there's this concept of the entangled time tree where the roots, there's many paths, there's a colonized past, but there's also a revolutionary past. And there's the thick trunk of the present where all of that kind of comes together. It's like all of the things from the past, but also the potential of the future comes together like a baobab tree, this super thick trunk. And baobab trees can store like 30,000 gallons of water, can store so much water. And water is ancestral memory, and water is life. And, but it leads to these branches, which are in the multiple futures, And so you got to build these institutions, these schools, these daycare centers, these financial institutions, all sorts of things to help us build towards the future that we want. The future is a battle. It is a struggle, and it's something we have to struggle for. And right now, the techno-feudalists are winning. And we got to, create our own institutions to compete with the ones that the billionaires and the techno.
Jay, you just said a word I have never heard before. Go ahead, tell about people what techno-feudalism is.
Oh man, I'm like, now we're really going down the rabbit hole.
Don't go down the rabbit hole, but just like explain what that word is. They're winning. Why are they winning? Why are the techno-feudalists winning?
Oof, I mean, I'm like, should we go into the whole historical materialist
you
idea?
love that. Let's try to keep it in line with like the fundraiser and Black August. Like, how are is there a correlation between the two?
Yeah, so if people remember like regular feudalism, right, where you had, first of all, I'm trying not to go the full historical materialist route, but it's important, we have this commons before all of that happened. We had this commons. People would just, maybe they foraged, they would have their sheep, on this land, and everyone owned it. It wasn't owned by any person. And then the enclosure of the commons, suddenly that land belongs to a king or a duke or whatever. They own that now. And then these people that formerly used that land for free now have to pay rent, and paying rent often in the form of the things that they grew. So they're growing all this food that they can't eat because they got to give it to the duke or the king who's sitting in the castle doing God knows what. Probably some horrors beyond human perception, because they have no accountability. And so if you think about feudalism that way, you think about techno-feudalism in the same way. When the internet was first created, it was a giant commons. Anybody can access any information. You think about things like Wikipedia. And so over the years, have you noticed that it's enclosing? The things that were free, the things that were low cost and acceptable to anyone, now there's a subscription model. Now it's like you used to be able to buy software CD and that you owned that software for life, and now it's like you got to pay a subscription for it, And so the techno-feudalists want it so every single aspect of your life, literally up to the point where you're breathing, is rented, is a subscription service. And we're seeing that already, where so many aspects of our lives are are subscriptions or things that we pay for, and it's like every year there's like a new product that people are like, oh, I have to do my subscription to ChatGPT in order to think, because it does all my thinking for me. Like they've literally enclosed thinking and like outsourced thinking to a subscription model. And so now these people are losing their ability to think because they've outsourced it to a subscription model. And if that subscription model ever goes away, their ability to think doesn't just come back, like it's something that is cultivated. So the techno-feudalists, that is the perfect world for them. They're like, great, like WALL-E. Like, you ever see WALL-E? And there's for folks who haven't seen it, they're on this giant ship, right? WALL-E is originally like on this planet, and the planet's just straight trash. Just the whole thing is just trash. And you understand that this is Earth, and there's no animals or anything, even like. So WALL-E meets another robot, a beautiful robot, Evie, and he falls in love with that robot or whatever. And I don't remember a lot of the movie, but I do remember they get to space, to where are the humans in this trash world? They're in a giant ship that it's literally like they're all like huge, hundreds, like probably like 500 pounds, cannot walk, are in like a huge lounge chair with a screen this close to their face with just food and whatever just And so that's their entire life. Like their entertainment, their entire life is like just in these chairs consuming. And like that is the techno-feudalist dream. Like that is, they told us flat out, that is the future they want for us. Is for us to be
future.
strapped to chairs, consuming endlessly, consuming mindlessly, while the beautiful earth that makes us who we are as a species is a trash heap thousands of miles away, uninhabitable by us.
But that's what they try to do in our communities anyway, right? They try to make our communities trash heaps, and the same sort of model, the parasite that's up in the sky somewhere who is feeding off of the work of the people, and then whatever's the people got to live in. Well, we are Wall-E, right? We're living amongst the leftovers of what they've already taken from us, and we see that on the north side of St. Louis, where there's crumbling buildings, where there's not enough resources, where the city doesn't want to give us any resources to after the we should be getting it because we pay those taxes and things like that. And so we're trying to, pull it back, create this territory that they want to leave in trash. We're trying to create we will create this territory that is used as a launching point for many African women and people in the community to discover, to create, but to also organize and to think freely without the use of subscriptions, right? We want to make sure that we are educating each other. That's the narrative work that we're doing. This fundraiser that we're doing right now, this 8-hour Web-a-thon, we're in hour 5? We got 3 more hours to go, is about educating our people and providing you an outlet. We know folks got subscriptions. I think Madison said it earlier that, some people do DoorDash and eat $84 of, worth of food every week or something. Or if you go to work, if you go somewhere, you got to go to work. I don't know how many people are still packing their lunch from at home, but you probably spend money on the gas, you spend money on, and all things that you need. But there are some things that you might, do also. And I think that we just have to maybe even prioritize like how we see our future. Do we want to leave it to be trash, or do we want to support organizations and individuals who are taking the responsibility of creating beacons, hubs, meccas of places where we can actually build leadership and development, and also for the community to see it for themselves. Because sometimes when you're in these parts of in neighborhoods like this, which I grew up around, I've lived in them, you know what I'm saying? Like people are often demoralized by the thing, and they start to internalize the same narrative that the state uses against us. Oh, these Black people don't care about nothing. They don't care about nothing. They do this, and we start to use the same language of the colonizer against each other, because that's what we have been taught to do. Like this, the reason why the tree fell 3 months ago and it hasn't been taken out. There's a sidewalk that we can't even walk down because a tree fell because of the tornado, and it pulled up the sidewalk. So we have this cavern, we have this mountain of sidewalk that's buckled up and a tree that's fell over. And the reason why it's like that is because African people we don't take care of our community. No, the reality is that the state allows our community to be deteriorated. And so what we experience and what we see is that deterioration from all the way around within our communities. And we're reclaiming through the Uhuru movement, through the Black Power Blueprint, through Project St. Louis, territory that can be liberated from this, so that we can utilize the space for what we actually need to do to produce the kind of world that we are talking about right here in this program. So I want to just encourage folks, if you're watching this program in hour 5, to continue to donate. We have our comrades who are in chat right now providing the links for how you can donate. Go to ANWO, ANWOUHURU.org/donate and donate.
you know, bring your credit card, bring, you know, a card, you know, to bring your cash. You can call us at our phone number. And if you don't know how to do the online stuff, which some people just don't know how to do, you can call us at 240-303-2862, and somebody will answer the phone and take your payment. You can also go directly to our website, the website that I just mentioned, which is anwoohuru.org/donate, and donate at any level. And if you appreciate this hour, which is focusing on Black August and what these comrades fought and died for and got hemmed up by the state for, we're a continuation of this. We are fighting every single day to prepare our people to govern and reclaiming liberated territory, creating spaces that we can actually freedom, not only just dream, but freedom practice is super important. So we're encouraging you to also be a part of that process of helping us get to that point of raising $15,000 during this web-a-thon. And go ahead, Comrade Jay. I saw you. Were you going to say something? Okay. Well, I want to go ahead and just remind our folks what the levels are. And our levels, let me get this up on the screen. If you donate, you could donate at any amount, and we appreciate all donations that come to us, and you can donate at any amount at any time. We're hoping that you do it during this program, because then we'll be able to announce your name and really acknowledge you during this process. And we want you to know that if you do donate at $100, between $100 and $499, we'll send you an ANWO t-shirt or a Rest CPS t-shirt. These are our staple t-shirts. This is what you want. Like, you can just show up. You don't have to be any gender to wear the ANWO t-shirt. What the t-shirt says is that you support African women. Somebody asks you about that, you let them know these are some badass working class African women who are organizing for African women across the world for our eventual liberation. And we are preparing to govern. They're doing so much amazing work. And so that t-shirt is a talking point. And you can talk about the Rest CPS t-shirt too. That's going to cause you to have some good conversations with some folks. Stop kidnapping Black children. And, either one of these t-shirts is going to be amazing for you to have. And if you donate it between the $100 and $499 level, which I know that some of us have already done, we look forward to sending you these items quick, fast, immediately, right? You'll get these buttons, all of them. We'll send you all of them. It's not one or. You'll get all these buttons. And as commemoration of this, we have the Joe Waller and the girls, We Them Girls. There's a story behind that button. They tried to call the party weak because he had a leadership of African women when the party first began. And we say We Them Girls, that the other organizations was trying to say, oh, it's Joe Waller and the girls. Don't mind them. They not really, but We Them Girls, we the continuation of that beginning of the party, not only in ANWO, but in the party itself. We continue to have strong women and strong leadership. We have the Arrest CPS button. We have the Hit the System, Not the Sister button. And then we have Black Women, Black Power button that anybody can partake in. And if you donate between $100 and $499, you will get these one of these t-shirts and these buttons. If you feel so inclined, you can donate. If you say, I'm going to pledge between $100 and $499, once you complete your pledge, you get those items in that first slide. If you say, I don't have it right now, but I do want to pledge $500 to $999, you can still do that. And once you complete your pledge, you would get these items. And when you donate at this level, you get one of the two t-shirts, you get the buttons, you get a nice printed copy of the political report. You heard me reading it in one of the pre-recorded videos from earlier in this web-a-thon. And then you can get this bag that I support Black women leaders, that tells everybody that you are supporting African women and leading, organizing, building revolutionary capacity. It has our website on there, and you want to be able to tell people that.
And then if you donate at the $1,000 level, now I pledged at the $1,000 level. I just completed my first payment of $250 today. I don't need to get the whole thing of the. I mean, I might treat myself and say, listen, I donated $1,000. Once I complete it, I'm just gonna set aside all of my decolonnés pour moi. Because despite what you may think, I don't I don't make a batch for myself every time I make a batch for the public. I scrape around the bowl of the residuals. You know how when you make cookies and you just take the dough out of the cookie dough and you eat. That's what I do. I get the cast offs that's left, and that's what I use to for myself. But I may, since I'm donating at $1,000 level or more, I'm gonna make sure that I get this for myself, and you too can participate in that and get a full 16-ounce jar, the labels, the political education that's on there. You can talk to people about it. You can tell your family and friends. You can share this whole kit with others in your family as well, friends as well. So these are all some of the things that you will get at these different levels when you donate at these levels. And so that's and you'll be supporting all of you're getting gifts from us, but your gift of resources will help us get to the goal that we need to do to move forward with the ANWO Liberation Center and some of the rehabilitation that's happening there. So I'm gonna kick it off to, I don't know, what we want to round out our conversation around Black August and our elders. So today, it's at 58, comrade. So like today, we're going to honor our political prisoners, our ancestors.
Our elders, our living revolutionaries. We want to honor our movement, honor our discipline, our future. And what about the individuals?
We want to honor Assata Shakur. We want to honor Safia Bukhari. We want to honor W.L. Nolan, George Jackson, Katari Golden, all the Attica rebels. We want to honor every comrade who fought behind the walls and every comrade fighting outside of them. And we want to honor the legacy that built Black August. We commit ourselves to carrying it forward, not just in Web-a-thons, but in the practice of getting ourselves free. Because at any given time, we can become political prisoners for whatever it is that we're doing in this space. This could be used against us by the colonial state to say, see, these guys are bad. And, so at any given time, because we are in the practice of getting free, we can become political prisoners too. And so we want to continue to move forward without fear, because freedom is worth fighting for.
Mm-hmm. That's so true. And, George Jackson, he taught us that discipline is the highest form of love for our people. And, that's something that, we can always work on. I know I myself can always work on my discipline. So I invite you to leave thinking about discipline, how you can be more disciplined, how you can have more clarity, how you can really commit more. Because, what's needed for the revolution requires commitment. We can't have this wishy-washiness. People need to commit. So think about what you're committing to. And of course, really being in unity with fellow African people and thinking about purpose. Because Black August will continue and the struggle will continue and will continue. We have the spirit of our ancestors behind us and the courage of political prisoners guiding us, and the future of our people in our hands.
It is in our hands. It's in your hands. It's in all of our hands. And we're just, without these comrades making, and I don't think that they were thinking they were making a sacrifice, right? Like, I feel like they were just trying to get free and live life without some of this oppression, but they have sacrificed so much. And without those sacrifices, and the gains that they've made because of their stance, we would not have examples now today of what it looks like to really throw it against the wall for the freedom and liberation of our people. And every day we continue to honor them through the stance that we have, that the pursuing of liberation, freedom. And let's clarify freedom. Freedom is when African people own and control the means of production. This is not some reformist freedom or some ambiguous freedom. When we talk about freedom and liberation, is when African people own and control the means of production, where the African working class is in power and can manage what is produced from what we have, what we own from the means of production, and that this wealth is distributed amongst our people so that we can resolve all contradictions. That is the freedom and liberation we are talking about. We are not talking about getting better policies under colonialism. We're not trying to get being treated better under colonialism. And we want to throw this thing in the garbage so that we can actually build on top of the trash heap. We want to recycle it. No, we don't want to recycle it. I'm trying to make an analogy that does not pollute the earth. You know what I mean? Pollute the earth.
We want to compost it. We're composting it.
Garble it down, compost it, and use this for good, right? To grow something different. But the growth, the contributions to that compost is definitely going to be African liberation, African practical freedom, the work that we have done, the lives of these amazing African warriors and heroes that have sacrificed so much for African liberation, and just the amount of work that we have to do to live up to their example, is that we don't just sit around on the sidelines waiting for somebody to free us. We are our own liberators, and we cannot think that the state what's the quote? You can't wait around for the state or the oppressor that's going to free you or something. I forget the quote. There's a quote that's escaping me right now. And that's just not how it's going to be.
That's so true.
So thank you, comrades, for welcoming us into hour 5, but we're now transitioning into hour 6 with our comrades Zai Voidisa and Hada Julalongi, and we're gonna give them the stage. Thank you. Welcome, comrades.
Uhuru. I'm gonna just wait for my co-host to pop up there.
There it is. Got it.
All right, so Uhuru, my name is Zai.
And I'm Hada. I'm sorry, give me 2 seconds. Okay. And be hosts for the next hour. Thanks for tuning in to ANWO's Black August Web-a-thon, a fundraiser for the ANWO Liberation Center. And we're streaming live on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook.
So we are 6 hours into this fundraiser. I just want to emphasize that's 6 hours, y'all. I just want to acknowledge something, that you're still here, and that really matters, because tonight we're not just watching a program or hearing speeches. You know, every hour of this fundraiser has been about one thing. Can we build the political and material power we need to change our conditions? And by hour number 6, we don't want to just keep telling you, what ANWO believes. We want to talk about how we can actually build. How do we build local committees? How do we recruit people and develop organizers? How do we raise the money necessary to sustain our political work? How do we make political education a part of our organizing? How do we defend Black families and mothers? And ultimately, what happens when we win?
Because after 6 hours, we could all be tired. And here's the thing. The conditions we're organizing against don't get tired. Black women don't get to take 6-hour breaks from oppression. Families don't get to pause their struggles. Our communities still need food. Our children still need care. Our mothers still need defense. And our people still need organization. So the question isn't whether we're tired. The question is, what are we willing to build anyway?
That's right. So that's what this hour will be about. We're going to try to make this interactive. We're going to talk honestly and practically about what organizing actually requires. We'll also be looking at the work that happens between the big events, because we know that movements aren't just built on event days, but they're built on the Tuesday night meeting, the phone call, the person you recruit, the dues payment, and the political education session. Even the person who says, I'll take responsibility for that. That's how power gets built.
And we're going to end this hour with a very simple question. What happens when we win? Not someday, not in some abstract future, but what could we build if we had the resources, the people, and the political commitment to make it happen? Because today, we're not just raising money to keep something going. We're raising money to build something bigger. So the goal today is $1,500 towards developing the Liberation Center located in St. Louis.
So if you've been with us for 6 hours, thank you.
Yep. Thanks so much for being here.
If you're just joining us, welcome. And if you're tired, grab a cup of coffee and stay with us, because the next hour is about moving from supporting the vision to building the vision. So we're going to be talking about how we organize, how we defend our people, and then what winning looks like.
So let's start with the basic. How do you turn people who agree with you into an organization or an organized force? Because having 100 people who support something is not the same as having 100 people who are organized. A local committee is one way to turn political agreement into organized action.
Right. A committee isn't just a group chat. It's not just people who come to an event when they have time. A committee needs a political purpose, regular meetings. It must have defined responsibilities, ongoing recruitment, political education, fundraising, and action. So the question becomes, what are we building together? Well, in the African National Women's Organization, we're building a political home for African women, a place where we're able to advance our collective interest and create political, social, and economic change. And this is all through organized struggle and sisterhood in service of the liberation of the entire African nation.
Yeah. Have you ever been part of a group where everybody was excited at the beginning, but 6 months later, nobody knew what was happening? Why does this happen? This is why structure matters. We don't organize because we're trying to make things complicated. We organize because without structure, our energy disappears.
So let's talk recruitment. One of the biggest mistakes we sometimes make as organizers is thinking that recruitment means come to our meeting. That's not recruitment. Recruitment means finding out what this person cares about. What are they experiencing? What political questions are they asking? And what role can they play?
Exactly. Invite them for coffee or to the park, and sometimes it's just a phone call. But in doing so, you might meet a mother who's angry about childcare. You might meet a young person who's angry about food insecurity. You could meet a student looking for meaningful political work. You might meet a woman who's already doing community work but doesn't have an organization around her. Our job isn't simply to hand them a flyer. Our job is to say, you don't have to face this by yourself. Let's organize.
Think of one person who would probably care about the work we're talking about today. You don't have to say their name, just think about them. Now ask yourself, have I ever actually invited them into organized political work? That's what recruitment is.
And we also have to talk about community outreach, because organizing doesn't happen if we stay inside of our own circles. If we want to build a political home for African women, we have to actually be in the community. And that means knocking on doors, talking to people at community events, being present at schools, markets, churches, neighborhood gatherings, and wherever African people are already gathering. But outreach isn't just handing somebody a flyer and saying, come to our event.
Exactly. Outreach starts with listening. What are the people experiencing? What are mothers worried about? What are the young women dealing with? What are working people struggling with? And what are people angry about? And then from there, what are people already fighting for? Because when we start to listen, we can begin to connect those individual experiences to the larger political conditions we are organizing against.
And that's where outreach becomes organizing. Maybe somebody tells us they're struggling to find affordable childcare. We don't just say, well, that's terrible. We ask, who else is experiencing this? What would it take to change it? Would you be willing to organize with other women around it? Now we can move from a conversation to the beginning of a campaign.
And community outreach has to be consistent. The people need to see us before they meet us. They need to know who we are, what we stand for. They need to see that we're not just showing up when we need donations, volunteers, or attendance at an event, but that we're building relationships. We're building trust, we're building political consciousness, and we're also building a base.
You know, one of the mass organizations of the African People's Socialist Party, the International Democratic Uhuru Movement, and we call it IMPEDUM, does an excellent presentation on outreach. They discuss that we never attend an event, demonstration, or action without taking an active outreach and recruitment stand. We are always prepared to organize and have with us a clipboard, a sign-in sheet, copies of the Burning Spear, and the current event leaflet or flyers at the time. So we recognize that outreach is a key to exposing the people to the line and analysis of African internationalism and winning people to our organization.
Yes, all outreach is carried out in the party style. So that's going to be bold, assertive, and confident. We never passively sit down at an outreach table, for example, and wait for people to come over. We are engaging with people and bringing them to us. But before we can engage in outreach, a few things must be established for organizational purposes. We always want to minimize spontaneity and chaos at all costs. So before you go out, it's important that everyone should know what day and time the comrades will meet, how long you will be at the location, the method of outreach you will be engaging in, and what propaganda will be distributed. Also, who will be participating, what needs to be packed and loaded to the location, the agenda, and then what actions will take place.
So there are 10 different outreach types we can encourage you to try. We will briefly go over each one of them with detail. Postering. Okay, so posters should be professionally printed and copied on this minimum size of 8 by 5 by 11 inches. Posters can be posted almost anywhere: trees, telephone poles, store bulletin boards in people's homes. Posters should be designed in such a way as to attract the most attention. Should have big enough letters so that they can be read from a distance, and they should not be cluttered, and should include the name of the organization, an address, and a phone number. We have tabling, picking a high traffic area, setting up a table and displaying books, leaflets, petitions, and any other materials, and speaking to people as they walk by and getting them to take action by joining, signing up, signing the petition, donating, buying the spear, etc. We do leafletting. And leaflets are a key tool for our work. Like, leaflets are great for high traffic areas, giving you a reason to approach an individual and engage in conversation. It's a great way to combat the lies of the ruling class, and they're always handing people lies. Leaflets should be distributed at least once a month, preferably weekly if you can. We go door to door. The door-to-door method of outreach primarily used to consolidate areas previously saturated with drops. The objective of door-to-door outreach is to engage the person at a particular residence in a discussion intended to obtain vital organizing information: their name, phone number, and email information. The purpose of obtaining this information is to utilize it to follow up with that person and get them involved in meetings, work, etc. A required task of the door-to-door organizing is recruitment of members. So the organizer has to be able to be ready to ask people to join our organization and be articulate in the explanation of why someone should join. Let's talk about drops. Drops are a method of putting a flyer, door hanger, or club card for a given campaign or event on the doorknob or porch of every house or apartment in a given neighborhood or designated area of the city. Drops have the advantage of distributing a massive amount of flyers to a large area quickly. And the best place to use for a drop is the best piece to use for a drop is the door hanger, which is specifically designed to be put on a doorknob. If it's not possible to use door hangers, it's best to use heavier weighted paper with a flyer that's folded in half, like a fold-over brochure.
Then we have soapboxing. With soapboxing, you want to make sure that you're picking a high traffic area, and you're going to be speaking to the people either using a bullhorn or a microphone, making sure that we're agitating and informing people about, whatever issue is at hand and what they can do. You can also pass out information as well. Then we can move on to our Four Corners outreach. You also want to choose a high traffic intersection for Four Corners, and you're going to have people standing on each of the four corners. Some people will have placards, banners, and leaflets. You want to make sure that you have enough signs so that traffic can see from all directions. And this is to attract attention to the issues, and then also hand out leaflets. You can also give flyers and leaflets to cars as they're stopped at red lights. Just be careful when doing that, running in between the traffic. And it's important to know the rules in your city for doing this type of political action. All right, there's demonstrations and marches. Demonstrations are typically public acts that are organized resistance, either held in a specific location with the goal of drawing attention and agitating the public around a specific issue. Demonstrations usually involve chanting or people carrying placards, poster boards, giving out leaflets that inform people why you're there and what they can do. Marches are another public act of organized resistance where large groups of people get organized to either march a particular route, chanting, carrying those same banners, signs, placards, handing out leaflets and letting the people know what they can do to support the issue at hand. Next, we have our town hall and our city council meetings. So the community forums or town hall meetings are special public events that are focused on a particular issue or campaign. So they normally include an agenda with speakers or panels addressing an issue, and then there's typically a call to action. Often the discussion portion is longer, and that's where they take questions from the audience. You can also speak out at your city council meetings. Most city council meetings have an open forum section where the public can comment. Speaking out at city council is planned with people organized to give certain statements on a particular issue, just to say what the demands are and what people can do. And then the city council meetings are often recorded and viewed by the public. And last but not least, we're going to finish up with guerrilla theater, one of my personal favorites. Guerrilla theater is a technique, that was used during the Vietnam War era, and it happens with like a small group of people that act out a short political skit, either on a street corner or sometimes in the street, like in this image here, to get a lot of people gathered to educate the public on a particular issue. And then afterward, it's a good practice to, hand out flyers or leaflets on the issue. And it's not a bad idea to pass the donation can at this time as well.
Well, here's a question for everybody. When you think about the community you live in, who isn't in the room yet? Who are the women we haven't reached? Who are the mothers we haven't spoken to? Who are the young women who need political education? Who are the people already doing work who could become organizers? Because our job isn't simply to get more people in the room. Our job is to build a larger organized force outside of the room. And that is what outreach makes possible.
Now let's talk about the part that everyone loves to avoid: money. So movement needs political clarity, movements need committed people, and movements also need resources. So it's important to distinguish that fundraising is not begging. Fundraising is organizing people around a material investment in the work. And ultimately, it's why we're all here in this space today. So please don't forget, at any point in the program, you can scan the QR code to make your donation.
And if we believe something should exist, we have to be willing to help pay for it. And fundraising shouldn't only happen when we're in crisis. We need a system. That means recurring donors, membership, fundraising events, donor follow-ups, sponsorships, community campaigns, and people who are specifically responsible for fundraising. It's often easier said than done, but it's not impossible. There's several types of fundraisers that ANWO uses and recommends you use to engage in active fundraising. First, we have membership drives. It encourages new members to join and existing members to renew their membership. We have fundraising dinners, organizing dinners, luncheons, or cultural events in the evenings or during the day where participants purchase tickets. I like a walk-a-thon and run-a-thon, and that is when you organize sponsored walks or runs where participants raise money from friends, family, and colleagues. We have donation campaigns. We can ask individuals, families, businesses, and supporters to make a one-time or recurring donation. We do corporate sponsorships, and that is to approach businesses to sponsor annual programs, events, or community projects. We have merchandise sales. We could sell annual branded clothing, decolonnades, accessories, calendars, or other items. Community fairs and bazaars are good. You rent booths, sell goods, and organize activities that generate revenue. You have skills or workshopping fundraisers. Members can host workshops or classes in exchange for donations. We have holiday fundraising campaigns where we organize special appeals around like Christmas, Easter, and independent celebrations or other important occasions. We also have online funding where we use social media, crowdfunding platforms, and digital payment methods to reach a wider audience. And while we're discussing fundraisers, let's take a moment to talk about this Web-a-thon, because today you can donate by giving to our website. You can go on our website, or you can scan the QR code on the screen. And our website, if you're typing it in, is anwouhuru.org/donate. That's ANWOUHURU.org/donate. You can call in your donations at 240-303-2862. And our overall goal today, again, is $1,500. So far, Zai, how much have we made so far?
I don't have that number, but we can circle back before we close out the hour, how much we've raised.
Awesome. And memberships count towards our goal too. So African women, become a member today at anwouhuru.org/join. We have annual and monthly memberships starting at $25 a year to $1,000 for a lifetime. So get your credit card, scan the code, and go to the website.
And here's the fundraising skill I think everyone can practice. It's something that I had to learn as well. Don't just tell people what you need. Tell them what their contribution makes possible. For instance, don't say we need $25. Instead, try your $25 helps us build the organizing infrastructure that allows African women to organize, educate, defend our communities, and build institutions.
And that becomes a different conversation.
That's right. So this money will allow us to support annual programs, for us to be able to promote sustainability by helping our branches maintain their activities without solely depending on membership dues. This money will also help us support women and families because the resources help fund programs that benefit children and the families. This money helps us to build organizational independence, and it gives local branches, the greater financial control over their activities. Through fundraising, it also increases our community engagement by bringing members and community supporters together around shared activities. So we love a collaboration. That's how we get our name out there. And it raises ANWO's visibility. So fundraising events can introduce ANWO and its mission to new people, kind of like the Resistance fundraisers. People just come out for a good time, to cut a rug, dance their worries off. But at the end of the day, they received a message, and that's what's important. Through that, we'd be able to create partnerships with different businesses, nonprofits, churches, community groups, and other organizations. And most importantly, it helps us develop our leadership skills. Your donation gives members the opportunity to practice planning, budgeting, communication, teamwork, and event management. I know we heard earlier in some of the segments, that we have a responsibility to return our skills to the African nation. Whatever you're able to do, bring it to the organization so that we could be free. We're all trying to be liberated, and the faster we have everybody on board, the quicker we can make this happen. So overall, it just demonstrates accountability and the impact. Successful fundraising allows our branches to show the supporters, how their contributions are being used to help make a difference.
And none of this works without special education or political education, because if people don't understand why we're organizing, eventually they'll stop organizing. Political education helps us move from this is happening to me to why is this happening to who benefits to what can we organize to change it. Our work sustains itself through political education because our people have a grasp. They have to grasp the underlying mission behind our movement. It's not just show up for a moment. It provides our membership with a clear why. Commitment deepens when we truly identify the forces we are combating, their historical origins, and the future we're building. It transforms participation into long-term commitment. So without it, people might attend a rally or a meeting just because they were invited. Understanding the larger context ensures they stay for the struggle. It develops independent leadership because organizers who've been educated can recruit others, make strategic choices, and take initiatives within their own neighborhoods instead of waiting for direction. It frames obstacles as part of the fight. This education reminds us that a single difficult meeting or a delay goal doesn't mean our movement is broken. It unifies our actions into a cohesive strategy. So every town hall, flyer, and protest becomes a powerful tool once we understand how they're connected to our path forward. Ultimately, while action is vital, political education is what allows us to master the struggle, grow our leaders, and keep building power, even when the road gets tough.
Yeah. And that's the difference between reacting conditions and then building political power. And that's why political education has to be a part of every committee, every campaign, and every institution we're building.
Absolutely. But let's shift gears and talk about something a little bit more immediate. What happens when the institutions that claim to protect families become institutions that police families? Because for Black families, government intervention in family life has never been politically neutral. The family policing system can involve child welfare, investigations, surveillance, removal of children, court involvement, mandated services, and other forms of state policing. And when we're talking about Black mothers, we have to ask who gets treated as deserving of support and who gets treated as a problem to be managed.
Excellent question. So at this time, we would like to add Comrade Rage to the discussion. Rage serves as the Arrest CPS coordinator with ANWO. So welcome back to the program, Rage. Oh, you're muted, comrade.
Don't be laughing at me, Hada.
Hi, Rach. How you doing?
All right, y'all. Thank you so much for having me come on. And yeah, I want to be very, very clear. Child Protective Services does not protect children. It is not care. It ain't safety. It's a system of surveillance and separation and control over our families. When our families are struggling because there ain't enough food in the house, or because housing is unstable, or somebody needs some mental health support, maybe we don't have childcare or transportation, or maybe we just simply need more people around to help carry the load. The state doesn't come in offering us the resources that we need. Instead, it investigates us, it questions our children, it searches our homes, it creates files on our families, and ultimately it has the power to take our children away. That is why we call this campaign Arrest CPS. Because we're not organizing for a kinder family policing system, we're organizing against the ongoing kidnapping and commodification of our children. The theft of our children did not begin with Child Protective Services. For centuries, African children have been taken from their families as part of the oppression over our people. Under slavery, our children were sold away from us. Sometimes didn't even make it to the breast before being taken. And today, here in the United States, Black children continue to be removed from their families and placed into foster homes, treatment facilities, detention centers, and other systems controlled by the state. The names of the institutions change, but the political question remains. Who has authority over our children? We say that authority belongs to us, and there is no question. Because when a people lose control of their children, they lose control of their future. The state tells us that CPS exists because families are unsafe. But the overwhelming majority of families that come under investigation are not dealing with some individual moral failure. They're dealing with conditions that this system has imposed on them: poverty, housing instability, lack of health care, domestic violence, substance abuse, mental health crises, lack of child care, transportation, food. And instead of solving these conditions, the state punishes families for surviving them, removes a child. Removing a child does not create housing. It don't stop you from getting evicted. Removing a child does not put food into your refrigerator. Removing a child does not heal generations of trauma, and it doesn't stop domestic violence. The separation itself is traumatic. And when children lose access to their parents, their siblings, their community, their culture, their routines, and everything familiar to them, and far too often, they're placed into environments that they experience an increase in harm. So through Arrest CPS, we're organizing our people to understand that this system, it needs to be destroyed. We must resist, and we must build the power necessary to build something better and different in its place. But that requires political education. That means know your rights trainings. That means organizing parents, family members, and community members. That means going to courts, having public actions, doing outreach. We're watching the films. We're doing teach-ins. We're building locally, coordinating groups of committees so that we can fight for our families where we are. It means we got to build our capacity as a community, because abolition cannot simply mean tearing something down. We got to build something our families can rely and depend on. We have to be able to say that when a mother is struggling, we got her. When children need somewhere safe to be, we got them. When somebody needs food, childcare, transportation, housing support, whatever, we got them. And that's part of the vision behind the Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective and the broader work of ANWO. We're fighting for a world where our children belong to our people, not to CPS, not to no foster home, none of that. And right now, this campaign is building. Just a few months ago, just back in June, we had Stolen Children's Month. Came right off of the Black Mothers March, challenging that narrative, the lie that the state tells that removing children from families is rescue. We continue the work of Stolen Children's Month, the Black Mothers March on the White House, where mothers and families from across the country came together to demand the return of our children. And next Saturday, on August 29th, we're organizing the National Day of Action for Arrest CPS. August 29th is especially significant this year because it marks 25 years since the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, where the transatlantic slave trade and slavery were recognized as crimes against humanity. We're saying that the trafficking and forced separation of African people did not disappear because it didn't. It has simply evolved. And the struggle for reparations must include the right for African families to control and raise our own children. Across the country, organizers are preparing political education, outreach and demonstrations, film screenings, and other actions to put this struggle in front of our people. So I'm asking y'all to do more than just agree with us. Join us. If you ever been impacted by CPS or you know somebody, if your children has been taken, if you grew up in the foster industry, if you watch somebody you love fight this system to get their kids, or maybe you just understand that no government agency should have more authority over your family than African people ourselves, then there's a place for you in this campaign. And we are also asking you to contribute financially because organizing takes resources, printing materials takes resources, travel takes resources, and we are a national campaign. Political education, supporting actions across the country, everything we do, it takes resources, and every contribution helps to build the infrastructure necessary to turn that trauma and our pain, our hurt, and our individual crisis and struggle into an organized resistance, into a mass movement where we are not fighting alone. We don't want you to fight CPS alone. We want thousands of people organized together, understanding that what has happened to our families is political and that we have the power to fight back and that this system, it must be burnt down. But we have the ability to build something better in its place. Our children are not the property of the state. Our family problems are not for some caseworker to come in and manage. We refuse to surrender another generation of Black children. Support the Arrest CPS campaign. Support the African National Women's Organization. Join the National Day of Action. Donate to support this movement. Organize with us and help build the power necessary to bring our children home and keep Black families together. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Comrade Rage. That was great. Comrade Hadar, you're muted. There you go.
Oh, I'm on. And Rage, thank you for that, because as a child that was once removed, it means a lot to know. And there are other families and other grown, children who have suffered that. And to know that there's an organization that is willing to help us and to continue this fight, it's impressive. It's amazing. I've never been happy to be a part of an organization as I am right now. But so thank you. I'm sorry. That was, I had to say it. So thanks.
Uhuru.
Oh, so, okay, let's talk about what happens if we win. Now we want to ask that question. I mean, we've talked about what we're fighting against. We talked about organizing. We talked about other issues. But here's the question. What happens if we win?
And winning doesn't simply mean getting a policy passed, like Yejide said in the previous hour. Winning means being able to build institutions that change how we live as an African nation. So let's imagine it.
Okay, so imagine at 4617 Natural Bridge Avenue in St. Louis, a full ANWO Liberation Center. A permanent space where African women can walk through the door and know that this belongs to us. A place for meetings and political education, organizing community programs and community gatherings and work, cultural events and political development, all happening under one roof.
Yes. Imagine programming that doesn't disappear when the grant ends or when one volunteer gets overwhelmed. Permanent political education, continuous women's leadership and development, youth programming, community organizing, and economic development. Think health and wellness initiatives, campaigns that run all year round, the vision that we've been talking about all day.
Imagine women coming from across the country and eventually across the world to gather with us in St. Louis, not just for a conference where we listen to speakers, but where women build relationships. We develop political clarity, receive training, strategize, and leave with work to do.
I can see it. Imagine, an African woman doesn't have to choose between organizing and caring for her children.
Right.
Imagine childcare being a part of the infrastructure of political organizing, a collective where children are cared for while women participate in meetings, trainings, campaigns, and community work. That is not a luxury. That is the organizing infrastructure that we are building.
Uhuru. And imagine having a permanent training space where new organizers can learn how to run a meeting, how to recruit, how to conduct political education, how to organize a campaign, how to fundraise, how to build a committee, how to communicate with the community, how to develop leadership. Because we don't just need more people who agree, we need more people who can organize.
That's right. So here's the question. Which part of that future do you want to help us build?
Maybe it's childcare, or maybe it's political education, maybe it's community defense or fundraising or recruitment. Maybe it's building the Liberation Center, getting your hands dirty. Maybe you're the person who can bring 5 other people into the work. So rest assured, there's a role for you.
Because the future doesn't just arrive by itself, we have to build it.
Absolutely. So this brings us to tonight's ask. We're asking 76 people to give $25. That's it. 76 people, $25 each. That's $1,900.
And $1,900 isn't just a number. As you've seen throughout today, it's an actual concrete investment in building and organizing the infrastructure that we've been talking about today. It's the money toward the work of organizing African women, recruiting new members and organizers, the political education, community defense, fundraising, programming, and building toward that permanent liberation center.
The preferred way to complete your one-time or recurring donations is by going to our website, again, by either scanning the QR code on the screen or typing in anwouhuru.org/donate. That's, again, ANWOUHURU.org/donate. Our overall goal today, again, is $1,500. We've made, how much of the overall goal?
We've raised $2,193, which means we still have $12,807 remaining We got to get these donations coming in, comrades. As we stated earlier, memberships count toward our goal too. You want to tell them how they can join through membership, Hadan?
Sure. Membership counts towards our goal. African women become a member today. You can become a member today by joining anwouhuru.org/join. We have annual and monthly memberships starting from $25 a year to $1,000 lifetime.
That's right. And if you're currently a member, I want you to think about, upgrading your membership. So say you were giving, $25 for the month. Maybe you can bump that up to $50 for the month. Or for those of you that were giving the $50, think about moving that up to, the $84 a month. We've got a lot of work to be done. And as you've heard all throughout today, it's only going to happen when we put our heads and we put our pockets together. So grab your credit cards, scan the QR code that's on the screen, or give us a call. We have the number 240-303-2862 in order to call in your donation. Hopefully we can have some people call in and we can add you to our show today. Again, our overall goal today is $15,000. And what that $15,000, if you donate toward that, what you can receive, your gift to us of $100 to $499 will get you that ANWO t-shirt or that Arrest CPS t-shirt, yours pick of the choosing, and then you'll get some buttons. If you gift between $500 and $999, you're going to receive that little swag bag there. You're going to receive the political report that we heard from hour number 3, and then you're still going to receive either t-shirt and those buttons. And then if you feel oh so generous, to give a gift of $1,000 or more, you will receive, the Decolonase full product line. I actually had my Kupuwasu salve out here earlier because the mosquitoes bit me up. And this stuff is a godsend. You got to break out with hives, or you got eczema, or like I said, the mosquitoes who be eating me alive, it really helps. So you'll get the full Decolonase line and then all the other things that come from the other tier. So that's that bag, the political report, the t-shirts, and the buttons. So we're asking you to make your commitment today. If you can give $25, give $25. If you can give more, please give more. If $25 isn't possible right now, give what you can, but don't just give us money. Give us somebody, bring another person into the work. We're always looking for volunteers. We've let you know how much work, needs to be done to our Liberation Center. We plan on having another volunteer work brigade next month in September. So if you want to be a part of that, come join us. More importantly, join a committee. You just heard about the important work that we're doing with the Arrest CPS campaign. We've got that Arrest CPS National Day of Action happening next Saturday. You can also host a fundraiser. I think here in San Diego, what we'll be putting on next is one of the Resist Dance fundraisers, because it sounds oh so fun, but it's such a great way to get a lot of people gathered in the space to hear a message. And then you can also become a monthly supporter. If you're not an African woman, you can always donate to us on a monthly basis. Overall, just help us build out this organization.
So again, 76 people giving $25. This hour gives us $1,900. But 76 people giving $25 also tells us something else. It tells us that there are people willing to invest in the future we're describing.
Yes. So let's see if we can reach those 76 viewers today. I know we've got people on here. Share out this broadcast far and wide. Send it to your contact list. Send it to people on social media, because we need to see how many people are ready to make that $25 commitment today.
Right. And as people give, we're going to keep building, because we're not fundraising for a dream that somebody else is going to build. We're raising money to build the future ourselves. So I would like to say, I would like to donate $50 today. And if someone matches my 50, I can donate 100. So
I got you, comrade. I'm gonna match your 50.
You got me? All right, cool. That's $100 from me. If anybody else would like to match, we'd really appreciate it. So please grab your credit card, your checkbook, whatever you need, and donate today.
So what is that? $150? Because you said you were gonna.
Yeah, no, awesome. I meant it.
All right. So like I said, keep them coming in. We've got the QR code on the screen. If we can play, where's that video? I believe the one with the Liberation Center. So to just walk us through, like you said, help us see the vision. We want to have around this time next year, at least the bottom half of the Liberation Center open to the public, so that we can be able to host things that have our own building, invite the community to come in and use that space as well. Let's take a look here. All right, comrades.
The African National Women's Organization Liberation Center is an ambitious initiative born from the vision to transform 4617 Natural Bridge Avenue into a vibrant facility. This space, generously donated by the African People's Education and Defense Fund, will become a working-class embassy, a hub for community empowerment, and a testament to the resilience of African people. Located at the heart of North St. Louis, a community deeply affected by centuries of colonial exploitation, our mission is clear: to uplift and empower. We acknowledge the stark realities of poverty, health disparities, and violence that plague our community. Our aim is to reverse these trends and create a thriving international hub for African people. But we can't achieve this vision alone. We need your support to bring this dream to life. Your donation toward our goal of raising $60,227 will fund the comprehensive rehabilitation of the property, including crucial steps like installing kitchen and bathrooms, full electrical upgrade, installing new plumbing, repairing the roof, reinforcing decks and fencing, and transforming the front facade. Why should you donate? Because every contribution brings us one step closer to providing working-class African women with a property of their own, a place where they can heal, organize, and thrive. Why are we doing this? Because we are committed to advancing the cause of African self-determination. Our center will provide vital cultural, social, and community spaces that celebrate African people and serve as a catalyst for change. Our vision includes creative and incubator residencies to nurture talent, community childcare to support families, and a safe place site to offer refuge and support. Additionally, as the headquarters of the African National Women's Organization, the center will serve as a national and local organizing space empowering African women and femmes in our struggles against the impact of colonial capitalism. Your support can make a profound difference in our efforts to uplift African women and femmes, empowering those who have been marginalized. Join us in our mission to strengthen our community, nurture resilience, and pave the way for a brighter, more equitable future. Together, we can ensure that the flame of African self-determination burns brighter than ever before.
I love watching that video.
I love that video too.
Never watching that video chills, because we are, it's one thing to have a vision, but it's another thing to be able to bring that vision to life.
Right.
And so, yeah, it feels good. And at this time, I just want to shout out Deputy Chair Ona Janae Yeshatela and Chairman Omali Yeshatela for your donation of $300. Thank you so much. That brings our total to $2,343, with the remaining total of $12,657 to be raised. So keep them coming in, comrades.
Right. Don't stop. Just keep going. We have 2 more hours. So yeah, you still have time to donate. We have a few more minutes, Zaid, and I don't know if people know where we are, but I'm in Washington, D.C., And DC ANWO is growing and building, and we can't wait to be in that building. We just simply are chomping at the bit. So it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and I'm located here in San Diego, California. We got a few comrades out this way, but we're looking to rebuild and to revitalize. And like we said, we've got National Day of Action happening next Saturday. So what we'll be doing here in San Diego is hosting, a film discussion. So we're going to be showing a film that talks about, family policing and family separation, looking to have a rich discussion after the film. And I think, Comrade Rage hit on a lot of really important points. When we look at the history of family separation, not just what's happened to the African community, but to the indigenous community as well. We talk about counterinsurgency, but I think we miss the mark, as a community to look at, family separation and the issue of CPS as a part of the counterinsurgency, with the government essentially removing our next generation of freedom fighters, taking them out of their homes, indoctrinating them, oftentimes over medicating them. So the Black Mothers March and the Arrest CPS is such an important campaign. I think at this time, it wouldn't be a bad idea if we played the Black Mothers March video. And then after that, we'll give our final totals and then we'll wrap up this hour.
Guru.
Got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. CPS has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. CPS has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. CPS has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. CPS has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. CPS has got to go.
All right, y'all. Up next, we're gonna bring up the co-chairs of the Black Mothers March. President of the African National Women's Organization, Yejide Orumila, and Amanda Wallace, founder of Operation Stop CPS. Give it up! Uhuru. Y'all remember what that means by freedom. I'm so glad that we are all here today. 5 years ago, we came together and said we need a march that is going to raise up the issue of kidnapping of Black children, the criminalization of Black families. And we're going to bring people from across the country to be at Washington, D.C., the seat of imperialism, where it all begins, where it all flows from. We're going to bring us all here and we're going to march on this city. We're going to let people know that this is not something that's one-off, that it happens every day, that our children are trapped in this system, that our parents are prevented from having access to their children. And it's a crime. It's a crime. It is genocide. And we got to call it what it is. And it's not lost on us that this year, that we are in front of the Lincoln Memorial. Lincoln, the great emancipator that was supposed to have stopped the trafficking and sale of African human beings. And we're right here to say that that has not ended. We're still experiencing that. It's in the institutions that supposedly care for our children. Care for our children and protect our children when we know that the best way to protect our children is by building a community of Black folks to help them navigate through society. Instead, what is happening is that our children are being pipelined to prison. But we know that our children are being pipelined to trauma, pipelined to harm. And we're here to say it must end. Arrest CPS now. Arrest CPS now. It's our time. We are here for our 5th year, our biggest march yet. And we're going to continue to raise this throughout the country when we leave here, because it is not going to end until we end it. It's not going to end until we end it. Are y'all ready to end it? Are y'all ready to end it? We got to bring it down. And we must show that we are able and capable, because we can take care of our own community and our own family. Let's free our kids. Let's end this whole thing now.
Y'all ready to march? Yeah! Y'all ready to march? Yeah! I know I'm ready to march. That's why I'm here, right? We come to Washington, D.C. every year to tell this system that we are here, we got us, and when we show up in numbers, that's what keeps us safe, right? Where y'all from? Yes, right? Understand, like the Lincoln Memorial, you see these pillars? It represents the states, right? Because they say that the states coming together in union is what keeps this shit up, right? But understanding that us coming together is what's gonna take it down, right? We gonna take it down. So listen, yesterday said it all. I'm ready to say what I got to say in these streets, right? So let's get it, y'all. I appreciate y'all. I love everybody that's out here. Like, the love is what's gonna take this system down. That's what they do not have anything for, is our unity. And so let's show these people what we got. I see y'all in these streets.
Uhuru. Those are my comrades, y'all. Oh, you're muted, Comrade Hada. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Hada. You're muted.
Oh, and I laughed in rage. No, what I was saying was that was I love it when they come into our house because it's very powerful. And in DC, we make a heck of an impact. It was great.
Yeah. So we urge you to join our movement, to be a part of the change that, we are making. I think it was Comrade Rage that said earlier, we got to get rid of all this. We can't build on top of it. What our job is to imagine what a future looks like, when African people can be self-determining. So keep those donations coming in. We've got the QR code on the screen. You can give us a call at the 240-303-2862. I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for believing that African women deserved organized political power. And thank you for helping us build that today. So we just want to say organize, fight, win, and Uhuru. Now at this time, we'll be moving into our hour number 7. So I'm gonna go ahead and exit the screen. Keep the money coming in.
Keep it rolling, keep it rolling, keep it rolling. This is a nice camera on me today. Okay. This hour we got a few treats for you. Comrade, I'm going to be doing a live sales segment for the Colonnades Hair and Body, which I'll start in just a minute. And then Comrade Jay is going to be doing a little cooking demo for you all, because we want to be able to share with you the fruits of our labor and some knowledge on how to do some things. So, comrades, I'm going to play the Colonnades commercial, and then we'll get into the products. I'll tell you a little bit about what they are, what they do, and why you should get some. Uhuru.
Our skin does a lot for us. It deserves care that actually gives back. The Colonnades Hair and Body is African-made care, rooted in tradition and made for right now. From whipped shea butters to our Rebel oil serums, we use ingredients our communities have trusted for generations to hydrate, strengthen, and keep you glowing. The Colonnades in your care, that's choosing yourself. The Colonnades, indigenously rooted, care for your body, fuel for the movement.
Uhuru. Great. So, comrades, the Colonnades Hair and Body was born, I forget how long. I'm losing the time frame, because the Colonnades Hair and Body was created by me for the African National Women's Organization to be used as a tool for economic development. One of our first products was the whipped body butters. We created 3 of them. Let me tell you what the names are. You're going to love this. The names are Imperialism is Dying Pudding. You should say it just like that. Imperialism is Dying Pudding. It's our
butter, it comes in a 4-ounce and 6-ounce size. It also comes in 16 ounces. And this is the 4-ounce size right now. And this butter is made from, the core butters are shea butter and mango butter. And we call it the reason why we say pudding is because of the texture of it when we whipping it, right? It turns into like a pudding before it becomes solidified a little bit after it just sets in the jar. And this is really great because it's great for my comrades and people and clients and business and customers who don't like too much scent in their butters. Have you ever had a butter? Not any of ours though, but have you ever had a butter that had too much fragrance? It was just too fruity and it makes you nauseous. I'm one of those people who's very sensitive to smell. And so when I get those butters that have things like they call peach and they might have all these little interesting names and smells, it really makes me physically nauseous. And so I had that in mind when I created this butter. But the butter is so nourishing. All of our butters are so nourishing that they sit on top of the skin, but they also soak in over time. That's why butters are so good. Like if you can stand to be outside in some shorts and you just letting that just soak into your skin because it's going to have a slow release effect, you want to get you some of these butters. I don't open, like I told y'all, I don't be opening my stuff. When it's packaged up, it's packaged up. So the scrapings that I scraped, I'm gonna open this one up so that you can see some of the texture on here. This is actually the blackberry hair and body balm. That's the one that y'all love. That's the one with the scent, right? This is a 6-ounce size and this is a 4-ounce size. That's the difference. And this blackberry hair and body balm this is the one that has the added scent to it, and everybody loves it. It's very light. It doesn't make me nauseous, so I know it's not gonna make you nauseous. And I'm gonna just show you the texture of this. This is a mixture of shea butter, or body oils like pumpkin seed oil. We have black seed oil. Those oils are not EOs that are really good and very lubricating for your skin. So this is like the most butteriest butter of all the butters because it's going to give you that smooth sort of application to your skin. I put too much on my skin, so I already know what this is going to look like after a minute of me rubbing it in. I need to this is enough for like my whole torso, and I just put it on my arms. Let me go ahead and scrape some of this off. Wasting this out. And if you are interested in this butter or any of our butters, you could just go to decolonnades.com. And I'm hoping that my comrade is putting that into the chat right now from our links, that if people are interested in this butter, they can just go ahead and order it. The 4-ounce size is $10 and the 6-ounce size is $12. If you get the 16-ounce size, you're paying $33 for that, but that's like the family size. Families, I know people who got families are buying those. And so that's like this is the consistency. See, it's all gone. I put some back in the jar. I'm not too shiny. Let me try to put it in the camera. I'm not too shiny, but it's there. And it creates a barrier. It's great because our ancestors knew what they was doing when they started processing that shea butter, child. They knew that it was going to become a barrier to the harsh temperatures outside and the harsh weather. And it's also going to nourish the skin, allow us, it helps the melanin to keep working and doing what melanin do, which is to strengthen our skin and gives it a lot more dexterity and flexibility, and can hold up longer, has a lot more strength than people who don't have a lot of melanin in their skin. And so these butters just help to fortify all the goodness that melanin already has in our DNA. And if you are somebody who don't have melanin, it's still good for you because you need some of this because it's going to be like your external melanin, right? It's going to be the thing that helps protect your skin, but also nourish your skin and gives you like a really, really good feel. And it's always great to use butters after you've showered. Your skin is moist, it's open, it's able to take in more of the lubricants, and it allows your skin to stay supple longer. That was the second butter that we have. The other butter that we have is called the Black or the Berry. They be getting mixed up with Blackberry Hair and Body Balm. The Black and the Berry is a mixture of shea and mango butter. Shea and mango butter. And it has mostly EOs in it, essential oils, which are, we call that our medicinal butter. So if there's like anything the matter with your skin, like that is the most therapeutic one. Although all the butters can be used if you have any problem. They are safe to use on problematic skin, I promise you. There should be no adverse effects unless you are allergic to shea butter, which some people are, I found out. And if you're allergic to shea butter, then I do have an alternative for that. So those butters, once again, are the Imperialism is Dye and Pudding. We have the Black or the Berry and Blackberry Hair and Body Balm. The 4 ounce is $10 and the 12 ounce is, the 6 ounce is $12. The butter that you're going to use if you have allergies to shea butter, which all of our wick butters have shea butter in them, you're going to use the Kupuasu and Nettle. I'm trying not to get oil on the packaging because this is paper. The Kupuasu and Nettle Freedom Itch Relief Salve. Kupuasu is the replacement for shea butter. It's actually, if you looked at the definition or what kind of the ingredients, the components of the Kupuasu, it's compared to shea butter, the data is saying that Kupuasu is like a miracle butter compared to shea butter. I love all my butters. I'm a staple shea butter person, but like if you, in terms of like moisture retention, in terms of like anti-inflammatory, all by itself, Kupuasu is that butter. That's why we used it in the anti-itch relief salve, because all those components that allow for the skin to be soothed if any inflammations are happening. I'm going to show you what it looks like. And that is $15 if you get it. Oh, I have it right in front of me. This is my, like I told you, I have my own. This is my Kupuasu and Kupuasu and Nettle Itch Relief Salve. It's a push-up. You push it up from the bottom. This is the whole container. I just finished my other container that I had since last summer. I've been itching a lot this summer, so because of the heat, so I've been using this a lot more. But it's here, and this is the container. And what you're seeing in here is the actual nettle leaves. And contrary to what it looks like, it doesn't scratch because of the butters. It's a solid form. You can use it for itch. You can use it as a spot lubricant on stuff, because that's how I use it as well. I actually use it on my lips as well. And I also use it for any other place that I want, usually anywhere on my body, even if it's not itching. So that's the Kupuasu and Nettle Itch Relief Salve, and that is $15, and you can purchase that on thecolonnades.com. It features, I forgot to tell you who these people are featuring on our products, because one of the benefits of Kupuasu, of the Colonnades Hair and Body, is that we use as a political education tool. So on almost every package, we have a feature of an African or a colonized person who has been resistant to colonialism. And on this packaging, we have Comrade General Harriet Tubman, and it's named after freedom for her and freedom for our people, and what she struggled to achieve for all of our people. And a quote from this, it says, "Don't ever stop, keep going. If you want a taste of freedom, you got to keep going. If you have itch and you want it to stop, though, this is going to bring some freedom and relief to that constant itch." And when I say it's instant, it's instant. I'm not just talking about it because I want you to buy it. I mean, you can ask people who've used it, and some of the comrades already shared their experience. And I'm happy that I'm able to create products that actually work for people and that provide benefit and relief, particularly around some of those nagging issues such as itch or ashy lips. Either way, this is good. This is good. So that's just Kupuasu and Nettle Itch Relief Salve, $15 at thecolonnades.com. We also have, let me see, I only have about a few more minutes left in this segment. So I'm going to share the Liberation Hydration Mist. This is the Liberation Hydration Mist. Say goodbye to this 4-ounce size. What's coming, because a customer was like, I need this all the time, and this little size is not doing it for me. I said, okay, don't have to tell me twice, sis. And I get it. I go through this quickly. So I was like, you know what? This is being phased out. So these are the last, you have an option right now on the website to get this 4-ounce size for I think it's like $8. 4-ounce size for $8 for Liberation Hydration Mist. Because once it's sold out, that is the last of its size. And what you're going to get is going to be this bigger size of 8 ounces. And that will be what will be the standard moving forward. So get these last 4-ounce sizes before they go bye-bye. And why is this so good? This features a favorite, Thomas Sankara. Everybody's talking about Burkina Faso and Ibrahim Traore. And his predecessor is Thomas Sankara, who in his 30s, took over Upper Volta was what it was called before, that he renamed Burkina Faso, which translates to the land of upright men. And so Burkinabe and Burkinabe people, all of that is due to Burkina Faso, the name change that Thomas Sankara brought in with his regime. Liberation Hydration Mist is a humectant. So if you're dry and you don't want to put no oils or butters on your face, you could just, spray it on. I'm doing this in live. Put the spray on and let that fan out, let it dry in. And I'm telling you, you're not going to need no lotion. You're not going to need no oils. You're not going to need nothing from your face. This is good. I usually put this on after I wash my face. If I don't want to, during the summer, if I don't want to go out and put too much stuff on my face, this is it. And then what I also do, let me see my hair right now. Yeah. If my hair is feeling a little dry, before I put butters in my hair, butters and oils seal in moisture. Butters and oils are not moisturizers. Water-based products are moisturizers, and butters and oils seal in moisture. So if you want to trap that moisture into the locks of your hair, you need to be able to hydrate it first with either straight water from a shower or something, or you got to add some other water to your hair to introduce moisture to your hair, and then it gets locked in with the oils and butter. So Liberation Hydration Mist is that thing, is that guy, that gal. This is what you're going to need in your arsenal if you're worried about dryness, whether that's on your skin or whether that's in another place. And we are calling on you to participate in that. And that right now is the $8 size, which is a 4-ounce. And I forgot what the new size amount was, but if you click on the link that goes to Liberation Hydrating Mist, then you will be able to get you some and see what that costs, see what that is. Now I am looking for my comrade Jay because they are next up. And I don't see them on right now. So if they're not on, I could continue talking through because they were supposed to give us I see Coco. Okay, I see Jay. Sorry. It has the name.
Can you hear me?
Comrade? Yeah, I'm good. Go ahead, Comrade. So,
all right. So let me see if I can. I'm trying to balance the computer. I'm like, how do you see everything? Okay. So originally, hopefully you can hear me. I know there's a little bit of an echo in here, but originally the plan was to make chickpea, like tuna, like vegan tuna made out of chickpeas, which I love. And I made it earlier this week, but because I made it earlier this week, I was kind of tired of it. So I was like, I'm gonna make something else. But the point being to make something that someone that hates leftovers, something that like is actually delicious to eat over a couple of days. It actually increases the flavor. A lot of salads and like especially bean salads do that. They integrate more of the flavor. I just realized my name is listed as Coco. That's probably why you didn't see me. I'll just change that right now. Yeah, so all right, just change that. Yeah, so I decided I was going to make they call cowboy caviar, which is basically like a a black bean and a black eyed pea salad. I'd actually never heard of it, but I saw it. I was looking through this book, which is Afro Vegan, and they mentioned it. And I looked at the instructions and I was like, he's doing too much. I was like, this is too much. I can't. So I liked the food. The food looked really good, but I decided to Google simpler recipes because I'm like that and I'm not trying to do all the things that he was trying to do. I have a lot of love and respect for the people that do want to do all of that stuff, but I'm a lazy cooker, and so I do the lazy way. So I'm showing you the lazy way. All right, so you see over here, I have all of these ingredients, and we're just going to add these ones. Like the first, I'm going to add. Let's see. You're not going to really be able to see my bowl, but I already have avocado in here, and originally different recipes say different things. Some of them say like add avocado inside. Others are like, you can kind of have it as like an avocado toast situation. I think I'm gonna do that, the avocado toast. I got these tostadas, so I'll like put avocado on it. But I thought I was gonna mix it in, so the avocado's in here, but I'm gonna take it out. But I'm adding just chopped red peppers, which I did magically earlier today. Didn't want to spend a lot of time on prep, so tried to prep everything beforehand. Take that avocado out to spread it on later. And while I'm saying this, while we're talking about food, and I'm instructing on what we're making, I just also want to highlight the importance of saving scraps. So when you're cutting like the onions, and these are peppers, yellow peppers, which, the green ones tend to be cheaper. I know everyone's on budget right now, so just wanted to say that. But yeah, as you're cutting things out, the scraps, all of that can go in a like Ziploc bag and go in your freezer, and you can make broth from that. So don't throw anything out. Our economy is collapsing, and one day we'll look on the excess that we have and the excess waste that we have and say, what were we thinking? So let's act like it's already happened. Conserve everything. And you can actually regrow the onion from like the onion butt, like where the hair is coming out of it. Save that, put it in some water, and it will regrow. You got a new onion. You don't have to pay anything. Like with the way prices are right now, that's what everyone should be doing. And so here is just some tomato. So we added onions and tomato, some yellow peppers, but any peppers will do. The only fancy thing that I kept from the recipe that I saw in that book that wasn't in any of the other books was sun-dried tomatoes, which I'm hydrating right now, and I'm gonna cut them up really quickly. But I was like, I love me a sun-dried tomato, and they're on sale, so I'm gonna use them. So I'm just gonna cut up some sun-dried tomatoes and throw those in here. And then we're just gonna add the beans. It's basically a simple bean salad. Something you can make, from, in minutes, mostly from canned stuff. You can chop up some produce, but it's really more about the beans than anything else. The other stuff's kind of incidental. It's kind of like, what do you have,
Let me see what you're doing, Jay.
I'm chopping up sun-dried tomatoes, which again, these are optional. This is like the one bougie ingredient that I wanted to add because I love sun-dried tomatoes, but they're pricey. So it is not mandatory to have sun-dried tomatoes. So just chopping up a couple of those, fully rehydrated. Chopping up a couple more. And okay, I'm trying not to trying to get them cut up to smaller pieces, because sometimes when you bite into a big piece of sun-dried tomato, it's kind of like chewy and you're just like, so I'm trying not to have that happen. So it's like you can bite it and swallow it in one go. All right, so added some sun-dried tomatoes. And then, let me just, sorry, I just want to tilt this down a little bit. Okay. Here is, this is beans, which this liquid, do not ever throw this liquid away. It is incredible, especially if you're a vegan or trying to go vegan. A lot of the meat or the egg substitutes. I actually heard they discontinued. There's one called Just Egg that was made from mung beans, which you can literally ground up mung beans into paste, and then like it's the same thing. And also doesn't cost $7 or whatever they're charging for it. But this stuff I always freeze. I always keep in my fridge or freeze because it's called aquafaba, the liquid of beans. And this is like, you're not gonna be able to see it, but it's almost like the consistency of egg. Oh, I just poured a little bit of it. It almost looks like the consistency of egg. It's like thick and filled with protein. So I'm gonna get some of these beans out. I just want to rinse them off because they've been in this can, which God knows what else has been in this can. Okay. Struggling with, all right.
I'm gonna talk to you, Jay.
Okay.
Because I I always throw that away.
Yeah.
Now
Look up aquafaba and you'll see endless recipes. I'm talking everything from meringue, like I make meringues with it. I made mayonnaise with it earlier this week. It's literally, you just add oil and some flavoring, like maybe some Dijon mustard and some vinegar, some lemon. But it is incredible. It's like you can use it for literally everything. It's so good. Most people, when they talk about aquafaba, they're referring to the chickpea. That's kind of the most common one because it has, I think, the least flavor. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you don't want like an egg thing that tastes like beans, right? Especially if you're making a dessert. So if you're making a dessert, it's like you want the aquafaba from the chickpea. But if you're making like a savory thing, it's actually quite good from the beans. And I've used aquafaba from, what am I saying? From black eyed peas, and it does have less flavor than the black beans, which is good for desserts. Mm-hmm. It's also a little thinner. I don't actually know if I'm going to use this one because this one's super thin.
Can you tilt the camera down a little bit so we can see what you're? I know. You're probably not like really. Okay, there we go. Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. So this is just filled with bean juice. Or maybe I'll do this for 1 second. I'll show you. Try not to like pour it onto my computer. So this one's a little bit thinner, but it's all right. Just gonna rinse out these beans. Honestly, that's mostly it. Like you're just adding a bunch of things to it, and there's a sauce. And so we'll just do the sauce real quick. Okay. And so I just added these beans.
So you're making what again?
Sorry?
What are you making again?
I'm making, they call it cowboy caviar.
Yeah, okay.
And it's just like vegan, like a vegan bean salad with, let me see if I have something that can put your back. Okay. Oops, that's not gonna work.
Don't break the computer.
Trying to kind of, I don't know if that.
Yeah, that's good. Good. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so there's black eyed peas, black beans, red onions, tomatoes, sun-dried tomatoes, yellow bell peppers. Some recipes also have like roasted red peppers, like the one you can get from the can. I thought that might be good, but I didn't have any, so didn't do it. Oh yes, jalapenos. So you need a little kick.
Yes.
Jalapenos in here, a little spice situation.
Do you put garlic in there?
I will be putting garlic in the sauce. So this is garlic.
Okay.
And I'll put it in the sauce, which I'll make in 1 second. Oh yes, and cilantro. I'm only using about half of the cilantro I cut up. Mm-hmm. Because I'm going to use, well, maybe I'll use a little over half. So I'm going to use a lot of the cilantro as a garnish at the end. Okay. Because I like this cilantro will get like a little soggy once it's mixed in with the juice and stuff like that, which is fine. It still tastes great. But it's nice to have like some fresh stuff on top. So I'm just moving this around, just making a little.
What's that? Yeah. Oh, the yellow stuff is the peppers, right?
Yes, that's the yellow peppers.
Great. That's great.
So it smells great. I haven't even added any of the seasoning onto it. So this is just the basic. And so, all right. The next thing is to add some vinegar. Just trying to reference to see. Let's see. Oh, let's add some oil. So you can add. Let's see. Oh my. Okay.
You measure, you just don't feel it out.
I normally just feel it out, but I'm like, now I feel like I'm under pressure because I'm like, whatever. I don't want people to be like, you gave it two swishes and it needed 1/3 of a cup. And so I'm putting what the recipe says, but normally I would just pour the oil until it looks moist.
Commodity, that much oil in one pizza.
This is probably even too much oil now that I think about it. And I'm like, why did I follow the recipe? But it'll be nice because all of it gets absorbed into the things. And so after time, it gets much better because the flavors are seeping in. And then add vinegar. So most of the recipes I saw asked for red wine vinegar, which I don't have. I have rice wine vinegar. But rice vinegar, I love this stuff. This stuff is amazing. It tastes, I put it in everything. It just kind of adds kind of an Asian flavor to things. So you can use probably any kind of vinegar. Most of the recipes, like I said red, but I'm using rice vinegar.
Okay.
And so just adding that over there. Oh yes. I guess I could I was gonna put all the sauce into one thing and then pour it, but I'm not doing that now. So I'm just gonna put garlic in now. I could have just put it in with the other stuff, I guess. But... All right, and then corn. I've never saved.
We got 2 more minutes left, Jay, for your segment. 2 more minutes left for your segment.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm pouring some corn in, and then I'm adding a little bit of cumin and a little bit of paprika, like smoked paprika, and that's it.
Okay.
So.
What is that? What is that? That beans too? That's corn. Okay.
That's corn. I just added corn.
Okay.
Forgot to put that in before.
Now, how much of this can you eat in one sitting? Like, is like half the bowl, or you save it for like
a lot?
Okay.
I have a huge thing, and so you would think this would last me all week, but it would probably end up lasting me a couple of days because it will be like all I eat for the next couple of days. But it's nice because the flavor improves. Like before you really dig in, you want to put it in the fridge for at least a couple hours. Like you need time for it to, do its marinating thing. So. So I'm just gonna add some smoked paprika because I love smoked paprika. Just put it in there. I don't know. In the Afro Vegan book, it was like coarse sea salt and grated pepper, and I'm like Lowry's. And I put cumin and everything because raised by Jamaicans, we always got to put some kind of spices like that. And mix it up, and that's pretty much it.
Let's see that bowl. Let's see that beautiful bean footage. Wonderful.
So what you can do for a great hearty meal, or like you can feed a family for a couple of days on this thing. Get you some of these, put some avocado on it.
Yes.
And we'll heat it up maybe a little bit if you want to. Put some avocado, and then throw this on top, and incredible.
That looks great. Thank you so much, Jay.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
We gotta get the copy that recipe and share it amongst the people.
Sure.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks, y'all.
Well, before we go into the next part of our program, where we have we have 2 incredible guests who are that we are featuring this hour, comrades as Sister Makeda and Mr. Gregory Reed, who we saw earlier today from one of our earlier segments. I want to just continue to make the fundraising call to support what we're doing here today, which is raising resources to support the ANWO Liberation Center, Project St. Louis, the work of the African National Women's Organization. Our goal was $15,000. And so we're just really shy of that, but we are enthusiastic about being able to meet this goal to take us to the next phase. And that next phase will allow for us to use the money that we raise to do some really important things in this building. We wanted to make and use functional space in this building. And right now it's just a building. It doesn't have heat, doesn't have electricity, doesn't have running water or flushing water. And we wanted to raise the $15,000 so that we can start to tackle some of those really hard service required jobs. We could do most anything. Let me tell you, when Rage and I and the other 2 volunteers that helped us do the demo day, we went in there feeling, you know, I'm gonna speak for myself. You know, I went in there feeling like I wasn't too capable. I've never done anything like this before. I was kind of scared. I was asking a whole bunch of questions. And I came out of that thing like, yeah, I could do this every day. I got this. I can build a wall. I could do all the things. I had so much more confidence being able to build something with my hands, and or knock something down with my hands, or gaining the skills that are necessary to create the institution that we want. But so there are certain things that I, you know, unless I go to school, get a trade, and get skilled training around this, I won't be able to do things like deal with the plumbing issue, deal with electricity in the building. Like I'm not, you know, I might be able to get a couple of skills off of the YouTube University, but I won't be able to do that for this project. I want to make sure that our building has everything top notch when it comes to those areas. So when we're raising, calling for people to contribute towards the $15,000 is to help us get to that next phase, help us bring this reality to our community. This money is not going to get hidden nowhere. You're going to know exactly that it got used for something. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to see the fruits of all of the labor and all the things that we've been doing here today. And so we initially made a call for folks to, consider donating at the $1,000 level. I donated at the $1,000 level. I'm able to pay $250 every month for the next 4 months in order to meet that $1,000 goal. But you don't have to do that. I like to get things out of the way. I don't want to have to do it for the whole entire year. I don't want to have to, my card might change or something might happen. I was just like, let me just get it out of the way. But if you have the ability to, you can say, I'll do $1,000 either as a member or as a donor. At a donor level is the Nzinga Mbande level, and that is $1,000 for the year, $84 a month, and that allows you to contribute to this project over time. You can also do it as a member. You can also contribute through membership. If you are a current member and you say, okay, maybe I can upgrade my membership to the lifetime member. When you pay $1,000 as a lifetime member in ANWO, that's it. You're done. You're a lifetime member. You don't got to pay. Once $1,000 is paid off, that's it. You got access to our conventions for free. You get some stuff from us for free. In addition to what you'll get as a $1,000 member through this Web-a-thon, you'll get some additional stuff for being a lifetime member. You can also complete that $84 for the month. If you can't do that, you can do membership and or donations at a lower level. You can start off as a member at $25 for the year if you can't afford anything above that, and that's totally fine. You can even donate $10 a month for $60 a year. Is that right? No, that's $120 per year. My bad. I'm doing math wrong. You can donate $60 annually for a membership and a donation. So we're making it pretty accessible for our forces who want to support, may not have all the resources right now, want to help us get to our goal. And you'll have the ability to do that through recurring donations. And you know what? If you don't have any of the money right now, it's cool. After we're done with this, we want to try to get it all in so we can acknowledge you and make sure that we know that we got your money, and we're going to make sure that we can apply your money in the way that you are donating it. But you can also pledge resources. Like if you don't got it right now, you say, you know what? I'll have it in 2 months, or I have it next month. I want to be able to pledge $500, $100, and I'll make that pledge next month, next week, and I'll complete that pledge next month, next week. Go ahead and do that. And you can do that by going to anwouhuru.org/donate to do your recurring donations. You can go to, if you're interested, if you're an African woman and you want to join, you can go to anwouhuru.org/join, and you can also complete your membership that way. If you are an existing member and you're like, how do I upgrade my membership? Well, you should be getting emails from us, from our membership system, Wild Apricot. And all you got to do is log in, follow the prompts, and you should be able to upgrade your membership and change the amount of money that gets pulled out every month if you're a monthly donor, if you're a monthly member, or change the amount that you get charged annually if you're an annual member. And so these are the ways that you can contribute to our goal today. And we're asking, we do have things like Cash App and Venmo, but we're asking folks to use the donate process that we are putting out, because it'll help, instead of trying to check all these other platforms to see if we got money in. It's easier for us just to get it all in one location so that we can track it that way, instead of having to figure out if, on my phone or an email, whatever. So please go to anwouhuru.org/donate to make and complete that donation. If that's too much to follow right now, we do have a QR code on the screen right now that you can just scan. If you're not looking at it on your phone, if you're looking at us from a TV or a computer, just go ahead and put your camera up, click on the scan button. Let me go ahead and do it for you so I can just show you what it looked like. So if you got a camera on your phone, like I do, here's my camera. I'm going to hit that QR code. There we go. It did come up for me. Hold on one second. Oh, and there we go. It took me right to the website, the donate website. This is how it looks like on my phone. And I'm just going to scroll down to, oh child, it's too much, it's too bright. Scroll down to pass all the information about why you should donate. And there's a donate form. Can't really see it right now. This is a donate form. You scroll up for that and you can see all the things in donate. So I am going to hush my mouth right now. And I want to, I hope that you follow that. I hope that you're able to make the donations. I hope you are able to make the donations and complete that today before we end, so that we can announce it as a part of our total that we were able to raise during this 8 hours. And if you can't do it today, please pledge and we'll follow up with you and get your donation at a later date. But we just appreciate you watching us and participating throughout this day. And I want to bring to the stage, let me get all my info out so I can introduce the sister properly. Let me just get to the scripts. Okay, here we go. I thought I had it here, but I don't have it here. Where did I put it? Comrade Makeda is with us today. Let me see if I can there we go, Comrade. Beautiful sister. Comrade Makeda will be joining us and performing with us today. She's also known as Jelly Makeda. And she's a revolutionary artivist, a poet, a storyteller, and vocalist, born and reared by East St. Louis, whose work bridges the wisdom of the past with the possibilities of our collective future. Known for her evocative poetry and stylized storytelling, Makeda has a gift for transforming history, culture, and lived experience into art that speaks directly to the spirit of community. A trusted, familiar presence, she uses her voice and her artistry to remember, reimagine, and inspire. I'm going to hand the platform over to my comrade, my sister, Comrade Makeda, for her presentation.
Uhuru. First of all, I want to thank you so much for inviting me to speak on this webinar, and it's such a great and worthwhile cause, and I try to definitely answer the call to speak to what exactly we're here for, to understand why we're building the way we're building, and what we must do in the process of everything, the sacrifices we make, everything that has to be done. So the piece that I'm going to perform is entitled Born to Lead. Black woman, you were never born merely to follow. You came from the kind of blood that remembers how to command a room before a word is spoken, how to move people with a glance, instruct with a whisper, inspire with a song, and when necessary, stand firm enough to make an army reconsider its direction. Ask Queen Nzinga what it means to wear sovereignty like armor beneath the skin, to negotiate with empires, to outthink the hand that reached to conquer but drew back a nub, to turn courage into a nation's shield. Ask Harriet what freedom sounds like when the road is dark and danger has learned your name. She carried fugitives through the night with stars for witnesses and faith for compass, returning again and again because liberation was never only about saving herself. Ask Fannie Lou Hamer what happens when a Black woman has suffered enough to become thunder. She stood before the machinery of oppression and told the truth so plainly that even power had to hear itself exposed. Ask Sandra Reeves, the woman who gave birth to me, whose own husband called her the general, one who was inspired and amazed by her accomplishments, then swiftly taught others to accomplish what she had. Because some women don't need a title to become command. They carry fortitude in the architecture of their bones. They know when to push, when to pull, when to gather the scattered, when to say, get up, we are not finished. There is a wisdom in Black women that sometimes arrives before the evidence. A knowing, a sacred foreshadowing that whispers, don't go there. Wait, something is coming. Move. And how many tragedies have been turned aside because she listened to the voice beneath the voice? How many homes survived because she saw the storm while everyone else was admiring the sunshine? And then those hands, anointed ancestral hands, hands that have kneaded bread, braided hair, wiped tears, held babies, buried the dead, worked fields, washed wounds, raised fists, and blessed foreheads. Hands that remember what the mind was forced to forget. There is healing inside the memory of those hands. A love that does not pretend the wound never happened, but loves deeply enough to make a bridge across it. A love that binds, a love that forgives, a love that fights ferociously, a love that reaches into the chasms created deliberately to fracture Black familyhood and says, we will not remain divided. Because Black woman, you have always been more than the keeper of the home. You have been keeper of memory, of rhythm, of warning, of wisdom, keeper of the seed. You are mother in the divine sense, not merely because you birth children, but because you understand how to birth possibility. You've alchemized from zero. Know how to take what looks broken and speak wholeness over it. How to take a child who has forgotten their worth and remind them, you come from greatness. And perhaps this is why you understand the natural world so intimately, because you know what it means to create and nurture life without possessing it. To protect what is growing, to recognize that the tree, the river, the soil, the seed, the child, the community all require the same thing: care. Mother Nature, indeed. And when the world forgets how to care for itself, she remembers. So no. Black women must not lead because someone finally decided to give us permission. Black women must lead because leadership was written into our being. We were born with the courage to carry, born with the wisdom to see beyond the moment, born with hands that know how to heal, born with hearts large enough to forgive without forgetting the lessons, born with voices that can call the scattered home, from Nzinga to Tubman, from Harriet to Sandra Reeves. The lineage is unbroken. My mother is ancestor now. but the general is still among us. She is me, and I am we. And when Black women rise, they do not rise alone. We gather the children, we gather the elders, we gather the men, we gather the wounded, we gather the forgotten. We determine the future, then look toward tomorrow with that ancient knowing in our eyes. And say, come, we have work to do still. And if not us, tell us who will. We are born to lead. Black women must lead. Uhuru.
Thank you, comrade. Really appreciate that. That was so. Is that written somewhere?
Is it written somewhere? No, in my book.
Oh. You got a book? You want somebody to buy your book? Where is that?
I'm working on a compilation. I'm still working. I have a lot of stuff that I'm really working toward.
Right.
But yeah, so I take all my work, put it in the book, and I'm just waiting. I'm anxious though.
Oh man. But thank you so much, comrade. We really appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you for calling.
I'm so glad that you were able to answer. Thank you so much, and appreciate you and your talents. And yes, please continue to grow and build. And when that book comes out, I'm gonna get me a copy.
Okay.
Thank you, comrade.
Thank you. Uhuru.
Oh, that's not me. I want to bring my comrade Jay up on the camera to do another fundraising call, and then we're going to go into Mr. Gregory Reed, who it will give us. He's a griot, and I'll introduce him when the time comes. Jay, are you with us still? Are you eating your cowboy caviar? And if they're not there, I can go ahead and do the fundraising call again. Okay. Well, I won't hold up the process. I am going to ask. I'm going to show you this. Let's do this video here where we talk about the ANWO Liberation Center, and I'll just put it out. I'll just talk over it. This is the building, y'all, that we've been talking about the whole entire day. And if you're just joining us, if you haven't been with us we keep repeating these videos because we want y'all, people who are coming in at different times of the day, to see what we've been talking about. So, where else, in the world, I think you got a working class African organization who is doing the work to reclaim territory in an African community for the African community. And more than that, it is about really and being able to reclaim one of those claim some land and say, here, here's the building. This is your you need a headquarters? Sure, here you go. And we got we got the building, which is so hard to get. Sometimes you gotta spend hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars just to get a building. And we got the building. All we need to do is be able to make that building functional. That's all we got to do. So we were able to replace the roof from previous donations. We were able to raise $15,000. I forget the other digits after that, maybe like $15,364. $12,000 of those dollars went toward the replacement of the roof. The other monies went into doing stuff like the demo work, replacing the roof, and supporting the brigades that we have going on there as well. And we've been able to do that because of your support. So all the resources that we have recurring donors every month, and I haven't even appreciated the recurring donors that we have every month that support the work of the African National Women's Organization. And I want to take this opportunity where I overlooked and missed throughout this entire program for not really acknowledging the recurring donors, people who say, I unite with ANWO so much that I'm going to donate $5, $10, $20, $25 a month to support the African National Women's Organization. And usually those donations say, I want ANWO to decide where this money goes. And where the money goes is wherever ANWO is doing the work, and we are doing the work everywhere. Your money is not going to be wasted in the African National Women's Organization. We have the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. We have the, let me repeat this again. We have the African, the ANWO Liberation Center. We have the Thrive People's Clothing Exchanges, which also brings in money. We say you can exchange clothes with us if you have clothes that are gently used. And if you don't have clothes and you just want some clothes, you can get a bag with us for $5. Bring your own bag, fill your own bag, and you can have however much you can fit in that as $5. And if you don't got no money and you really need some clothes, just come through. The clothes on the table is for the community, and the only reason why we ask for resources is just to contribute back to the work that we're doing on the ground. So, we've been in the community, we've been doing this work not only in St. Louis. We've been focusing very much on St. Louis, but we are in DC, we're in San Diego, we're in Los Angeles. All of the comrades that you're seeing on these programs today, we don't all live in the same city. Otherwise, you would be seeing us together in a room for 8 hours, laughing with each other, joking with one another. We are all in different cities where we are responsible for work in those cities to continue to put out African internationalism, organize, bring the campaigns there, and do the work that is necessary to recruit and organize African women. So the institutions that we have, though, are in St. Louis. That is the headquarters of the Uhuru movement, where we are creating liberated territory, where we are organizing the community. We had an incredible opening of the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe only last weekend, where the community showed out for. And so these are just some of the things that we have been already doing on the ground in St. Louis, but also around the country through the African National Women's Organization. And when you donate to us today and ongoing, your work, your money, your resources that you work very hard for goes back into the community. I promise you that. And you'll know it because if you're on our email listserv, you get the emails from us, you get the updates from us. You'll see the activities that we're doing, the events that we're having, all of that, all of your resources are being used toward that. So this is an incredible organization, and I've been honored to lead it. It's an incredible organization that we have some incredible people who have been donating to us for a long time, recurring donors. And I think we have Penny Hess, we have Wendy, there's two Wendy's. We have Wendy Snyder, we have other comrades. We have Jamal Abagaz, who also donates. We have, I'm trying to think of all the recurring donors, but recurring donors nonetheless, who have been supporting the work. We have a convention that is coming up in March, and that will be in St. Louis. And we want to use that as an opportunity to really honor our recurring donors and ongoing donors and big donors to the organization. So we hope that when you get the invite from us that you will come and receive that. And then, so continue to donate, use the QR code over there. Go to anwouhuru.org/donate to donate to the African National Women's Organization as a one-time donation or a recurring. Or you can, if you're an African woman, you like, these are like some sisters I need to be down with, go to anwouhuru.org/join to join the organization as well. And that also helps us meet the goals for today. I am going to make sure that I don't have a bio for this brother, for this comrade, but I'm going to allow him to introduce himself and his amazing work. We did a little interview with Comrade Gregory Reed earlier, so you got a little taste of him, but he's going to be reading, he's going to be doing some storytelling, and I think one of the things that I have never experienced in my whole entire life is being around a griot. And that is what Comrade Gregory is, a griot. And I'm going to introduce him now and allow him to also introduce himself. Let me get back to where we are. Here we go. Who, Comrade Greg?
Oh, how is everyone?
Welcome, welcome, welcome. So please introduce yourself and then please go into your griot.
Okay. Listen, it is truly a pleasure to be here with ANWO today. The webinar is exciting and it's really just a well done program. And I commend all the work that each of you are doing. I'm originally from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and my storytelling career, I guess I can say, really, and it's not a career, it's an avocation, began around the kitchen table with my grandfather, because he used to tell us stories all the time. And we used to laugh at him, and he would make these, what we thought were silly stories and stuff. But they must have had an impact, because even until today, I remember his stories and the messages that he was trying to portray. I worked for an organization in Minneapolis called the African American Cultural Center, and it was there that I met a group of brothers and sisters that were in theater, and they had an organization called Black Theater Alliance. And the leadership in that organization was a young brother by the name of Philip Blackwell, and he was just a tremendous individual. I mean, he reminded me of Ossie Davis and Paul Robeson, and that kind of commitment that he had to theater. As a part of that, he created a group of folks who did storytelling. And just as they got started with a contract they were doing, they ended up, he got a contract in New York in theater. And so he was whisked away from Minneapolis, which left a gap in Black Theater Alliance group. And they asked me if I would fill it. I was terrified, because these individuals, I mean, you know, you'd give them a ball and they would come up with a spontaneous story, the group of them, about this ball. And I was like, my goodness, how do y'all do that? I need structure. I need, you know, lines and that kind of thing. But over time, I did get used to working with them, and it was a wonderful experience. When I moved to St. Louis back in 1988, I still had an opportunity to do storytelling in some of the local schools in both the city, the county, East St. Louis. And it is a pleasure to do storytelling and to share with folks. I can just kind of give you one little example of I guess it's like a teacher that comes into a classroom and they have a group of unruly students, and yet the teacher is able to break through to the young folks and actually convey life-giving information. And sometimes that's how I felt when we were doing storytelling. We'd be out in the park, and you'd have the older brothers and sisters, you know, they were too cool to be listening to any silly stories about animals and that kind of thing. But they would sit at the periphery of the storytelling circle, and you'd see them kind of getting a little more interested. You'd see them kind of moving in so they could hear a little better. And at the end of the whole presentation, you know, they'd come on up and say, "Yeah, man, that was pretty good." And so those are the kinds of experiences that is meaningful to us as storytellers.
Thank you, Comrade. So could you give us a story?
Well, now that you ask, I guess I can. I'd like to share with you one called Sister Ant. Now, Sister Ant was very, very, very sad. I mean, she felt that she was just too little. Her legs were thin, her waist was thin, and not only that, she was short. And she did all kinds of things to get big. She would do push-ups every morning. And she would run every day, morning and evening. Up hills, down hills, up hills, down hills. And she would eat. Oh boy. And she liked that part. She would eat and she would eat and she would eat. But then she looked in the mirror and she didn't get any bigger. Then she began to worry. Oh my God, what can I do? Woe is me. What can I do? And she worried so much that she couldn't sleep. And one evening, while she was walking through the forest, unable to sleep, she ran into Sister Owl. Habaragani, Sister Owl, said Sister Ant. My goodness, said Sister Owl. What are you doing up at this hour of the morning? Well, said Sister Ant, I've been so worried. And you're wise. Maybe you can help me. Oh, said Sister Owl. And, you know, we understand that worry doesn't solve anything. Why is it that you're worried? And Sister Ann said, well, Sister Owl, I'm so small and I want to be big. And Owl said, well, why do you need to be so big? Well, said Sister Ann, if I were big, I could see off into the distance and see if anybody was coming to do me harm. Said Sister Owl. I believe you're large enough. I mean, if you need to see off into the distance, just climb up on a rock or climb up a tree and you can see as far as you need to see. Well, Sister Ann said, if I was big, then I would beat up everybody. Said Sister Owl. Don't you have those sharp jaws? Well, if anyone bothers you, you can use those sharp jaws, and then it's you or them. Well, said Sister Ann, and just about then, they heard a commotion in the forest. Brother Turtle came walking through the forest, and he was just bawling. My goodness, Brother Turtle, what on earth is the problem? Well, said Brother Turtle, my we were going to see my family at the beach, and we're going to visit our water turtle cousins, and we got into the water to swim with them, and I darn near drowned, and now I'm so embarrassed and so ashamed I just can't be seen anywhere. Oh my goodness, said Sister Ant. Brother Turtle, your cousins are water animals. You're a land animal. Why, we don't expect a fish to climb trees, do we? And we don't expect the elephant to fly. Listen, we black ants respect our red ant cousins, but we don't try to copy them tit for tat. We all have a special skill or talent that we can contribute to our forest community. And Brother Turtle stopped and he thought, and he said, gosh, you're right, Sister Ant. You're right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your insight, Sister Ant. I feel much better now. Goodbye, Tutananana. Well, said Sister Owl, Sister Ant, you have a very clear reasoning skill. And just about the time little Sister Ant's chest started to swell up with pride, another commotion came through the forest. Oh, and lo and behold, there came Brother Dog breaking through the forest, and he was howling and crying. And Sister Owl and Sister Ant said, "My goodness, Brother Dog, why are you carrying on so?" Habaragani, Sister Ant. Sister Owl said, Brother Dog, oh, the dog family is in such a mess. We have this piece of land, and we want to do so many wonderful things with it. Everybody wants to get their idea together, but the land, it's in a mess. It's full of trash and weeds and bushes, and you know, we wanted to plant fruit trees and vegetables and flowers, but we've been arguing with one another and nothing is getting done. Please calm down, said Sister Ant. Brother Dog, the dog family is very lucky to have some land. That is something you all can be proud of. The dog family can take your time, practice Umoja unity, let everyone list their ideas, put them on paper, get them written down, and then you can practice Ujima, collective work and responsibility, and divide the workload. Some of you can remove the trash. Some of you can trim the bushes and the trees. Soon you'll be ready to review that list, that wonderful list of ideas you wrote down, and create something wonderful. Wow, said Brother Dog. Sister Aunt, Asante, Sana, we were so frustrated, we didn't know where to begin. You have a lot of knowledge packed in that little head of yours. And Sister Owl said, yes, Sister Ann, you do have a lot of knowledge that the community needs, just the way you are. And Sister Ann, she felt so big, not in size, but in worth. And the takeaway there, my comrades, is that we all have something we can contribute to the struggle, whether it's a phone call, information drop, a nickel or dime contribution. All of it is beneficial towards our liberation. Asante Sana, ANWO, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Can y'all hear my clapping? I didn't do the artificial one this time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. It reminded me of like the only one I really remember, like Anansi when I was younger, and the Anansi one. And I was just like, oh, that really reminded me of that. And it is entertaining. It does sound like something that children would want to listen to, which I would think that they would be like exhilarated to listen to. But you did it so well. And I just appreciate you for contributing that to today's program.
Thank you, my comrade.
Uhuru. Well, let's continue our program, and thank you so much, Comrade Reed. I am going to announce, like I'm waiting for our new total, but we have some donations that have come in. We have a $25 a month, $300 for the year donation from Comrade JMHA, who has signed up to do that on a recurring basis. So I just want to appreciate Comrade J for taking that on. And then I think Coco already announced her own donation. So she completed the $25 of her $100 pledge already today. See, even if you pledge and you don't have the entire amount, we count that as a part of the overall goal that we've accomplished for today. And you should too, because we know that sometimes it can't be done in whole, but it can be done in part, and it can be done in increments. And we appreciate that too, because now you're planning to continue your support of the African National Women's Organization. So I am waiting for that total. Oh, okay. The new total is $2,968. I have to go in real close because I don't have my glasses on right now. Hold on one second. I got is not me, but I am signing up to do that. Exactly done. Okay. Sorry, comrades. Is $3,068 that we've been able to raise in 7 hours. And although that is not, we know what, we have an hour left. Somebody could come into the clutch and say, listen, I was just waiting to come in the clutch and do the last $12,000 that we wanted to raise for today's program. And I just wanted to bring it on, make it rain in that last hour, and we're going to have an opportunity to do that. So this last hour is really about really pushing for that last $12,000. And we're going to tell you how. But we're also going to I'm going to invite my other comrades from the International Executive Committee to join me right now on the program. And we're just going to chat it out. We're going to play some of the videos that we've had throughout the program, maybe some new ones. We have an African woman song that you haven't heard yet publicly. Where are the rest of my comrades who were in the IEC? It's not just me and Madison now. Let me see now. Somebody behind the iron cloak? Hold on one second. I see Jay is on. You're not in the IEC, but welcome, Jay. You could come. Oh, no, that's not Jay. That's Coco. These names, man. Coco Lewis. See, I didn't have my glasses on, so I didn't realize who it was.
And then we have Comrade Zaid. Did Zaid come back? Yeah, Zaid came back. Oh, Comrade Nicole. It's me, y'all. I'm the problem. I didn't take people from backstage. Oh, and now we have Comrade Nicole with the airplanes flying over and the owls hooting and hollering. And whatever is going on, we love it because this is the kind of chaos we want in this last hour where we go pump it up, y'all. Energy. There we go. Madison got the memo. We're gonna pump it up. And as soon as we don't have to wait for Comrade Zaid. Zaid's probably in the middle of something. I know she had to run an errand because this was an 8-hour program. So we're going to make it happen one way or the other. So I just wanted to have a conversation with my comrades. Maybe I should break it up before we start to talk about let me see.
Hey.
What's that? What I say? Let's see what that is.
It's a sleigh.
It's a sleigh.
Sleigh.
All day. This is the kind of commotion that I'm looking for in the 8-hour of an 8-hour webinar. This is the kind of activity that we need to be having today. So I'm going to play. What am I going to play? I want to play. I'm going to play the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market video. And I know we got some feedback on it from the comrade, but you know what? I love it. Let's play it and let's remind people what is a part of the work that we do in St. Louis. Uhuru.
The One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is a concrete expression of African self-determination right here in North St. Louis. Organized by the African National Women's Organization, the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market stands as a beacon of liberation, building Black community economic development while directly confronting the reality of food apartheid, where systemic neglect, disinvestment, and the parasitic economic conditions of colonial decay have left our streets overlooked. We choose to build.
In my world, only you. Hey, baby, do for love what I would not do.
And aligned with the Black Power Blueprint, we are reclaiming our land, our resources, and our power. We're creating liberated territory, transforming North St. Louis through economic development and political power by and for the African working class community. At the center of this transformation are African women, the heart and engine of our community's growth. Through this market, ANWO provides a vital platform for African crafters, artisans, and local growers to build independent economic relationships. By circulating our resources within our own community, we build real capacity for the African working class and ensure fresh, healthy food is accessible to all.
Delirium.
Our model doesn't mimic mainstream institutions. It draws strength from our own history. Modeled after the original One Africa, One Nation marketplace in Philly, which has thrived as an independent economic institution for over 30 years. Our work proves what is possible when we rely on our own unity and vision. Since 2021, we have been building a sustainable, thriving hub right here on the north side. The One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is a base of organization, a site of resistance, and the blueprint for African self-reliance. Join us as we reclaim our future, nourish our families, and build community commerce together. Vanguard of our own liberation, One Africa, One Nation. Uhuru.
Oh, here we go back to Uhuru. Oh, we caught Comrade Coco and Mitchell. She was just like, oh no. Oh, Uhuru. Yes. So, comrades, thank you so much for hanging in there. I just want to appreciate all my comrades today, those both on and off screen. My side, who's there having it, because he's part of the commotion. I get it. And being a part of this process for the whole day. It had me pulling my hair out a little bit. But I just want to appreciate some donations that came in. And membership that came in. We want to congratulate. Would you mind muting yourself for just a moment? That speaker on your computer is so good. It's just like picking up everything. Yeah, we want to congratulate Comrade Monette for joining the African National Women's Organization, Comrade. We have your application. We're going to get you all set up with an orientation and get you all set up to come into the ranks of the African National Women's Organization. We look forward to meeting you and for bringing you back and, bringing you into the revolutionary fold of these badass working class African women. We also want to appreciate the $25 donation from Amanda Wallace. Thank you so much, Comrade. Thank you so much. Comrade Amanda is in a fight, a fight as well with the colonial state, attacking free speech and criminalizing free speech and having her hemmed up in the courts, facing some charges with regards to the protests that she's been doing around advocating for parents and against the family policing system in Durham, North Carolina. So we know that there are some, her case is being heard now. I know that the amicus brief was just filed on your behalf. So I wish you the best in that. And if ANWO need to be, call on us. Like if we need to be down somewhere, we got a lot of shit going on, but if you need us to be somewhere, comrade, just let us know where we gotta be. You know what I mean? And so I really appreciate this comrade too, because when we first met, it was like, it's like, I want to have a march. He's like, well, I want to have a march, and we're going to have a march together. And we've been organizing together to build the Black Mothers Marches. And this is an incredible comrade, an incredible organizer, a valiant, general for a soldier for the people. And, I think that she's a good example of someone who wants to help the community as a social worker and realized that the help that she could give to the community as a social worker wasn't working for the state, which is what she used to work for. She used to work for the colonial state as a CPS social worker, and realized and recognized that that wasn't the function of the state, was not to help African families or Black families. The function of the state was to police and to surveil and commodify Black children. And when she got to that realization, she could no longer work for the state. She actually, as soon as she got out of that job, she co-founded the Operation Stop CPS and came out the gate bussing. Out of the few months after she left, Operation CPS was formed. And she was already making headwaves. The organization was already on social media, thousands of followers. And not only of followers, because that doesn't tell you anything, but Comrade was in these streets across the country, through states. Her and another comrade that was the other co-founder, and doing the work. So, when I saw that, I was like, I was like, yes, you're the kind of energy that has been missing. And I think that she's been a collaborator, a cohortian. I don't know what the word is. Somebody that brings groups together and organizations together. A gel. I don't
Collaborator?
know. No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, y'all. Yeah. Y'all know what I mean. And so, yeah, she's just somebody that's a really great comrade, and I just appreciate her so much. And Rage, if you want to come on to this too, you're welcome to. I know that you probably thinking, oh yes, comrade, because I know you got stuff to say, but you've been here the whole time too at the Aquabaha, and I think that this has been a really great. What do you all think about today?
I think it's been great.
I'm surprised how quickly it went by. I mean, maybe not for other people, but for me, it felt like it went by pretty quickly. I'm sorry, maybe because I only had 1 hour to do, but I did enjoy it.
No, I really enjoyed, today. And, this is a celebration of the work we've done. It's kind of, sometimes when you in the work, you kind of forget about you so focused on the trees, you don't get to see the woods. And today we got to see the woods and, the fruits of our labor. Just a little spark to keep us motivated, to keep, building and growing. Because as of right now, we didn't meet our goal, but it doesn't stop us. We still gonna be there in October with hammers and and nails and work gloves,
$3,000 is not a small amount, right? It's
Right.
it's a good chunk of change. So I mean, like, I'm
And it
proud of
came
us and
from
happy
the
that
African
everyone.
working class.
Yeah,
That means it came from
exactly.
our pockets. That just shows like we willing to invest in our liberation. We willing to
Absolutely.
spend our last few dollars. Some of us giving up DoorDash, okay? Some of us giving up DoorDash. Right? Like, y'all want to talk
Please don't let
about
that be my
DoorDash?
legacy. I don't. I promise I don't DoorDash. Like, that's not my life. I promise it's
I'm
not.
just saying, some of us over here have used DoorDash.
Yeah.
But we got to be willing to make sacrifices, and I want that building more than I want. More than I want a DoorDash. Okay,
Exactly.
We can organize together.
And I just want to drive home like the sustaining donorship, So I contribute $300. I up my pledge to $300 by doing the $25 a month. That's if I just bought coffee and stopped going to Dunkin' Donuts, that's my $25 right there.
There you go.
And that's better for me and my body and for the movement,
Yep. Yeah.
I do HelloFresh because I do HelloFresh, so I don't be. Because sometimes my mind, I'm working too hard for the movement, right? Like, so I don't got time to think about what's gonna be for dinner, child. Like, I'll be like, give me this recipe card, and let me cook this thing. True that, you know what I mean? So sometimes, like, I can skip a couple of those because those cost a little, for 3 meals in 1 week, that could cost a little penny, right? So and I can skip all of that and make some cereal. I don't want to think crackers and cheese. You know what I mean? What they say, the women dinners. Like, I'm gonna have a women dinner, grapes on some toast or something. I don't know, something like that. No, that's weird. But I don't need a whole meal for that. I'm not starving, y'all. It's just like I won't be creating dinner. I won't be creating a dinner. I'll be like, okay, I can go with a cup of tea and some crackers and some cheese. Boy, that be setting me off. That's I'm
concerned.
Avocado
with some fried plantain. That is the best snack. Like,
we're not starving the president of ANWO, okay? I feel like I need to say that. We're not starving the president of ANWO.
We're not. I will not. These are not starved. These are things that I love to eat, and I eat anyway if I don't cook dinner. That is my woman dinner, so I'm good.
I've never heard that expression before. Women's dinner.
And some rice in a minute.
I've never heard that before.
Well, I'll be on the interwebs, and they be saying that the women dinner is like after you've grown and your children are gone out the house, right? Or you just old enough, you don't have to cook meals for people anymore.
Right.
So all your fridge ain't full. All you got is what you got, and you can just go in the kitchen, pull down whatever you got to pull down.
Women's dinner.
That's it.
That's how I live my life for real.
Yeah, we ain't got to cook no meals. It's over, and we do not want to.
It should be called empty nest. I'm gonna have an empty nest meal.
Yes, have an empty nest meal.
It should be called an empty nest meal. I like that.
I got some years to go.
I know. So comrades, like, how do we feel that we haven't, I mean, we talked about not having reached our goal yet, but like, what can we do with the $3,000? Let's tell the people what we can do with that.
Oh my gracious.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
Did y'all
about the
buy
material
me a
needed.
bigger hammer?
Yes.
Right?
We're going to get that sledgehammer.
Yeah, we get a sledgehammer.
Y'all saw
You
me
know,
get a little baby
we
hammer.
can finish demoing the fireplace that's in
Yeah.
there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, really for less than what we raised today, like part of that can go into finishing the floor.
Yeah.
You know, a flooring, because when we say like every dollar goes to a nail or something, we can it's gonna get used.
Yeah.
You know, it's not gonna get wasted. It's gonna actually get used. We can get a couple sheets of drywall to close up the area around the steps. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we gotta go ahead. Go ahead, comrade.
Tools, equipment, but also like water and snacks for our volunteers, and we are all like a big ass dump at some point to throw all of the debris away. There's a lot that actually goes into rebuilding one of these dilapidated buildings. They've been left for so long to weather and decay that we have a lot of work to do, y'all.
Yeah.
And at some point, I imagine we're going to have some kind of inspection to make sure everything's up to par. So, I mean, that's where this is going towards as well. Side note, you did have a comment from another comrade Jamal, who said that he's going to cook some food for you, President Ejede. So, like, we are good. We're good on the food. You will eat.
I'm eating, y'all. Oh my goodness.
Right. We just don't have to have a structured meal. Like we don't have to have the church plate.
Yeah, everybody worried.
That's the power of community. You tell the community that you about to eat some crackers and some cheese, and they're like, no, not on my watch. No, I got you, girl.
I'll bring you some greens and some black eyed peas.
I can make you a rice bowl. We can do some of that cowboy caviar that comrade.
There you go. Oh, sorry. Hang on, I misquoted him.
Smell
I'm
it
sorry.
from the screen. All of the spices and the peppers and stuff that they were putting in there. I was like, yes, that cowboy caviar. I have that book, by the way. It's in the kitchen. I hardly crack it open, but now I'm going to crack it open because I had that book for like years. I was like, at one point I was a vegan, y'all. I didn't know that. But at one point I was a vegan, and I was a very good vegan. But I had some fried chicken one time, and then I was just like, ooh, I don't know if my taste buds can no longer be acclimated to this. And I went back down the road of chicken, right? But I do want to be healthier, and I think that vegan meal every now and again won't hurt, right? So that cowboy caviar looked really good.
Yeah.
What else do you think we can get with the $3,000? I think we said a lot of things so far, and we do have money left over from some of the other fundraising that we've done as well. I think that it'll be important that dumpster is going to be really important because we have a ceiling. Let's walk through some of this video. This is a walkthrough video that we have here. Let me see where it heals. There we go. And yeah, there's a ceiling upstairs that because of the damage of the water from the roof when the roof got fixed, there's a ceiling upstairs that is like down. It has to get pulled down, right? So we have to get hard hats, we have to get claw hammers, we got to be safe, we got to get N9 masks so that we're not hold on a second. I gotta get my copy so that we're not inhaling, dust. One of our comrades is like, "Are y'all safe?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're not going in there without a hard hat and some. We not over here pulling down bricks without a hard hat and some gloves." I'm like, "Yeah, we safe enough. We got masks and everything. There's a lot of dust, and he's worried about asbestos." I'm like, "Conrad, since you're so worried, come through and be our safety coordinator, and we can do this together so you can make sure that we're safe." But it was really so that's one thing. We're gonna need that dumpster, that plaster ceiling it's like a drop ceiling. And so that plaster ceiling, you can see a little bit of right there in this video. That's the plaster drop ceiling. It's heavy. So we have to figure out how we're gonna pull it down, and then we got to take it out from the upstairs.
That was so good.
Yeah, that was the part that was already pulled down. But imagine that there was something on those wood beams that was right there that needs to get pulled down. This room is the best room in the building, and we look forward to like this being the easy part. But everywhere else, there's gonna be some other stuff that we got to do. I wanted to. I needed,
still in there.
The safe is still there, and I think we can find the code to the safe as well. Nova, thank you so much, Nova, for doing. Why are you not looking at us? Thank you so much, Nova, for for singing. I wanted to ask you about your question about if you are an ANWO member, and the answer is to your question is that when you are old enough to sign an application for yourself, then you could become an ANWO member. For right now, you're an honorary junior ANWO member for right now. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, the Liberation Center this is some of the images that we have in the place and that we've been organizing to make happen. So we've just been on the external so far, and then in June we were able to go inside and do some demo. I think with this wall, we got to figure out what we want to do with that wall between the kitchen and the office space. This is our back porch. That's enclosed and covered up right now. That's an addition. We got to secure that. That's peeling back from the main building a little bit. So there's a lot of little things that we have to do. And so if somebody's looking at this right now, it's just like, yo, I can help them sisters out. I got these skills. Sometimes you don't have the resources to donate, but you might know a little something about doing this kind of work. And even if it's just like, listen, I want to get on a call with them to like talk more about the project so that I can give some guidance, even though I may not be in St. Louis. I'm here for it, and you could come to St. Louis, come road trip with one of us, depending on where you are. If you're in St. Louis, you should definitely link up with us so that you can walk through and see what we can do ourselves and what we need to raise more money for professional services. But yeah, I mean, y'all been in the building. Like, what are your thoughts about this condition and the possibility of doing more?
I mean, it has great bones. Like a lot needs to be done, but it's not in a situation where it needs to be demolished and we need to start over. It has great bones. We just need to get in there and do the work, And we're not above getting our hands dirty, Like I said, we're not some petty boo nonprofit that we want to hire hire professionals. No, we want to get in there and do the work ourselves. We want to get in there and learn new skills. We want to get in there and teach other people the skills on renovating their homes and laying floors and things like that. So, I mean, those are things I grew up doing. My parents renovated homes, and my dad has been for years. He's been he's renovated homes and did like renovations. Divine Renovations was his company for the longest.
So we gotta get your daddy out here.
I've been trying to tell him. He keeps saying I don't know, which dad talk for his no.
Hey, well, I'm excited though because at the grand opening of the cafe, I met 3 people who have skills in like construction and demolishing and all that kind of stuff. So I'm really excited about the next workday. Like just getting to bust up that wall, that was so much fun. And I know that we could do this ourselves. And when you're in there, you can see what it can be. You can see all the potential of the space. And what it could be for African women and femmes and their families. I could see people coming, you know, knocking on the door like, hey, like, we just need a safe space for a minute, you know? This can be a place where people can come in and you know, just feel protected in the community until, you know, they figure out their next step or whatever.
Correct.
A place where we can go and we can learn together. I mean, the community aspect of this building has endless potential, and it really belongs to the people. That's what makes it so exciting.
I wanna bring us back to some more culture for this section. Comrade, you know, we got so much talent in our community and our ANWO. Yeah, we revolutionaries and stuff, but like we also, I sew, y'all. I sew. And I could also sing sometimes. But we don't get to see those types of us. All you see is the speaker and the whatchamacall, whatever else I do, right? But I just wanna, I'm so grateful that we get to see these parts of our comrades during this Web-a-thon. So I'm going to introduce our comrade Madison, who is a poet, who's going to be reading a poem. You have the floor, comrade.
I kind of don't want to have the floor now. I kind of want to hear you sing.
I'm not prepared. See, I'm the kind of singer that needs to be prepared. I need to blow up my vocal cords. I need to have the right song. You know what I mean?
Excuse me. Okay, so this piece, I'm just gonna do one piece unless there's a need for a second. But this piece I got is called Uppity. So I'm a spoken word artist. My spoken word stage name is Barefoot Poet. I'm kind of retired from doing spoken word poetry, but every now and then I may rip something out. So this piece is Uppity. How is my Black body not a political statement? A declaration against your comfort level. My skin makes me dispensable, too inefficient to be assigned value, designed to be shamed, shaped to be threatening, and targeted to be executed. My presence makes you anxious. My existence makes you doubt. My survival makes you question the capability of your greatness, and therefore my body must answer to the insecurities white falsehoods gifted you. The curse is in my blood. DNA too stubborn to be snuffed out, despite a perilous journey across the Atlantic, watching my people surrounding me expire, despite the forced removal from my kin after being sold to the highest bidder, despite the whippings and the pickings and the bleedings and the lynchings and the separating and the policing and the drugging and the shootings, but you are the one tired of hearing rather than listening. How is my Black body not a political statement to any of your agendas? Whether I am one of your colored friends to show off your inclusive ideology or the uppity nigger to prove your racism, whiteness fools you into thinking you have the agency. So when I part my fat lips, fluff my nappy curls, and roll my wide eyes, it stings a little, don't it? Does it hurt when I laugh at your ignorance? When you thought I would submit, stay mad, I'ma stay loud. And that's that piece.
Ooh, comrade. I'm gonna flap my fat lips too. All day, every day.
All day, every day.
What'd you say, Nicole? Now your audio sounds crazy. The whole day we've been hearing spaceships, and now we can barely hear you. What did you say?
Is it just me? Hold on.
Okay, now we can hear you good.
Okay. I was saying go in, go off poet. That's what we say in San Diego. Go in poet.
And our comrade Nicole is also a poet. Did you have something you wanted to contribute to this poetry slam before we end up our hour?
Yeah, I guess I have a piece I can share. Let me get it out. This is one of my favorite pieces. It's called Oftentimes. Okay. Oftentimes I'm falling is code for I'm failing. I mean, I'm falling emotionally and I cannot get up. I'm failing to see that it's not failure, but a form of depression triggered by resilience. We're always holding on, giving second chances, seeing the beauty in ashes, and exhausting ourselves from trying to be everyone's everything. We are oftentimes taking on more for less and then crashing or colliding into the very institutions created to remind us we are replaceable. We then compartmentalize or ignore the signs and automatically feel like our missteps or mistakes redefine our greatness. And it weighs on our spirit than our bodies. Yet we keep going, only to grasp onto the lemon scrapings left over from the lemonade we made for everyone else except for ourselves. We are emotionally dehydrated, working twice as hard for people who are so afraid of their own shadows they use power, also known as privilege, to get by and over on those with less of everything except for integrity and joy. The odds are forever stacked against us, but like a phoenix, we rise anyway. African women, we deserve better. We no longer have to carry everyone's baggage or cry everyone's tears. We no longer have to show up to spaces and play follow the leader as a leader, yet still be last in line. The Most High promises soon we will be first. Soon we will sing a new song. Soon the angels will applaud our plight, and soon our Father will say, well done. Until then, rest. It is resistance, African woman, say no. I give you permission, speak up, be angry. And we have every right, especially because it was the blood of our ancestors that built this place we stand on. Stop caring about what others think. Give yourself permission to feel all the feelings. Give yourself permission to yell and scream and release. And from this moment on, they can consume our energy, but let theirs brush off our shoulders. Queen, adjust your crown and stand up tall. Dry your eyes and be still, remembering just who you are, what you bring to the table. Remembering that the floor underneath the table was once cultivated by the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors. Queen, adjust your crown, dry your eyes, and remember who you are. Ashe.
Go off, sis.
Beautiful. Love it.
Comrade Zai, yes. You need to come. Well, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play this one last video that's proof that I can almost sing. And then we're gonna go into some more fundraising talk. But this was we had an opportunity to do a retreat last year where most of these comrades that you've seen on this program today and some other comrades also attended, and we were able to go into peaceful tranquility. We were at a sister's house with a beautiful home in Tennessee. And, we was feeling ourselves one night around the bonfire. You see, when African people get together, we just be creating, y'all. You know what I mean? So we was like, let's create a jam. Let's create a jam for the African National Women's Organization. And that's what we're going to give to you today. Enjoy the jam from the African National Women's Organization. Oh, there we go. Oh, I actually wanted to do, okay, here we go. Let me know if you can hear it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Hear it? Yes. Just give it a second. I did something with my browser, so that it's like, oh. Oh. See, now it's going to force me to sing in person. Hold on. African woman, we must fight. African woman, African woman, African woman, we must unite. African woman, African woman, across the borders we have the might. African woman, African woman, African woman. Here we go. African woman, we are strong. African woman, African woman. And I forgot the lyrics, so I can't remember the rest of it. It's like my computer's like, that's enough for today.
You sounded so lovely.
Here we go.
African woman, African woman.
Uh-oh.
See, the whole day, my computer's like, I'm done here. But
we can't go wrong. African woman, African woman. That's the reason why we sing this song. African woman, African woman. We'll continue to be one.
African woman. African woman. African woman.
I didn't realize you had taped that. I'd love to see it.
That was
That was
me.
beautiful. I loved it.
That was me who taped it.
Oh, Coco, I didn't realize you had taped it.
Yeah.
Love that for us.
I'm taking karaoke.
Oh, the karaoke was fun too.
Nice.
That was fun too.
I said Zayi said if I asked you to, I said I want you to come on and give me your understanding of how you felt about today, comrade. We doing a sum up.
Oh, her. Sorry, I had to grab somebody from the airport.
Okay.
I think the today's webinar was amazing. To be back.
Hi,
See, for real, we are focused on the kids because we are all our kids' aunties. Okay.
But to be able to showcase, the work that we were involved in, to have our viewers be able to contribute, to be a part of the work that we're building. And I saw that we got some new memberships. Like I said, I had to step away for a hot second to go grab my daughter from the airport, but that's great. That's wonderful. Me being over recruitment and membership, we need members. And as you've seen and heard today, we've got a lot of work, we've got left to complete. So, more hands on deck. I just loved, every part of it. We've been building this thing for a minute, but we couldn't sit down and rehearse the whole 8 hours. So we would just be doing little snippets here and there. But it was very beautiful to see it all come together. And I just want to say I'm so proud of our hard work, comrades. And we did the damn thing. We're almost through the 8 hours. We've got about 12 minutes left. So yeah, I feel great.
Yeah. I just I think, I want to say about the Liberation Center. And, earlier there was a video that was about for me, but I was crying in it and I was about to go into the contradictions that I didn't quite get to. And I think part of it is like when you're a part of a revolutionary organization, like even the contradiction is a learning experience, and that will prepare you to be a more solid force. Because if there are no struggles, if there are no contradictions, then how do you know like you're making a mistake? You have to be able to make a mistake and solve it, particularly when it comes to being beholden to the African working class community. Because if you're a part of a working class organization, like you can't be up here acting crazy. You gotta be, you gotta keep the people at the center. And not saying I was acting too crazy, but like you got to keep the people at the center, and your work has to be about that, not in some mess, not in some thing that, we are developing and festering, but in the people. And is what we're doing centered around the people, or is it centered around our own hurt feelings or things that we could probably work out? And I think that's really important. And, I said it earlier, and I really want to say it again, that this organization is only an organization because of its membership. And see, I'm about to cry again. Let me tell you. like it's been 11 years that I've been leading it, and I just really appreciate you, comrades, new and old, because this is a labor. This is labor. This is revolutionary labor. It's not cute sometimes. Well, oftentimes it's not cute. It requires us to make sacrifices in our own personal lives. It requires us to put things on the line and put things on hold. And nobody's getting paid to do this. And that's how I know, like in the bush, y'all, I'm with y'all. You know what I mean? Like in the bush, we in the bush. I don't know about no other people out there, but like in the bush, I know who's going to be around me in the bush, and I know who I could depend on in the bush. And it's the comrades in the IEC, but it's also other comrades in this work that's not on this video today. But like, that's what being a part of revolutionary organization is. Sometimes you don't become friends. We didn't say, oh girl, I like your earrings, and then we decided to be in the same organization together. We like revolution. That's the tying thing here. It's like, oh, that girl, your shoes are cute. Let's do a little club. It's like we want to make freedom happen,
And this is the only reason why we know each other, is because we all unite with that. We have to get African people free. And that is the thread that links us together. And I'm so happy that I'm able to link this thread with us, notwithstanding that there are contradictions, because there's contradictions in all things, but that's the thing that holds us together and make us accountable to one another.
And being able to hold ourselves accountable to each other develops us, iron sharpens iron. And so, even I feel like as the IEC, because we was able to be, there with the contradictions, and we grew, we developed. So, being a part of this organization, you're going to grow your leadership skills. When we say African women must lead, it's not just, a saying or a slogan. It's like, no, you're going to have to do some work and lead, you're going to have to, and we are, we got introverts and extroverts, but we know that our focus, we know our mission, we know the vision, we know what we want we want to be free, we want to have autonomy and agency. And like Zai said earlier today, she saw some badass women, we was out here and she got to be part of it. And yes, it's not a social group, even though we end up developing social relationships. It's very much, a political and is a political organization. So our focus is politically, and we have no choice but to build relationships with no drama, because we hold each other accountable.
Comrade Coco just came from St. Louis last weekend. Comrade Madison is going to St. Louis in
couple weekends.
2 weekends from now.
Yeah.
That's because there's work to be done. And, that's amazing. You know what I mean? And we've had comrades Nicole and Zayi, who used to fly from California, to St. Louis every month.
Right.
To do the market. You know what I mean? These are the African working class women.
But we do it out of love. And I don't want it to seem like it's like labor and hard work.
That's what it is, though. That's what it is.
I mean, it's hard work, but it also brings joy, right? Yeah. It's hard work that brings joy. And I think that's a critical part to keep in mind for the liberation from colonialism, right? They've taken so much from us, they cannot steal that joy as well. And that joy in itself is a powerful method of fighting, right? I mean, I know we've commented about this isn't just a friendship group, but I know when I first started with the cadre school, something I commented on was how I was just happy to see Black women, right? Because I'm in a space where there ain't no Black people, right? There are so few Black people in the place that I live, which is also a reminder of the political fight we have to bear every day, right? So when I am with my comrades and I am organizing the ANWO and doing this kind of work and focus on the Liberation Center, labor, yes, but one that does bring joy and hope, knowing that yes, I may be this one little chocolate chip speck here, but the diaspora is so much more, you know?
Yeah. It is labor. I'm gonna tell them, be real with people. If you want to join this organization and you want to be active, it's gonna require I mean, if we want to see the world that we want to be free, it's gonna require labor. It might require you to make some, I won't say hard choices, because sometimes the hard choice is whether or not you need to go hang out with your girlfriends, or whether you need to go ahead and knock down some bricks at a liberation center. I mean, you know what I mean? That's not a hard choice, but it's a choice nonetheless. And so I think, I think that if I wasn't in an organization, these choices I wouldn't be confronted by them. And I think that's the interesting thing about being an organization, that if you're beholden to the African working class, you are going to be confronted with the work that we have to do to improve our lives, create things, govern ourselves, create a new world. It's going to be tough. And this is not even the toughest part. This ain't even the toughest part. The toughest part is yet to come. And it's just really amazing to do it with these comrades.
So last fundraising push before we close out in the last 4 minutes of the hour. I think all of us might have donated at one point or another. But I'm gonna just say this, that donation levels are starting at $10 a month if you want to do the monthly, $25 for the year. No, I don't think that's a donation level. That's a membership level. Membership levels start at $25 a year, $60 a year, $10 a month, all the way up to $84 a month to contribute to the African National Women's Organization Liberation Center or other work. And you can select, right? We are raising today for the Liberation Center. And for those of you who have donated the amounts, if you are donating in increments and when your pledge is complete, we got you on the list that you're going to be receiving these items that you donated in the gift amount. So if you donate between $100 to $499, you get an ANWO t-shirt or a RSCPS t-shirt. You would get the buttons that we've created for our campaigns and our slogans. I'm trying to, where's the screen share at? Screen share. Here we go. Yeah, so let me see where we go. I want to keep us in the frame while we share this. Not you. I'm you calm down. So if you donate $100 to $499, you get one of the two ANWO t-shirts or an RSCPS t-shirt. These are slogans, and these are genderless items, comrades. If you're not an African woman and you want to support African women, you want to show the world that you support ANWO, you too can get an ANWO t-shirt as well. And that's okay, I promise you. And then you can get one of these buttons, all of these buttons, the RSCPS button, the Joe Wallet and the Girls, We Them Girls buttons. You can give that to one of your sisters or friends, or I don't know, if you don't want to, if you're not an African woman, you're like, I'm not a girl, and you can give it to somebody who considers themselves a girl, right? And then we have Hit the System, Hit the Sisters, Hit the System. Not the sisters. I do not want y'all to hit the sisters. Yeah. And then Black Women, Black Power. That's if you donate it in that gift level. And then if you donate it in the $500 to $999 range, and that's all at once or with a pledge over months, then you get the same thing that we had offered in the first slide, plus a nice copy of the political report that we were reading from in one of the videos from today. And you get a I Support Black Women Leaders bag from the African National Women's Organization. And then if you donated over $1,000 today, either in part or in whole, once you finish, if it's in part, then once you finish a $1,000 gift, then we'll go ahead and send you everything that we have here, which includes in this gift level the whole product line for Decolonase Hair and Body, and that includes the 6-ounce butters, not the 4-ounce, not the 6-ounce, but the 16. Which ounce is it? It's 16 ounces of butter, of each butter, and plus the entire product line. Keep it for yourself, which I recommend, or you can share it amongst your whole crew. But these are gifts that we are offering to you for your donations to us today. But also know that your donations are giving us so much more in the ability to carry out this community project and continue to move the work along. So any final thoughts, comrades, before we close out our hour?
I want to show my duffel bag. Don't forget our merch store. This is my gym bag. I represent ANWO everywhere we go, and the Uhuru movement everywhere we go. But like, I have quite a few shirts. We have some. We wear our political beliefs. So our shirts, we get that one cool sweater I've been begging my family for.
A hoodie is too big for me now, so I gotta get a new hoodie as well.
Oh, I want to say congratulations, whatever you're doing, comrade. Like I see in the face. I see in the face. Yeah.
And send that big hoodie my way then, because whatever you lost, I found.
Yeah, I got you.
And I just want to say thank you for everyone for tuning in today. I've completed my second part of my pledge, and like Coco said, we wear our political statements around here. So I'm gonna be looking forward to a new ANWO T-shirt because mine is a little old. So please keep the donations coming in. Although we didn't get to the $15,000, this is an ongoing project. So when you do have the resources, you can send them in, and don't forget that you're able to donate your time as well. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Well, comrades, that is it. We have done it. Thank you so much for watching live. For those of us who stuck around for almost 8 hours, thank you so much for all the comrades. Slay all day with Comrade Madison. And thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. We're going to sign out for our Black August Web-a-thon, August 22nd. Uhuru.
Black